Chapter 4029. I also want to know. Ao Sheng smiled bitterly, but I really don't know. If you don't want to give me the pills, just say it. Don't use these to brush me off. Alright. Xiaohua smiled. I won't make things difficult for you. I still have some pills that I refined before. The effect is not as good as the one just now. I'll give them to you. Xiaohua took out a jade bottle and threw it to Ao Sheng. This time, Ao Sheng did not act rashly. He raised his sharp dragon claw and opened the jade bottle. He threw a pill into his mouth. Sure enough, although there was some blood energy surging around Ao Sheng, it was much smaller than before. Daoist Master Xiao, you are really stingy. Ao Sheng looked at the jade bottle in his hand as if it was useless. Excuse me. Xiaohua replied, this was refined when I was learning alchemy. Naturally, it can't be compared to now. Forget it. Ao Sheng waved his hand and kept the jade bottle. He took advantage of the situation and said, no matter what, it's still a gift from you. It's not appropriate for me to not accept it. Gotcha. At this moment, the black dragon that was spinning rapidly in the ring-shaped mountain suddenly made a crisp sound. Xiaohua and the others hurriedly looked over and saw that the black dragon had actually split into two, turning into two identical black dragons. Roar! The two black dragons let out different rhythms, but they sounded exactly the same. Then, their huge dragon bodies stretched out from the two sides of the whirlpool. Oh! Obscure, different rhythms of inexplicable syllables were produced between the two dragon bodies. A layer of black and white light film was revealed as the dragon roared. Whoosh! The light film had just appeared when Ao Zhan, who was silent at the side, opened his mouth and a black dragon shell fell into the air. Pooh! Ao Zhan also spat out a mouthful of blood essence that flashed with black light onto the dragon shell. The dragon shell instantly turned blood red and clusters of blood mist surged on the dragon shell. Woo! Two light threads stretched out from the black and white light film, respectively making different strange sounds. The light threads seemed to be attracted by the blood mist of the dragon shell and landed on the two sides of the dragon shell. The blood mist on Long Bay followed the light threads and landed on the light membrane. The light membrane seemed to come alive in an instant. Its flashing black and white wings gradually expanded and turned into a huge butterfly. Butterfly transformation technique? Ao Sheng was shocked. Ao Qin actually used the butterfly transformation technique in the restriction? Of course. Ao Zhan said proudly, if it wasn't for me, even the Grand Elder wouldn't have been able to break the seal. Ao Sheng did not refute. It seemed that Ao Zhan was right. Xiaohua naturally didn't know what the butterfly transformation technique was. However, as the butterfly grew bigger, it covered the entire ring-shaped mountain. Roar, roar! The two identical black dragons roared and rushed into the butterfly's body. The butterfly's body trembled violently for a moment before it pounced into the vortex where the black dragons had been. Puff! There was a strange sound. The butterfly fell, and the two black dragons' bodies quickly split apart along with the black and white light screen. Then, an extremely dense dragon aura rushed out like a tidal wave. This dragon aura seemed so strange. Once it rushed out, it was stopped by the restriction of the deep Eryuan. Therefore, a sharp whistling sound came from the ears of everyone and the dragons. Then, wang wang. The bodies of several humans flashed with an intense brilliance, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. But Ao Zhan hurriedly shouted, this is the source of the dragon aura of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Although you all have the bloodline of the dragon race, you are still humans. You can't withstand the cleansing of this dragon aura. Quickly hide at the edge. Yes. The group of humans did not dare to delay and hurriedly flew away. However, just as the humans flew away, the group of dragons could not bear it anymore. The dragons of the Hui race were the first to appear with dragon patterns on their bodies, and their bodies rapidly expanded. Ao Zhan did not panic and shouted, according to the previous plan, you all will leave this place like those humans. The dragons of the Hui race responded and flew away. After the dragons left, the fake leader Ao Tao was left alone on the spot. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Tao with some surprise, but did not say anything. He turned his head and stared at the dragon aura that rushed out, deep in thought. In just a moment, the dragons of the Dragon Island could not withstand it and left one after another. In the end, beside the light screen opened by the butterfly, only Ao Xing, Ao Zhan, Ao Tao, and Xiaohua were left. Damn it. Ao Xing muttered and moved closer to Xiaohua, as if this was the only way to be safer. Ao Zhan looked at Ao Tao, who was also flashing with faint black dragon aura, and said, Ao Tao, the dragon aura of the deep Eryuan has stabilized. If you can withstand it, follow me down. Yes, leader. Ao Tao said respectfully. I also did not expect that my bloodline could be considered pure and could actually withstand the remnant dragon aura of the dragon domain. To be able to follow the leader and contribute to the revival of my Hui race is my lifelong wish. All right. Ao Zhan nodded and shrunk into his human form. He then opened his mouth and a dragon pearl flew out. Another dragon breath landed on it, and the dragon pearl turned into a battle armor that covered Ao Zhan's body. Woo! Ao Xing was not to be outdone. He also took out the purple dragon crown, and a light purple armor appeared to protect his human form. Ao Tao looked at Xiaohua and hesitated for a moment before he also transformed into his human form. However, he did not take out any dragon pearl. Instead, he took out a set of slightly old black soft armor from the dragon shell. This soft armor looked very ordinary, but when the dragon aura of the deep Eryuan rushed into this soft armor, it immediately let out an indescribable dragon roar. The entire soft armor trembled slightly, as if it was excited. When Ao Zhan saw this soft armor, his eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he looked at Ao Tao with even more interest as he put on the soft armor calmly. Then, a powerful aura spread out from his body. At this point, even Ao Xing felt that something was wrong. His dragon eyes moved up and down as he stared hard at Ao Tao. On the other hand, Xiaohua, as a human, had a faint dragon aura on the surface of his body. He did not make any special preparations and said, "We are ready. Ao Zhan, will you lead the way?" Phew. Ao Zhan took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his heart. He nodded and said, "Of course I will lead the way. Everyone please follow me." With that, Ao Zhan moved his body and landed at the entrance of the deep Eryuan. Woo! Just as Ao Zhan approached the dragon aura that rushed out, the dragon armor around his body flashed with black dragon patterns. These dragon patterns were like wings and dragon whiskers, protecting Ao Zhan's body. When the dragon aura blew past these dragon patterns, it produced a very ear-piercing whistling sound. Ao Tao flew down with Ao Zhan. His black armor actually turned into a dragon shape to protect him. The dragon shape flowed in the dragon aura like a fish in water. After Ao Tao, Xiaohua and Ao Xing flew down and followed the two dragons into the deep Eryuan. The deep Eryuan was a space with an inexplicable brilliance. These brilliances were like strands of light that collided with each other, and little sparks appeared at the places where they collided. Following the fiery threads and sparks, Xiaohua could clearly see that there were countless vortexes in the space. In the center of these vortexes was a sparkling and translucent, almost invisible. The rich dragon qi in the deep Eryuan was emitted from these dots. Ao Xing. Ao Zhan landed in the space and paused for a moment. He then flew in a direction and warned, "These vortexes are the crystallization of dragon aura. They are a great supplement for dragons who have broken through the void. But for us, they are a great danger. You must not let these vortexes touch your dragon body. Otherwise, your dragon body will definitely be blown to pieces." "I know." Ao Xing pouted and replied disdainfully, "I have the purple dragon crown to protect me. There will be no problem. You should ask Ao Tao more." "Leader, don't worry." Ao Tao hurriedly said, "My dragon armor should be able to protect me as well." Ao Zhan responded casually and sped up. There were many vortexes in the space. They were like fireflies flying around without any order. Although the three dragons were in human form, they were still huge. It was inevitable that they would come into contact with some vortexes. Boom boom. Occasionally, there would be some rumbling sounds. It was the sound of the vortexes landing on the three dragons' armor. However, the explosion of these crystals was blocked by the armor and did not cause any harm to the three dragons. As for Xiaohua, it was even simpler. Not to mention that his body was originally small, just using the ethereal steps was enough for him to easily avoid all the vortexes. After flying for a full 2 hours, he saw a black mountain rock in front of him. Many strands of light fell on it, and it was as gorgeous as fireworks. Ao Zhan and Ao Zhan stopped and flew down. In the time it took to eat a meal, the fireworks actually lessened. There were actually rocks with a radius of several miles on the mountain peak like a monster. Ao Zhan said, "It's close to the left." "Is it here?" Ao Tao moved forward and said respectfully, "This subordinate will help the leader take out the crystal dragon." "Good." Ao Zhan nodded. "After you take it out, give it to Ao Xing directly." Ao Tao responded casually and flew to the front of the stone wall. He only turned his dragon head to look at it for a while before decisively flying to the upper left. When he came to a triangular protrusion, he stretched out his right claw. Kacha kacha. The stone wall that had been tempered by dragon's spiritual energy for God knows how many years was pierced by him. As Ao Tao's dragon claw went deeper, a large amount of stone fragments fell and a deep hole of more than 10 feet appeared on the stone wall. "Wait!" Ao Zhan suddenly spoke. Ao Tao was stunned. He unwillingly retracted his dragon claw and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong? Leader, could it be that this subordinate has found the wrong place?" "No." Ao Zhan answered indifferently. "You found it very accurately. The crystal dragon is here. However, this Ao has changed his mind. I want to take it out myself." "Good." Ao Tao retreated to the side and glanced at Ao Xing from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 40-30. Roar. Ao Zhan raised his head and let out a long roar, revealing his dragon form. Along with the appearance of his dragon body, the roaming whirlpools immediately rushed over like a swarm of bees, producing a series of rumbling sounds. Woo! Ao Zhan couldn't care less about these. He opened his mouth and spouted a strand of black flame along with the dragon breath, pouncing towards the cave dug by Ao Tao. Whether it was Xiaohua or Ao Xing, their gaze followed the black flame and fell into the cave. But just at this moment, woo! Another dragon roar resounded. Another dragon flame and dragon breath that was almost identical to Ao Zhan's fell into the cave. Boom! Another loud sound resounded. A surge of dragon might emerged from the cave, rushing out like a flash flood. "Ao Tao!" Ao Zhan was furious and shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm not doing anything." Ao Tao didn't seem to be afraid of Ao Zhan. His gaze fell on the inside of the cave, only to see a crystal-like small dragon flying out along with the dragon breath of the two dragons. On the small dragon, one after another, thunderbolt-like dragon patterns crazily rushed out. Within the dragon patterns, there were scenes of small worlds appearing and disappearing all the time. "If you're not doing anything, why are you stopping me from collecting the crystal dragon spell?" Ao Zhan slightly narrowed his eyes, looking at Ao Tao and asked coldly. Ao Tao retracted his gaze, looking straight at Ao Zhan. He asked word by word, "I'm not stopping you, but I also want to collect the crystal dragon spell." "You? What right do you have to collect the crystal dragon spell?" Ao Zhan was so angry that he laughed. "Ha!" Ao Tao laughed loudly, twisting his dragon body and pouncing towards the crystal dragon spell. He shouted, "What right do I have? Because I am a dragon of the Hui race. Because this crystal dragon spell was obtained by the patriarch of the Hui race, Ao Qin, at the risk of his life, I can't just casually offer this crystal dragon spell to the Dragon Island." Woo! Ao Zhan was furious hearing this. He swam his dragon body and pounced towards Ao Tao. That incomparably ferocious aura immediately blocked Ao Tao to the side. Roar! Ao Tao bellowed loudly, pouncing towards Ao Zhan again. He shouted, "Ao Zhan, do you know what it means to obtain the crystal dragon spell? You are the descendant of the Hui race. You actually dare to take the proud head of the Hui race of the 9 clans of the Dragon Island." The pitch-black dragon aura around Ao Zhan surged out rapidly. The large number of vortexes rushed into the dragon armor formed by the dragon pearl. The dragon aura surged into Ao Zhan's body, causing his body to expand rapidly. Swoosh! With a deafening sound, Ao Zhan's dragon tail strangely appeared out of thin air. That dragon tail was like a pair of scissors that instantly slashed Ao Tao's back. Ao Tao let out a wild howl. The pitch-black dragon armor trembled, and some dragon blood flowed out from under the dragon armor. Ao Tao. Ao Zhan didn't continue his attack. Instead, he said coldly, "I'm warning you. You don't have to say anything. I know what this crystal dragon scripture means. At the same time, I also know what the Dragon Island's 10 clans and Dragon Island's 9 clans mean. I naturally have my reasons for doing so. Since you know what the crystal dragon scripture means, then you should understand." Ao Tao's body trembled slightly. However, he still shouted, "My Hui race obtained the crystal dragon scripture. If we can comprehend the profundity of the dragon race's reproduction from the crystal dragon scripture, our descendants will naturally be able to reproduce and prosper. Not to mention suppressing the dragon race, even suppressing the Dragon Island's 9 clans wouldn't be difficult. At that time, even if you don't want to occupy the Dragon Island, my Hui race can occupy the other Dragon Islands. Who would have the patience to mingle with the Dragon Island's 9 clans? This crystal dragon scripture was obtained by Patriarch Ao Qin and the others who risked their lives. They even spent a lot of effort to hide it here. With just a few words from you, you can easily give it to the Dragon Island? How can you face the seniors of my Hui race who died for the crystal dragon scripture? Ao Tao. Ao Zhan shook his head slightly and sighed. I know you have always thought of yourself as the leader. Normally, you would also command the people of my Hui race. When I suddenly appeared, you were very unconvinced. You are thinking too much. Ao Tao said coldly, although you have never shown yourself, I have long known that there is a true leader like you. I have never been unconvinced. Ao Tao replied very calmly, I just don't understand. My Hui race has fought for so many years. Why is it that with just a few words from you, all the sacrifices we made in the past are all for nothing? We have sacrificed enough in the past. This kind of sacrifice is not worth it. Ao Zhan said indifferently, not to mention the dragons who died in the stacked Jade Legacy realm, not to mention the dragons who died around the Dragon Island, just the dragons in the Paradise River were implicated because of my Hui race. How many dragons have died? In order to take revenge, how many dragons have died in the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas? My Hui race can no longer sacrifice anymore. If this continues, even if we obtain the Crystal Dragon Scripture and comprehend the profundity of the Crystal Dragon Scripture, how can my Hui race have any more dragons to reproduce? If these sacrifices are for my dragon race, I have nothing to say. However, these sacrifices are purely for the internal strife of my dragon race. There is no meaning at all. You are wrong. Ao Tao shook his head firmly and said, those who can persevere must be meaningful. Although you are the leader of my Hui race, you cannot completely represent my race. You do not have the right to decide who this Crystal Dragon Scripture belongs to. I want to take this Crystal Dragon Scripture away and listen to the decision of all the descendants of the Hui race. You dare! Ao Zhan roared. The pitch-black dragon aura around him was like his soaring anger. Ao Tao was also emitting the same dragon aura. However, this dragon aura was clearly not as dense and pure as Ao Zhan's. Ao Tao did not say anything else. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he pounced towards Ao Zhan. As Ao Tao waved his dragon claws, countless explosions occurred around Ao Zhan's dragon body. The dragon horns on his head even produced black crystal-like objects. These crystal-like objects turned into huge spikes amidst the dense dragon aura and rapidly pierced towards Ao Zhan. Ao Zhan roared and similarly pounced towards Ao Tao. The two dragons actually started fighting in the deep air lake. In just a short moment, the dragon armor of the two began to tear apart. The dragon scales under the dragon armor flew everywhere and dragon blood splashed. Xiaohua was somewhat dumbstruck. Looking at the Crystal Dragon Scripture that the two dragons were fighting over, it was quietly floating in the air. Many whirlpools fell on it, but they only accelerated the birth and death of the small thousand world inside the thunderbolt. Xiaohua urged his figure to fly over. Ao Xing was very obedient. He did not go near the crystal dragon scripture and even avoided the two dragons' desperate fight. Xiaohua flew in front of the crystal dragon scripture and stretched out his hand to grab it. See! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Because in his hand, an indescribable burning sensation appeared. Even the dragon aura could not block it. Clearly, this crystal dragon scripture was not something that a human race could collect. Xiaohua released the dragon vein Xiaohua. The dragon vein Xiaohua opened its mouth and swallowed the crystal dragon scripture into its stomach. Immediately after, it entered Xiaohua's meridians. What made Xiaohua puzzled was that not only did Ao Zhan not care about him collecting the crystal dragon scripture, even Ao Tao did not even glance at him. Fellow Daoist. Just when Xiaohua was puzzled, the dragon vein Xiaohua's voice sounded. This crystal dragon scripture is a bit strange. You delay Ao Xing and the others. Wait until we get out of the stacked Jade Legacy realm before returning it to them. Xiaohua looked at Ao Xing, who was sitting at the side, and replied, if it was Ao Xing and Ao Zhan, naturally it would be fine. But Ao Xing still has the great elder of the dragon race in his body. How could he let I take it? I can take the dragon jade for you to comprehend. This is already the limit of his tolerance. How about? The dragon vein Xiaohua hesitated for a moment. Fellow Daoist can comprehend it inside the space? This crystal dragon scripture contains a huge secret. I'm afraid it won't work. Xiaohua looked at Ao Xing, who seemed to have regained his senses, and flew towards him. He said in a low voice, I will deal with Ao Xing. You quickly comprehend it yourself. I will delay it for as long as I can. Alright. The dragon vein Xiaohua said a word and did not speak again. Xiaohua. Ao Xing flew over and opened his mouth. Where is the crystal dragon scripture? This old man is afraid that there will be some unforeseen event. I will keep it first. Xiaohua looked at the bloody battle between Ao Zhan and Ao Tao and seemed to reply casually. He sighed and said, O Xing, tell me, these two dragons are fighting like this. Is it the saying of us humans that there is no need to be so anxious? AI, of course it is. Ao Xing also sighed. I also did not expect that Ao Tao would reject my dragon island so much. In his heart, there is really a lot of hatred. Daoist, why don't you hand the crystal dragon scripture to me first? Oh, don't be anxious. Xiaohua waved his hand. Tell me, between Ao Tao and Ao Zhan, who is right and who is wrong? This. Ao Xing hesitated for a moment and smiled bitterly. Actually, no one is wrong. Doesn't the human race often say that those who walk different paths cannot make plans together? These two dragons are probably like that. However, I feel that Ao Zhan is still right. After all, what he did will allow many dragons to live. It is already difficult for my dragon race to reproduce. One less dragon is really one less dragon. It cannot be compared to your human race. That can you? Without waiting for Ao Xing to say more, Xiaohua interrupted again. The problem is that this Ao Tao's strength is not comparable to Ao Zhan at all. Furthermore, there is still a great elder in your body. No matter what, Ao Tao cannot succeed. Why did he choose to fight here? Ao Xing's expression changed slightly. He shook his head and said, I don't know about this. Maybe he wants to take advantage of this crucial moment to threaten us? Xiaohua looked at Ao Xing with doubt in his eyes. From Ao Xing's repeated requests, Xiaohua understood that Ao Xing wanted to get the crystal dragon scripture. But why did Ao Xing not go to get the crystal dragon scripture at the first moment, but pay attention to the battle between Ao Zhan and Ao Tao, these two dragons without any suspense? Xiaohua did not have time to think anymore. He saw Ao Zhan roar furiously from afar. The black flames around his body soared into the sky. When they fell, the black flames wrapped around Ao Zhan like a black robe. Ao Zhan's huge dragon body turned into a bolt of lightning and pounced towards Ao Tao. As for Ao Tao, he did not have any intention of dodging. He roared furiously and the black dragon armor grew sharp spikes. The dragon horns rushed forward and met Ao Zhan's attack head-on. Not good. Xiao Hua was shocked. Ao Sheng at the side was also stunned. It seemed that he could not understand Ao Tao's actions. Seeing that the two dragons were about to collide, Ao Zhan's body suddenly rose. Obviously, he did not want to kill Ao Tao. Ao Tao's body suddenly accelerated. His heart was facing Ao Zhan's dragon horns. It seemed that he did not care about his own life. Chapter 4031. Pooh! As the white horse passed by, Ao Zhan's dragon horn pierced deeply into Ao Tao's heart. The dragon head that couldn't stop pierced through Ao Tao's body and tore it apart. It even brought Ao Tao's body and crashed into the mountain with a boom. Aren't you courting death? Ao Zhan pulled out his dragon horn and blocked the falling rocks from the mountain. He shouted coldly, "What exactly are you thinking?" Damn traitor! Ao Tao snorted coldly, "I would rather die in the hands of the traitor than lower my head to the 9 clans of Dragon Island. Get lost. After I die, no dragon clan will interfere with your plan. You can obediently become the 10th elder of Dragon Palace." Ao Zhan's dragon eyes were filled with anger. He shouted, "If you have such thoughts, it's better for you to die." Ao Tao's dragon body slid helplessly on the mountain rocks. There was an unyielding expression in his eyes. "Daoist Master Xiao?" Ao Tao's low and powerless voice came. Can you take me out? I have something to tell Daoist Master. I don't want other dragons to know." But Xiao Hua originally wanted to stall for time. When he heard that Ao Tao had something to say, he immediately agreed. He glanced at Ao Zhan and Ao Sheng and asked, "Do you want to come out too?" Ao Zhan hesitated for a moment and said, "Daoist Master, take Ao Tao up. I still want to go down and take a look." Since Ao Zhan wanted to go down, Ao Sheng naturally didn't want to be left behind. He replied, "I'll go down too. Daoist Master, take Ao Tao up first." "Okay." Xiao Hua took Ao Tao's body that was starting to feel cold and flew up the ring-shaped mountain. Just after flying for a meal, Ao Tao couldn't hold on anymore. He said in a low voice, "Daoist Master Xiao, I can't go up anymore. Let's just stay here. I'll explain everything to Daoist Master." But Xiao Hua nodded, "I'm also very curious. You're obviously not Ao Zhan's opponent. There's also the avatar of Dragon Palace's great elder beside you. Why do you have to seek death?" "It's very simple," Ao Tao said in a low voice. "I have the same pure bloodline as Ao Zhan. I'm also the leader of the Gui clan." Xiao Hua was startled and instantly understood. In other words, although you are the leader on the surface, Ao Zhanji is the leader in the dark. But in reality, you are also the real leader, and you are the real leader in the dark. You could say that. Ao Tao replied, "The bloodline of the Gui clan can be divided into 2. Ao Zhan and I should be the same dragon." As he spoke, the black gas around Ao Tao slowly receded. The black armor also fell off, revealing a dragon head that looked exactly like Ao Zhan's. "See?" Xiao Hua was shocked. "What do you mean?" "No one knows my true appearance." Ao Tao said, "Not even the 2nd elder of Dragon Hall or the Dragon King of Dragon Palace. They only know that my bloodline is pure. They only know that I am a leader on the surface." "I understand." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. "I was forced by the 2nd elder and had no choice but to submit to them. As long as I remain in this world, Ao Zhan will never be able to lead the Gui clan back to Dragon Island, even if he really cultivated to the Great Sage Realm. So, to fulfill his wish, to let the 10 clans of Dragon Island have true peace, I must die. Does Great Elder know about this? Whether Great Elder knows or not, I don't know. It's also not something I care about." Ao Tao squeezed out a smile. "I can't even tell Ao Zhan about this. If he knows, there will definitely be a knot in his heart and he will definitely not be able to step into the Great Sage Realm. But if I don't say it, who knows what methods the 2nd elder and the rest of the Dragon Clan will use to deal with Ao Zhan. So, Daoist, I hope you can remind Ao Zhan when you have the chance." Why does it have to be this Xiao? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Because of Daoist Zhao's dragon bloodline. Ao Tao replied, and also for Daoist to complete Ao Zhan's true dragon bloodline. How do you know? Xiao Hua was shocked. I originally came from Ao Zhan's bloodline. My strength is similar to his. It can even be said that we should be exactly the same. Ao Tao explained, and in the past, under the nurturing of the Dragon King of Dragon Palace, I was even a bit stronger than him. But now, his strength is more than a bit stronger than mine. Looking at his attitude towards Daoist, how can I not know? As for Daoist's bloodline, if I'm not wrong, it should be the Dragon Clan's Ho clan. At this point, Ao Tao's face turned red. Xiao Hua knew that it was the final radiance of the setting sun, and Ao Tao himself was also clear. No longer entangled in Xiao Hua's matter, he changed the topic and said, the dragon armor on my body belongs to the Ho clan's patriarch. Daoist, please give it to Ao Zhan. About my matter. Daoist, please don't tell Ao Zhan a single word. Moreover, if the second elder uses this as an excuse to blackmail him, you must clarify for me. This matter is of great importance. Daoist, please help me help my Ho clan. Good. Don't worry. Xiao Hua nodded. I will definitely help you with this matter. Moreover, I will also try my best to not let you die. No, I must die. Ao Tao hurriedly said, if I didn't want to die, why would there be today's matter? Daoist, if you save me now, you will be harming Ao Zhan and my Ho clan. Forget it. Xiao Hua understood and sighed. Letting Ao Tao breathe his last, he put his soul into the inside of the space. Looking at Ao Tao's dragon body that was exactly the same as Ao Zhan's, Xiao Hua also put him into the space. This dragon body must not be allowed to be obtained by any other dragon clan member. Otherwise, it would be used against Ao Zhan for not being able to become a saint. Of course, this was also one of the reasons why Ao Tao painstakingly asked Xiao Hua to send him up. Xiao Hua packed up, took the dragon armor, and flew down. As he flew, he shouted, green-robed fellow Daoist, you take control of the body. I will go and see the secret of the crystal dragon seal. As he spoke, Xiao Hua pulled out the green-robed Xiao Hua and sent the crystal dragon seal into the space. His mind also entered it. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared. Looking at the crystal dragon that was still surging with endless dragon patterns in the air, he raised his hand and pointed. Jade Archive Xiao Hua's entire body turned into the shape of a dragon. As the dragon pattern changed, he gradually merged with it. Then, the entire space was gradually filled with a huge dragon-shaped shadow, just like a pillar of the sun's brilliance. About half an hour later, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure came out of the crystal dragon seal. In his hand was something that looked like a key. His face carried a kind of penetrating understanding. However, there was even more confusion in this understanding. The dragon-shaped shadow in the space also disappeared. Strange. It seems, this crystal dragon seal doesn't have any secret of the dragon clan's reproduction. How come there are some secrets of the dragon field? If I take this key, Jade Archive Xiao Hua thought to himself, damn it, even if I take this key, so what? I can't go to the dragon field anyway. What's the use of knowing this secret? But, since this thing is in my hands, can I still return it to them? These dragon clan members are scheming against each other. They are not much stronger than the human clan. Jade Archive Xiao Hua came out of the space. Green-robed Xiao Hua urged his figure to go deep into the deep Eryun. After finding Ao Zhan, Xiao Hua raised the dragon armor and said with a smile, Ao Zhan, this is Ao Tao's battle armor. I think it's not bad, so I'll give it to you. Ao Zhan looked at the thick blood stains on the dragon armor and sneered, who would have the patience to use something left behind by this rebel dragon? Hee hee. Ao Xing laughed. Ao Zhan, this is the dragon armor of your Ji clan leader. I'm afraid Ao Tao got it from the Dragon Palace. If you don't want it, won't you have to return it to the Dragon Palace? Won't that be too convenient for the Dragon Palace? Ao Zhan muttered. He kept the dragon armor and asked, where's Ao Tao's corpse? What corpse is there? Xiao Hua spread out his hands. I originally wanted to send him outside, but I didn't leave. He couldn't do it. After saying a few words, the dragon chi was broken by the dragon spirit chi. If he got lucky. Ao Zhan snorted and said, Daoist Xiao, don't talk about these unhappy things. There seems to be the aura of the dragon core below. It can't be? How can it be so easy to get the dragon core? Xiao Hua was a little happy. Ao Sheng smiled and said, Daoist Xiao, can you give me the crystal dragon seal? What's the hurry? Xiao Hua said impatiently, I'll give it to you when we get out of the deep Yin. Hee. Ao Sheng smiled and said, I seem to have suddenly thought of a clue about the dragon cleansing pool. I wonder if Daoist Xiao wants to hear it? Alright. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and agreed. After Ao Sheng said a few words, Xiao Hua sneered, Ao Sheng, since you know this, why didn't you tell me earlier? Ao Sheng smiled. First of all, I want to say that I just found out about this. Secondly, I don't think Daoist Xiao has told me everything he knows, right? Xiao Hua didn't understand what Ao Sheng was referring to, but he didn't want to argue. He took out the crystal dragon seal and handed it to Ao Sheng, asking Ao Zhan, is there really a dragon core here? I don't know if it's a dragon core or something. Senior Ao Qin left the crystal dragon seal in the deep Yuan, so he naturally felt the aura of this pill. Otherwise, how would I dare to tell Daoist Xiao about it? Ao Zhan replied, however, we're close to the folded jade forgotten land. There are broken space veins inside. Not only do we not dare to go in, even someone as strong as Senior Ao Qin doesn't want to take the risk. I have to go down and take a look. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and said, you all have your gains, but I'm the only one who is empty-handed. Whether this pill is a dragon core or not, I have to get it. I'll go with you. Ao Zhan answered without hesitation. Let's go. Ao Sheng also didn't hesitate. However, as the two dragons roared and flew for a while, the dragon chi in front of them became more and more unpredictable. Moreover, there were hidden spatial veins appearing in the space. The two dragons almost fell into them several times. Thus, the two dragons didn't dare to move forward and waited on the side. Chapter 40-32. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and didn't say much. After moving stealthily for a moment, he immediately opened his illusion breaker eyes and saw everything clearly. He saw that this place was somewhat similar to the space vein that Xiao Hua encountered when he was in the nascent soul stage. Hidden void passages were connected together, and he couldn't distinguish where they went and where they came from. Moreover, within these space passages, there were some strange and incomprehensible brilliances that faintly appeared. Of course, this place was very different from before. Within Xiao Hua's illusion breaker eyes, there were countless splendor that resembled dragon patterns gushing out like a fountain. Each dragon pattern was so dazzling that Xiao Hua's illusion breaker eyes were somewhat sore. Moreover, each of these void passages was curved, and there were sections of pitch black where the curves were. Clearly, these were broken areas that couldn't be passed through. Even some of the passages that were slightly further away from Xiao Hua, there were web-like light threads that covered the entire path. Not to mention the dragon body, even if Xiao Hua used a transformation technique, he might not be able to pass through. The Dragon Hall's Great Elder is right. Xiao Hua roughly looked for a moment and thought to himself, this should be the location of the broken space. When it was intact, it should have been connected to the so-called dragon field. But since there is still dragon chi rushing over, it means that there are still some places that have some connection to the dragon field. As for the size of the connection, I can't casually judge. While speaking, Xiao Hua separated a trace of Yuan Shen. However, just as this trace of Yuan Shen left his body, a thunder-like sound rang out. His Yuan Shen was hit by the dragon patterns, and Xiao Hua was so frightened that he hurriedly withdrew his Yuan Shen. This is troublesome. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the web-like space vein in front of him. A trace of vigilance appeared in his heart. I can't even use my Yuan Shen. What else can I rely on? However, thinking about the temptation of the dragon core or the ancient golden core, and then thinking about how there was no warning in his heart until now, Xiao Hua's heart became lively again. He urged his body and carefully flew towards the place where the dragon qi was the densest. Xiao Hua's ethereal steps didn't require true qi. Moreover, he had a marvelous sense of direction in the void. Therefore, he was able to effortlessly fly towards the depths of this void vein that even the great elder of the Dragon Hall feared. If this fragment of the dragon domain was truly related to the dragon domain, then perhaps Xiao Hua's fleshly body could really transform into a dragon and enter the dragon domain. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's figure was blocked by layers of fence-like light patterns in the time it took for a meal to fly in. This light pattern was black and white, and there was almost no space in the middle. Moreover, in this small space, strands of dragon patterns fiercely penetrated through. Clearly, this was the end of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm. Behind this light pattern was either a dragon realm or an inexplicable void. The black and white patterns of light did not flicker at all, as if they were engraved in that space. However, between the black and white, there was an absolute majesty that made Xiao Hua's heart tremble. Xiao Hua could sense the will of the world above the black and white patterns of light, but his delusion breaker Dharma I could not see any trace of it from the black and white. At first, Xiao Hua wanted to test the might of these light patterns with magic tools and other objects. However, when he sensed the powerful will within, he immediately strangled the thought of testing it. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of punishment he would face if he touched the might of the world. Of course, the money-grubber Xiao Hua also wouldn't give up on any opportunity. He flew slightly closer to the light patterns. The dragon patterns that flew out from the light patterns were so sharp that when they landed on Xiao Hua's fleshly body, it almost gave birth to a pain of being cut into pieces. Xiao Hua knew that he couldn't hold on for long. Clenching his teeth, a strand of divine sense came out from the space between his eyebrows. Rumble. Just as the strand of divine sense came out, countless thunder-like vibrations instantly entered Xiao Hua's Niwen Palace. One after another, sparks that were 100 times more brilliant than the previous ones were born on top of the innate divine restriction. Outside the entire Niwen Palace, all the innate divine restrictions seemed to have come alive and slowly overflowed on the surface. Seeing that the dragon patterns had actually activated the innate divine restriction, how could Xiao Hua dare to be negligent? The strand of divine sense hurriedly came out and landed on the black and white light patterns. Just as the strand of divine sense came in contact with the black and white light patterns, two indescribable ripples came out from the black and white light patterns respectively. When the ripples came in contact with the strand of divine sense, the strand of divine sense immediately turned into countless granules. These countless granules then immediately disappeared into the dragon patterns without a trace. The strand of divine sense disappeared, but the ripples didn't disappear. Following the origin of the strand of divine sense, they landed on the space between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Boom! There was a soundless muffled thunder, as if the entire world had collapsed in an instant. Xiao Hua only felt one black and one white, one from top to bottom, the other from bottom to top. All of his senses immediately disappeared, and everything ceased to exist. Looking at Xiao Hua's fleshly body again, in an instant, it was like a strand of divine sense. As the ripples entered his body, they turned into granules from the space between his eyebrows. Fortunately, although each granule was half black and half white, they weren't scattered by the dragon patterns like the strand of divine sense. Moreover, after the countless dragon patterns fell into these granules and caused the granules to shake, some more dragon patterns actually seeped out from the other side of the granules. Xiao Hua's fleshly body was almost destroyed, and the Dao foundation that he had cultivated for hundreds of years was even more annihilated by the ripples. However, just like the granulation of the fleshly body, after the Dao foundation was destroyed, it also left behind a tiny, almost inaudible, like a red seed. This unforeseen event came really quickly. Xiao Hua's mind didn't have time to hide in the space. He saw black and white filling his eyes, and his mind also became pure. He didn't know how much time had passed, maybe it was a snap of a finger, maybe it was millions of years, but Xiao Hua's mind already didn't have any concept of time. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded in his mind, I want to go to Pingyang City to learn martial arts. Actually, from the moment Lu Zhen met sister-in-law, I've been thinking about why we were bullied by others but didn't have the power to fight back. It wasn't until this time, when I was injured by the bandits when I was marrying sister-in-law, that I knew the answer. It was because we didn't have martial arts, we didn't have enough strength to make others fear us. If I knew martial arts, those people definitely wouldn't dare to attack us. Moreover, didn't Uncle just say that the bandits of Shichui Mountain might come to our door? There's no guarantee that we can always rely on other people's protection. Only by mastering martial arts can we truly face the bandits. Only by learning martial arts will I be able to protect myself and everyone else. This voice was so childish, but also so determined. Hearing it, Xiaohua's mind, which seemed to be an idiot, suddenly woke up. Similarly, under the Dao Foundation, the weak seed also began to beat. Is this my original intention? Xiaohua asked himself. It was as if this distant memory had been erased from his mind, and was suppressed to the bottom of his memory by hundreds of years of radiant splendor and light dust. Is this what I did? Following Xiaohua's rhetorical question, a series of familiar yet strange old memories jumped out one after another. These memories were not connected, nor were there any order to them. However, the more Xiaohua looked at them, the more resolute his heart became. And the seed under the Dao Foundation grew crazily, as if it had been watered with spiritual liquid. Previously, there might have been some flaws or cracks in the Dao Foundation, but now they were all gone, crystal clear and flawless. Not bad. In the end, after the huge sea monster got the immortal morning pill, the light screen and memories no longer appeared. Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes, and an indescribable determination appeared like a mountain. I treat the world with kindness, I treat the people with benevolence, I treat the world with firmness, I treat the sun and the moon with sincerity. If I don't become an immortal, who will? Shua. At this time, in the space where Xiaohua of the Way of the Heavens was, an obscure fluctuation came out from the space and fell on the granulated Xiaohua. The countless granules gathered together, seemingly to form a complete Xiaohua. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua's figure was about to heal, another fluctuation came out from the black and white, and Xiaohua's figure was forcefully separated. Just when Xiaohua's mind became blurry again, the familiar flickering light in his childhood dreams slowly appeared. Under the fluctuation, Xiaohua's figure finally became complete. Xiaohua opened his eyes, and the flickering light in his eyes slowly disappeared. Then, Xiaohua didn't dare to stay any longer, and urged his figure to fly back. After flying for a while, Xiaohua's figure stopped at a place. This place was also a space passage, and Xiaohua also knew that this passage was basically closed, and there wouldn't be any exit. However, Xiaohua had a very strong feeling that there was something very important inside. Dragon Core? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, and stared at the entrance of the passage. The entrance of this passage was a little strange. Several irregular light patterns were faintly discernible. These light patterns not only blocked the dragon aura from gushing out, but also covered up the remaining brilliance. It seemed that there was a lot of danger inside. Facing the strange light patterns, Xiaohua already didn't dare to make any attempts. Previously, if there wasn't the fluctuation of light tracing, Xiaohua would have already turned into dust. But if he had to give up the dragon core, Xiaohua was also somewhat reluctant. After quietly observing for a moment, Xiaohua found some opportunity. When the light patterns disappeared again, Xiaohua didn't hesitate to urge his figure, and drifted into the passage. Just as Xiaohua entered, the concealed light patterns appeared from another direction and blocked Xiaohua's retreat. So close! Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief, and continued to fly forward. Not only the entrance of this passage was strange, even the inside was also very strange. It was like a winding path on top of a mountain, mostly twisted. After flying for a while, Xiaohua didn't even remember how many turns he had taken. Suddenly, a scarlet dragon shape appeared in front of his eyes. This dragon-shaped brilliance was too brilliant, dazzling Xiaohua's delirium vision to the point of dizziness. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed and hurriedly closed his delirium vision. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a palm-sized crystal dragon quietly floating in the air. And far away from the dragon, there was a fist-sized pill, like a stardust, slowly rotating. Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he stretched out his hands, one in each hand grabbing the dragon and the pill. Chapter 4033. Xiaohua's hand had just touched the medicinal pill. Wang. The medicinal pill unexpectedly issued a roaring sound like a magic treasure. However, even though the medicinal pill seemed to have spirituality and jumped a few times, it still obediently fell into Xiaohua's left hand, smoothly exceeding Xiaohua's expectations. But at the same time, before Xiaohua's right hand could touch the crystal dragon, roar, the crystal dragon suddenly moved, turning into a stream of light and flying in the direction Xiaohua came from. Damn it! Although Xiaohua had obtained the medicinal pills, he still felt very uncomfortable seeing the little crystal dragon fly away. Cursing under his breath, he sent the medicinal pills into his space and chased after it. After chasing for a while, Xiaohua suddenly realized that the path the crystal dragon flew was exactly the same as the path he flew in. Even when he came in previously, it would appear again when he stopped at certain places. Damn it can't be! Xiaohua woke up. Could it be? This crystal dragon accidentally entered this space passage? It has been waiting for a dragon to come and find it? If this crystal dragon is like this, then what about the dragon pill? Could it have also entered here by mistake? While Xiaohua was thinking, the crystal dragon had already flown out of the light pattern. The timing was really just right. Xiaohua had no choice but to wait at the place where the light pattern was, waiting for the next time to disappear before coming out of the space passage. After coming out, Xiaohua flew out of the space passage and flew towards where Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were. However, when Xiaohua flew back, Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan were already gone. Xiaohua sneered. Needless to say, the crystal dragon must have appeared. The two dragons chased after it at the same time. Neither of them wanted this mysterious dragon to fall into the other's hands. Xiaohua stopped for a while, then flew towards the entrance of the deep airlock. After leaving the ring-shaped mountain, the restrictions that were previously all over the place had disappeared. Xiaohua released his Yuan Shun, but he didn't see any dragons, monsters, or humans around. It was quiet. Xiaohua thought for a while, then sat down cross-legged and his mind entered the space. In the space, the pill he just received turned into a flame that was dozens of feet large and floated in the air. On the surface of the flame, there were tens of thousands of tiny vortexes. In the center of these vortexes were strands of crystal silk, which was the unique brilliance of the space. This Jade Archive. Xiaohua looked at the huge medicinal pill, and his face immediately showed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Damn it, this might really be a dragon pill. The elixir refined by the dragon god in the dragon domain. Even if it was not consumed by the dragon race, it was definitely not something that ordinary Dao sect cultivators could consume. With such a tremendous medicinal strength, even if it was me, I would still explode from the medicinal strength. If I had guessed correctly, the pill from the upper realm must have been left behind in the space vein and was flushed into the space passage with no exit by the dragon chi. Now, I had obtained it by chance. Sigh, what a pity. So what if I get it? Just look at it and don't consume it. As he spoke, Xiaohua saw Xiaogua, who had always been diligent, standing there and looking at the medicinal pill as if she was worshipping it. Her eyes were filled with shock. Xiaogua, what did you see? Jade Archive. Xiaohua asked curiously. Reporting to Master. Xiaogua's gaze was reluctant to move away from the medicinal pill, and she replied, I saw the alchemy technique that Master taught me before in the flames, and I also saw other alchemy techniques that I have never learned before. It can be like this. Jade Archive. Xiaohua looked at the flaming medicinal pill in disbelief. Unfortunately, even if he was Jade Archive Xiaohua, he still could not see anything from the flames. Master, Xiaogua asked timidly, can I use those alchemy techniques to refine medicinal pills? Of course you can, why not? Jade Archive. Xiaohua immediately replied with a smile. Xiaogua, the more you can refine and better medicinal pills, the happier this old man will be. Thank you, Master. Xiaoguo was overjoyed and looked at the sky with even more focus. Sigh, I worked hard for nothing. Jade Archive Xiaohua sighed and withdrew from the space. After waiting for another half a day, seeing that Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan had not returned, Xiaohua stood up and smiled. Hee, since Ao Sheng is not coming back, then don't blame this Xiao for not keeping his promise. This Xiao will go find the dragon cleansing pool myself. Xiaohua originally did not know where the dragon cleansing pool was. In the deep air lake, he had forced Ao Sheng to reveal some vague clues. At that time, Ao Sheng had agreed to go with Xiaohua, but now that there was an unforeseen event, Xiaohua could only look for it himself. Beside a stream, outside 2 mountains, 3 dragons playing with a pearl, for seasons alternating. Xiaohua randomly picked a direction and flew, pondering as he flew. What does this mean? Is it the location of the dragon cleansing pool, or the place where it appears? This sentence was naturally transmitted to Xiaohua by Ao Sheng, but unfortunately, Xiaohua still did not understand the meaning of this sentence. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua frowned and descended from the sky. This was because below him, in the valley, there were not only huge amounts of dragon crystals, but also dozens of badly mutilated dragon bodies. Just like what he saw before, many of the dragon bodies had their hearts cut by sharp blades. Sigh, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. After witnessing the confrontation between Ao Zhan, Ao Tao, and the Dragon Hall's Great Elder, Xiaohua increasingly felt that the dragon race was much smarter than ordinary monster race. In terms of scheming, they even surpassed the human race. Since the Dragon Island was like this, then how bad could the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas be? Xiaohua could not help but sigh inwardly, this must be for some benefits. They recklessly attacked in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Xiaohua collected the dozens of dragon bodies, and also collected the huge amount of huge rocks. Only then did he fly into the sky and fly far away. Right after Xiaohua flew away, a strange shadow slowly rose from the depression in the mountain peak in the distance. It stared at Xiaohua's back for a long time. Xiaohua naturally did not know that there was a shadow behind him that even his own Yuan Shen did not notice. He only released his Yuan Shun to explore the surroundings. After all, in the verse, there was beside a stream, so he naturally had to find the stream first. The stacked Jade Legacy realm was very strange. There was no stream at all, let alone a lake. This was very inconsistent with the Dragon Island located in the Four Seas. It was also because of this that Xiaohua was confident that he could find the dragon cleansing pool. After all, as long as he could see the stream, it meant that the dragon cleansing pool was close by. After flying for a few more days, Xiaohua did not find the stream, but he did find a lot of dragon crystals and piled them up in the space. On this day, another winding mountain range appeared. Without waiting for Xiaohua to stop, a few unfamiliar Yuan Shun swept over from the mountain range. When these Yuan Shun swept past Xiaohua, they immediately locked onto Xiaohua. A few dragon roars could be heard from below the mountain range. 5 huge dragons of different colors surrounded Xiaohua with clouds. The light red dragon in front opened its mouth and shouted loudly, "Are you Daoist Xiaohua?" Just when the Yuan Shun locked onto Xiaohua, Xiaohua already sensed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, his flying technique was not fast enough in this place. The 5 huge dragons easily surrounded him. When he heard the huge dragon speak, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he had encountered trouble. He pondered for a bit, then cupped his hands and said, "That's right, I am Xiaohua. I wonder why fellow Immortal is looking for I? Where's Ao Sheng?" Another dark blue huge dragon released his Yuan Shen and looked around, then asked. Xiaohua shook his head, "I was with Ao Sheng earlier, but for some reason he suddenly left because of some matters. After that, I never saw him again." "Ha, I'm afraid he has already died in the experiential learning." A yellow huge dragon laughed loudly. "Ao Sheng's life and death has nothing to do with you or me." The huge dragon that spoke first said, "We only need to kill him." Just a human cultivator. I don't know how you got the favor of the Dragon Palace Elder to actually come to the stacked Jade Legacy realm for experiential learning. A light gray huge dragon seemed to be very dissatisfied with Xiaohua entering the stacked Jade Legacy realm first. He snorted coldly, like a huge thunderbolt, and muttered. The last purple huge dragon that didn't speak until now said coldly, "Why are you saying so much? Just kill this despicable human. Second brother already passed the information to us. If he didn't ruin things, this king could have completely taken over the heavenly abode river after returning to the Dragon Palace from the Dragon Island. And now, all the credit is taken away by second brother." Hearing the purple huge dragon's words, Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "You are the dragon race of the North Sea Dragon Palace? You are the seventh prince by For hearing Xiaohua call him by the seventh prince was furious. He raised his head and roared, "Human, this daddy is the seventh prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Aozheng. Don't associate this daddy with that tiger-shaped thing. That thing is only this daddy's descendant. It is only fit to be carried in the mortal world's government." Xiaohua's eyes turned quickly. Looking around, he said with some fear, "Since the second prince has already returned to the Dragon Palace, then the dragon race of the heavenly abode river was also captured by him. What's the use of venting your anger on I now? Damn human, you ruined my North Sea Dragon Palace's great matter, ruined this king's good thing. How can this king spare you?" Ao Zheng roared. Waving his dragon claws, he shouted at the other dragons, "Don't talk to him anymore, Ao Yen, you and the others attack." After looking for him for so many days, he finally ran into our subordinates. Don't let him escape. Roar! The four huge dragons roared, baring their fangs and claws as they rushed toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua's eyes flashed fiercely as he saw that this was not going to end well. With a loud shout, he took out the wishful staff and flew towards the light gray dragon, Ao Yen, without activating the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. Although Xiaohua's figure was tall and thin, in front of Ao Yan's gigantic dragon form, he was truly insignificant. However, the dragon aura around Ao Yan's body surged, filling up the space within 1,000 feet. When Xiaohua neared, a fishy smell came from within the dragon scales. The dragon claws seemed to be piercing through tens of thousands of sharp swords, enveloping Xiaohua's surroundings and piercing towards him. Chapter 40-34. Wu. The wishful steel staff stirred the dragon chi and smashed into Ao Yan's dragon claw. Before it could get close, the wind from the dragon claw was extinguished. Moreover, just as Ao Yen was shocked and wanted to avoid the wishful steel staff and grab Xiaohua's body, the wishful steel staff hit the side of the dragon claw at an extremely strange angle. Ao Yen screamed and the dragon claw immediately collapsed. Looking at Xiaohua again, his figure suddenly urged, wanting to use the power of the staff to escape the encirclement of the 5 dragons. Ha! Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could fly more than 100 feet, a thunderous sigh and spear appeared in front of Xiaohua. The dark blue dragon that was previously on the side of Xiaohua showed a human form, and the long spear crossed the sky and pointed at Xiaohua's chest. Second prince is right, the human race is the most cunning. We just started to fight, and you want to escape before even a move and a half. This kind of thinking, how is this the demeanor of a master? Boom! Xiaohua did not dare to neglect. He waved the wishful steel staff and sent the long spear flying. At the same time, his figure retreated. When he squinted his eyes and looked around, he found that he was still under the siege of the 5 dragons. Except for the position of the 7th prince Ao Zheng, the position of the other 4 dragons had changed. Even the 5 dragons had shrunk their dragon bodies and turned into human form in order to trap him. Grandmas, I'm afraid it's a kind of array formation of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xiaohua was a master of array formations. Now, he understood at a glance and secretly complained, I'm afraid my plan to escape with the help of a small body will not work. Xiaohua had already fought with Ao Yen. Although he injured Ao Yen, now looking at Ao Yan's indifferent appearance and the teasing look in her eyes, it was obvious that he had deliberately injured himself before to reveal his true purpose. Xiaohua was now accustomed to the cunning of the dragon clan. He roared and displayed the heavenly law embodiment technique. He waved the wishful steel staff and flew toward the light red dragon clan. As early as in the Dragon Palace Hall, the Great Elder had already told Xiao Hua about the strangeness of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Naturally, Xiao Hua was already prepared in his heart. Although all magical powers such as divine thoughts could not be used, he relied on the monster body and the dragon vein to still be at ease in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. He even broke Ao Jiao's Lihan heaven. Xiao Hua gradually threw the Great Elder's words to the back of his mind. He felt that by relying on his own monster race cultivation method, he could also get whatever he wanted. But now that he had encountered Ao Zheng and the other 4 dragons whose elemental power was around the 6th or 7th grade, Xiao Hua realized that his monster race cultivation was still too shallow. Compared with these old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years and cultivated for thousands of years, he was too far away. Seeing that Xiao Hua had transformed into his Transcendence Golden Body, the North Sea Dragon clan knew that Xiao Hua had given up on escaping and was ready to fight to the death. The group of dragons also urged their dragon chi and revealed their dragon bodies. When the light red dragon clan saw Xiao Hua flying over, he also opened his mouth and a flame spear fell into his hand. He danced and fought with Xiao Hua. The North Sea Dragon Palace originally had a foundation. The dragons who could follow Ao Zheng to participate in the stacked Jade Legacy realm were naturally the elites of the North Sea Dragon Palace. The magical powers of this light red dragon clan were not inferior to Xiao Hua's. Under the dragon chi of the stacked Jade Legacy realm, he was even more valiant than Xiao Hua. Seeing that Xiao Hua was already at a disadvantage, Ao Zheng and the other dragons gradually relaxed their vigilance. The 4 dragons only guarded the 4 corners to prevent Xiao Hua from escaping and did not particularly press him. Xiao Hua seemed to be focused on the fight with the light red dragon clan, but the light in his eyes was still looking around. When he saw the 4 dragons relax, his figure immediately burst out, and the wishful steel staff sword, hitting the opponent. The light red dragon clan was naturally shocked. The long spear danced, and the end of the spear swept across. Boom! The spear collided with the wishful steel staff, but this time, it was somewhat beyond the dragon's expectations. The force from Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff was stronger than before, and the dragon's long spear was somewhat bent. The dragon hurriedly urged his dragon chi, and his strength rose again. At this moment, Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff shrank, and his whole body fell down extremely strangely with the force of the long spear. The dragon was stunned, but in a flash he understood. His body moved, and the long spear chased after him. He shouted, "Second Prince, this cunning human still wants to escape." However, before he finished speaking, where the long spear was pointing, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly disappeared. Even if he swept with his primordial thought, he could not find any trace at all. Quick! In the distance, Ao Yen shouted, "Ao Ding, you continue to chase, I will chase above. Don't let him create a diversion. Bao Yu, check the left. Bao Long, check the right." Ao Zheng's face was also red, and he seemed to be a little angry. He had been stable and motionless all this time, but now he could not help but move. He ordered and flew down. 7th King, the yellow dragon Ao Yu hurriedly reminded, "Don't worry, let's stabilize the formation." "Got it." Ao Zheng waved his dragon claws impatiently. "You and the others, quickly kill this human." "Yes." Ao Yu and the others released their primordial thought to search around, and although Ao Zheng said that he would not move, his body still flew up. As he flew up, the space that was previously sealed by the 5 dragon auras began to have some gaps, and the dragon chi from outside began to pour in. However, Ao Zheng seemed to be a little anxious, and did not care about this. His dragon head looked around, worried that Xiao Hua would take advantage of the chaos to escape. Suddenly Ao Zheng stretched out his claws, and a purple spear appeared out of thin air, piercing towards the slanted space above without any warning. Peng! With a loud sound, at the tip of the spear, circles of ripples appeared, and the space was slightly distorted. Behind these ripples, Xiao Hua's figure was revealed. That spear pierced into Xiao Hua's arm, and Xiao Hua's face was not only filled with pain, but also extreme shock. "Ha! Ao Zheng laughed loudly, and at the same time, the 4 dragons who released their primordial thought to search around also laughed. They all stopped, and their figures cooperated with Ao Zheng, surrounding Xiaohua in a formation. You guys already knew? Xiaohua's right hand landed on the spear that pierced into his arm, and he asked in surprise. Ao Zheng said proudly, "Cunning human, don't you know the magical powers of the Dragon King's 9 sons? Just now you called this king Bai Then, and in just a moment you forgot about Bai An's magical powers?" Xiaohua thought for a moment, and sighed. This Xiao really forgot. Bai An is enshrined in the court of justice, naturally because Bai An is very observant, and nothing in the world can be hidden from his eyes. So you, the Dragon King's 7th prince, also have this magical power. Since you know, then die. Ao Zheng laughed sinisterly, and his dragon claws suddenly became thicker, and even dragon scales appeared on the spear, and drilled into Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua sneered, and with a wave of his hand, the spear that had almost transformed into a dragon's shape was grabbed by the neck, and no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Damn it! Ao Zheng urged his dragon power, but he actually could not pull out the spear, and he unconsciously lost face. He immediately understood that when he was plotting against Xiaohua, Xiaohua also played a small trick on him. Roar dragon patterns appeared on Ao Zheng's body, and he madly pounced towards Xiaohua, and his dragon claws involuntarily exerted strength again. Woo! Xiaohua suddenly loosened his grip, and his whole body floated away like a paper man, and disappeared in a moment. My lord! Ao Ding and the other dragons were shocked. If Xiaohua escaped at this time, it would really be a big loss of face. Ao Zheng did not say anything, and a blue light flashed on his dragon horn, and like a thunderbolt, a brilliance flew everywhere, and the space around thousands of feet around was torn apart by this brilliance. But Xiaohua, who was good at escaping, was not in this space at all. Damn it! Ao Zheng roared, and the dragon scales on his body emitted a rare purple cloud, and the entire cloud rushed into the space like a hurricane, wreaking havoc in places where the brilliance could not find. However, Xiaohua seemed to have disappeared into thin air, and there was no sign of him appearing at all. Phew! Ao Zheng exhales and raises his head to look at the 4 dragons who want to speak but don't dare to. He suddenly laughs. Damn it, no wonder second brother said that this Xiaohua is cunning. This king still unknowingly fell into his scheme. Forget it. Why is this king wasting time with him? As he spoke, Ao Zheng opened his mouth, and a faint purple dragon breath came out, and then a fist-sized dragon pearl flew out, supported by the dragon breath. The dragon pearl's brilliance was faint, but where the brilliance went, all the dragon chi showed the shape of dragon patterns, and at the top of the space, in a corner, Xiaohua's figure appeared. Roar! The one closest to Xiaohua was the deep blue dragon Ao Long, and Xiaohua was at the edge of his perception. If he moved slightly, as long as the 5 dragons relaxed in the slightest, Xiaohua would immediately escape through this gap, and Ao Long could not help but cry out in alarm. Xiaohua sighed when he saw that the light had appeared and his body was exposed. Without the escape techniques that he usually had, in front of these 5 giant dragons whose elemental energy was around the 7th level, he was doomed. Ao Long cried out in alarm, and also opened his mouth, taking out a jade bottle-like dragon weapon, and then a brilliance rushed out from the dragon weapon, and the nearby dragon chi crazily rushed in, only to see a waterfall rushing out from the dragon weapon, smashing towards Xiaohua. Seeing the surging water, each drop of water containing great power, Xiaohua not only did not panic, but a trace of melancholy appeared on his face. In the past, he relied on the innate true water to kill countless enemies, but now, he was blocked by a dragon using the same Dao method. Xiaohua did not dodge, and the heavenly law's embodiment of earth rapidly absorbed the dragon chi, and strands of dragon patterns also appeared on the surface of his bronze body. Swish! Ao Long's jade water rushed onto Xiaohua's dharma body without any suspense, and not only did countless water sparks appear, even the surrounding space was somewhat distorted by these splashes of water. However, what made Ao Long stunned was that Xiaohua's body only flashed brilliantly, and the splashes of water did not cause any harm to Xiaohua at all. Chapter 4035. No way. Ao Long was a little absent-minded. The dragon weapon in his hand also awkwardly stopped in midair. Of course, he didn't think that Xiaohua's body would be reborn in the blood pool. How could his dragon weapon injure him? Woo! Xiaohua took advantage of Ao Long's distraction and swung his wishful staff. Boom! It hit the dragon weapon. A burst of splendor splashed, like a silver bottle leaking. Countless splashes seeped out from the cracked dragon weapon, causing Ao Long to be flustered. I'll meet Daoist Master Xiao. The light red dragon Ao Ding hurriedly came out from the side. He opened his mouth and a fiery red ring came out. The ring rushed out and immediately ignited with flames. The flames were blue and purple, scorching the space within 1,000 feet. Xiaohua sneered. Since he started cultivating, when was he afraid of going overboard? He was about to wave the wishful staff in his hand when he heard Ao Jing, who was beside him, roaring, "Don't do anything! All of you go together. Kill him as soon as possible. Once this matter is over, we still have the more important 4 C's debate." But hearing Ao Zheng's anger, Ao Ding and the other dragons didn't dare to be negligent. They hurriedly urged their dragon qi and surrounded Xiaohua. At the same time, they took out their dragon weapons and attacked Xiaohua at the same time. "Cunning dragons!" Xiaohua shouted, for 7th grade dragons actually besieged Xiaohua, a human. "If this spread out, I'll be laughed at." "Ha, Xiaohua, you're wrong." Ao Jing laughed. "They're only 6th grade elemental energy. Only with the help of dragon qi here can they have the strength of upper 6th grade. Their cultivation should be about the same as yours. Moreover, do you think you can escape from me today? Can others hear your grievances?" "Okay." Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and sneered. "In that case, I have no choice but to fall out with the North Sea Dragon Palace. I don't have any face to begin with, so it doesn't matter." "Xiaohua, you're overestimating yourself." At this moment, Ao Zheng's figure also started to move. His ability was the highest and should be at the middle stage of the 7th grade of origin power. However, he was the same as Ao Jing. Other than the fact that he was a little angry previously and lost his composure, he did not particularly step forward during the fight. As Xiaohua's voice fell, the bronze brilliance around Xiaohua's body gradually retracted. Shortly after, his arms and other parts of his body began to mutate. Command edicts that were harder than sharp swords were born. An aura of disdain for the entire world was born from Xiaohua's body. This aura grew denser and denser, and in the end, it actually forced the 5 dragons to fly back several thousand meters. Just as the 5 dragons were once again dumbfounded, the heavenly phoenix's demonic body, the phoenix parasol tree, appeared. The phoenix parasol tree raised its head and let out a long cry. The dragon qi in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers swarmed into the phoenix parasol tree, and the flame-like phantom around the phoenix parasol tree swayed wildly. Woo! After the phoenix parasol tree appeared, it did not give Ao Zheng and the other dragons a chance to catch their breath. It stretched out its twin thorns and the phoenix beak pierced through the void, directly pecking at Ao Yu's forehead. The phoenix parasol tree's claws, which were even more arrogant than Ao Yu's dragon claws, carried an unparalleled amount of dragon qi as it sharply scratched at Ao Yu's chest. Ao Yu was stunned at first, but then he went berserk. As he roared, his dragon body expanded by 3 times and he pounced at the phoenix parasol tree. Rumble! The dragon and phoenix fought fiercely, and the dragon qi exploded. Pieces of flesh and territory flew out amidst the explosion. Although Ao Yu's dragon body was not as tough as the phoenix parasol tree's phoenix body, his control of the dragon body and the use of dragon qi far surpassed the phoenix parasol tree's. Although the phoenix parasol tree's dragon body was torn to pieces, Ao Yu also used his dragon tail to entangle the phoenix parasol tree's wings. The dragon armor on his dragon head even took the opportunity to pierce 2 large bloody holes in the phoenix parasol tree's arms. Roar! Just as the phoenix parasol tree's left claw was about to pierce Ao Yu's abdomen, Ao Ding roared and pounced from the phoenix parasol tree's back, flames shooting out of his mouth and nose. Damn it! Though the phoenix parasol tree wasn't afraid of the flames, he didn't dare underestimate Ao Ding when he saw his back. He spread his wings and ignored the injured Ao, preparing to meet Ao Ding's attack. But right at this moment, an invisible restriction appeared around his body like shackles, and began to restrict his movements. This is bad. Alarmed, the phoenix parasol tree hurriedly looked around. Ao Zheng, who'd been standing quietly, was now swimming around him with the other 3 dragons. Clouds of gray, blue, red, yellow, and purple surged out of the 5 dragons' bodies. These clouds intertwined with the dragon chi and spun for nearly 1,000 miles. The chains that were imprisoning the phoenix parasol were clearly born from these clouds. Damn it, so this is the real purpose of the North Sea Dragon Palace's dragon formation. The phoenix parasol tree finally understood. The 5 dragons had taken turns to attack him, but it was all a ruse. Ao Zheng's true intention was to trap him to death with the formation. Dragons were truly cunning. The phoenix parasol tree let out another long cry and flapped his wings. The binding force was greatly reduced, and he reached out with his right claw. An illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of Ao Ding's abdomen. A bloody gash dozens of meters long appeared, and dragon blood flowed out. Wounded by the phoenix parasol tree as soon as they met, Ao Ding hurriedly retreated in fright. Roar! Right at this moment, the image of an enormous dragon suddenly appeared on the phoenix Wu's back. As soon as it appeared, it immediately roared furiously, and then the dragon chi in an area of 500 kilometers seemed to have gone mad and charged towards the dragon and phoenix. Expanses of gorgeous multicolored light suddenly appeared around the dragon and phoenix, and rays of multicolored light were reflected from within the multicolored light. Dragon and phoenix parasol tree? Ao Zheng was shocked, and then greed appeared in his eyes. He roared, "Capture this human alive! Capture this demon phoenix alive!" Before Ao Zheng could finish speaking, a series of cryptic draconic words came out from the dragon-shaped phantom. As soon as the draconic words appeared, the draconic aura that was madly pouring in suddenly became violent. Balls of draconic aura that were dozens of miles long began to condense. Within a range of 500 miles, countless balls of draconic aura instantly gathered. These balls of dragon chi were like warriors, ready to pounce on Ao Zheng. Heavenly draconic technique? Ao Zheng was completely dumbfounded. Not only did he not expect Xiao Hua to know the heavenly draconic technique, but he also didn't expect it to be so powerful. Run! Ao Zheng looked at the dense balls of dragon chi within 1,000 miles. His body moved quickly, and he charged straight up into the sky. As soon as Ao Zheng rushed up, a flaw appeared in the dragon formation of the 5 dragons. The phoenix parasol tree had no intention of chasing Ao Zheng at all. It spread its wings, and its huge body immediately rushed out like a meteor, flying in a certain direction. The moment the phoenix parasol tree rushed out of the encirclement of the 5 dragons, the balls of dragon chi within 1,000 miles suddenly disappeared at the same time. Ao Zheng had just rushed 10,000 feet into the sky when he naturally felt the change in the dragon chi. At this time, how could he not know that Xiao Hua's heavenly draconic technique was only half-baked and had no power at all? He was actually scared to this extent by Xiao Hua's empty fort strategy. It was really a disgrace to the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Chase! Ao Zheng roared and chased after the phoenix parasol tree without stopping. Ao Yu and Ao Ding dragged their injured bodies, and Ao Long and Ao Yen also roared as they chased after it. Although the 5 dragons were heroic, other than Ao Zheng, the other 4 dragons had the same thought. Damn it, how can we catch up to such a cunning human? Sure enough, in the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua, who was in front of the 5 dragons, had already disappeared. The 5 dragons did not know whether Xiao Hua flew away or was hiding in the surroundings. Moreover, other than Ao Zheng, the 4 dragons did not dare to be too far away, for fear that Xiao Hua would take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Roar! Ao Zheng let out a furious roar. He swung his dragon tail and flipped over a small mountain. He then flew to another place. The other 4 dragons shrunk their necks. No one dared to say anything. They followed him with their tails between their legs. 5 dragons with 6th or 7th grade essence energy actually let a human escape in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. If word got out, it would really be a disgrace to the dragons. 2 hours later, at the place where Ao Zheng overturned the small mountain, Xiaohua's figure appeared. Xiaohua, who had successfully escaped from the 5 dragons, actually had a vexed expression on his face. Damn it, this Feng Wu's incarnation was originally reserved for this Xiao to use when walking in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm in the future. Now, it was actually forced to reveal by Ao Zheng. What a blunder, Xiaohua thought to himself. But if I don't use the phoenix body, what other divine abilities can this Xiao have? That demonic blade had just been activated once. If I activate it consecutively, perhaps I can kill Ao Zheng, but what about this Xiao? I'm afraid I will also fall into the demonic path, right? Sigh, now that I think about it, this world is really wonderful. This Xiao cultivated Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, demons, and other divine abilities, but here, I can only rely on the demon race's divine abilities to escape. Looks like the saying of the ancients, there's no harm in having more skills, it's really not wrong. Also, this Xiao has seen many demons, and each one of them is all brawn and no brains. But why is this dragon race more cunning than the other? From Ao Jing to Ao Zhan, then to Ao Jing, one scheme after another. They are simply more intelligent than the human race. Fortunately, there's Ao Tao in Deep Air Abyss who values friendship. Otherwise, this Xiao really wouldn't dare to deal with the dragon race in the future. Xiaohua looked at the direction Ao Zheng and the others chased after him. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and flew in another direction. He found a call and hid in it like before. He already understood that in this stacked Jade Legacy realm, the divine abilities related to the dragon race were the most popular. Now, although he had obtained the Dragon Jade, he only focused on the dragon transformation art. He didn't cultivate the Heavenly Dragon Jade technique in the Dragon Jade technique. Just now, when he was forced to helplessly by Ao Zheng, Xiaohua suddenly thought of the Heavenly Dragon Jade technique in a hurry. Sure enough, although Xiaohua didn't cultivate it, in this stacked Jade Legacy realm, when Xiaohua slightly used the Heavenly Dragon Jade technique, it immediately had an inconceivable effect. Since that was the case, there was still time. Why didn't Xiaohua comprehend 1 or 2 Heavenly Dragon Jade techniques before looking for the Dragon Cleansing Pool? Chapter 4036. Xiaohua hid in a secluded place and cultivated for more than a few months. A few months of time was really short for cultivation, not to mention the mysterious Heavenly Dragon technique. Xiaohua only took a rough look at the Heavenly Dragon technique in the Dragon Jade and found 2 extremely simple ones. Moreover, he only tried them for a while before hurriedly flying out of the valley. After all, he didn't know when the training in the stacked Jade Legacy realm would end, and he also didn't know how long he would spend looking for the Dragon Cleansing Pool. Xiaohua flew into the air and looked left and right. The scenery around him didn't change. This time, the interval between the changes in the stacked Jade Legacy realm was a bit long. Xiaohua thought for a while and flew in a direction. Beside a stream, outside 2 mountains, 3 dragons playing with a pearl, for seasons alternating. Xiaohua flew aimlessly as he muttered to himself. He scanned the area with his origin force to search for similar clues. Unfortunately, Xiaohua flew for a few more days. Not only did he not find any obvious clues, he didn't even see a single dragon. He didn't even see a huge rock with a dragon crystal hidden in it. It was as if everything in the vicinity had been plundered by the dragon. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua stopped in the air and pondered while pinching his chin. Could it be that in these few months, the stacked Jade Legacy realm has undergone some changes? Woo! Just as Xiaohua was pondering, a fishy wind suddenly blew from high up in the sky. Xiaohua was startled and hurriedly looked up. However, the place where the wind blew was empty. He could only see the disorder of the dragon qi and couldn't see anything unusual. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and stared at the sky. He was already on guard. The sound of the wind definitely didn't come from nothing. There must be a dragon hiding there. Xiaohua seemed to have already seen the dragon's sharp claws. Xiaohua raised his hand and prepared to attack the space between his eyebrows and open the delirium breaker eye. But at this moment, a very surprised voice came from afar. At the same time, a trace of origin will also swept over. Xiaohua. Xiaohua's heart moved. He raised his eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. Following the sound of the voice, the dragon's aura that made Xiaohua vigilant immediately disappeared. Daoist Master Xiao, do you still remember me? A voice that Xiaohua found familiar came closer. When Xiaohua saw it clearly, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He whispered, Immortal friend Xian? Long time no see. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Xian to also come to the stacked Jade Legacy realm to train. Wasn't the person flying over from afar the former Western Sea Dragon Palace's vice inspector, Xiancheng? To an old turtle like Xiancheng, a few hundred years had passed in the blink of an eye. Xiancheng still looked the same, turning into a short old man less than 3 feet tall. He still had a goatee on his chin, a pair of shifty eyes, and a medium-sized turtle shell on his back. It was exactly the same as Xiaohua's impression. I'm ashamed. Xiancheng flew closer and cupped his hands. I originally accompanied my family's third crown prince to participate in Dragon Island's experiential training, but I didn't expect to encounter the opening of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. I was testing the purity of my bloodline in the Dragon Chi realm, but I didn't expect that I would actually reach the qualifications to enter the stacked Jade Legacy realm, so I also came in to train. However, this old man is slow-witted. After so many years, my cultivation hasn't improved at all. I haven't gained anything during this time. When Xiaohua heard what Xiancheng said, he disapproved in his heart. That year in the so-called Western Sea, he clearly saw how Xiancheng performed. That by Hao Jiao, who looked a lot more powerful than Xiancheng on the surface and was also a lot more scheming, was played by him in the palm of his hand. How could he believe Xiancheng's words now? That's right. Xiaohua also said with a smile. This Xiao is similar to fellow immortal Xian. I also occasionally entered the stacked Jade Legacy realm. First, I was thinking about how to escape, so how could I gain anything? Right now, this Xiao is waiting for the stacked Jade Legacy realm to close and leave. Oh, speaking of which, fellow immortal Xian, when will this stacked Jade Legacy realm close? When I was about to come, I heard my family's third crown prince say that it seems to be closing soon. Xiancheng replied. Right now, the time inside the stacked Jade Legacy realm is already the same as Dragon Island. When it accelerates again, it will be the beginning of the stacked Jade Legacy realm's closing. Time? Xiaohua frowned and said in confusion. How can the changes of time be sensed? Oh, it's simple. Xiancheng also concealed it and said with a smile. There is no time in the 4 seas. Above hidden Immortal, there are 4 seasons. When spring comes, autumn comes, summer comes, and winter comes, that is the sign of time acceleration. Change of the 4 seasons. Xiaohua's heart jumped and he couldn't help but cry out. Fellow immortal Xian, do you know what 3 dragons playing with a pearl is? 3 dragons playing with a pearl? Xiancheng stared blankly. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said, This old man doesn't know what Daoist means by that. It's nothing. Xiaohua waved his hand and said. This Xiao was just thinking of something else. Oh, right, fellow immortal Xian, where are you heading to? Sigh. Xiancheng sighed and said. This old man entered the stacked Jade Legacy realm and hid in a place. Just now, I received a message from my family's third crown prince. He wants me and the other subordinates of the Western Sea Dragon Palace to hurry to the Turning Dragon platform. Although this old man doesn't want to come out, I don't dare to disobey the crown prince's orders. I can't not go. Turning Dragon platform? How do you know that place is called Turning Dragon platform? Xiaohua asked strangely. Who would have thought that Xiancheng was even more strange than him? Of course I don't know. But my family's third crown prince said the location and also said that the place is called Turning Dragon platform. Hee hee, Xiaohua laughed self-deprecatingly. This Xiao thought too much. This Xiao thought that fellow immortal Xian was the same as this Xiao, entering the stacked jade legacy realm for the first time and not knowing where this place is. It's nothing. This old man is also very unfamiliar with this stacked jade legacy realm. Xianxia said with a smile. Before entering the legacy realm, this old man specially asked my family's prince. Otherwise, this old man also wouldn't know. Since that's the case. Xiaohua looked at Xianxia, who was smiling harmlessly, and said, "Fellow immortal Xian, you should go to the turning dragon platform. Don't let your family's third crown prince wait anxiously." As he spoke, Xiaohua cupped his hands and wanted to bid farewell to Xianxia. After all, Xiaohua's current strength had already surpassed Xianxia. He wasn't afraid that Xianxia had any schemes. Moreover, looking at Xianxia's slightly nervous expression, Xiaohua also understood that Xianxia definitely didn't expect that he would be able to come out of the Western Sea alive. He was very shocked to see him. Moreover, Xiaohua wasn't afraid that Xianxia would reveal this matter. After all, only he and Xianxia knew about the Western Sea. As for how big the Western Sea was, Xianxia probably knew much more than him. The mastermind of the Western Sea was Xianxia. If this matter was revealed, Xianxia would undoubtedly die. What was he afraid of? At worst, he could just say that he saved the Grand Mist Ancestor. Although the Grand Mist Ancestor also didn't know that he was still alive, he had already asked Daoist Master Qing Su to recruit him several times. That. Xianxia raised his hand and said with some hesitation, "Daoist Master Xiao, please wait a moment." "Fellow immortal Xian, is there anything else?" Xiaohua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. Xianxia hurriedly shook his head and said, "There's nothing special. It's just that when Daoist Master asked about the 3 dragons playing with a pearl, this old man suddenly thought of the turning dragon platform." "What do you mean?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. "What does the 3 dragons playing with a pearl have to do with the turning dragon platform?" This old man is only guessing. Xianxia said with a smile. "According to my family's third prince's message, the turning dragon platform is a huge round platform, similar to a pearl. Moreover, the dragon palace of the 4 seas will be fighting on the turning dragon platform. However, no matter what, it should be 4 dragons playing with a pearl and not 3 dragons playing with a pearl. What are the dragon palaces of the 4 seas fighting on the turning dragon platform for?" Xiaohua was confused and asked curiously. Xianxia replied, "Daoist Master Xiao might not know that the dragon palaces of the 4 seas are led by the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, but in reality, whether it's the Western Sea Dragon Palace, the Northern Sea Dragon Palace, or the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, their strength is not inferior to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Under the leadership of Dragon Island, the dragon palaces of the 4 seas seem to be very harmonious. On the surface, there is no change in the rankings, but secretly, there is no lack of competition between each other for this ranking. Of course, outside of the 4 seas, no one knows these secrets. That is to say, the turning dragon platform's fight is also one of the competitions." Xiaohua somewhat understood. Xianxia nodded. "Not only this time's training in the folded jade legacy realm, but every time Dragon Island's training, the dragon palaces of the 4 seas will have this kind of competition. Every time Dragon Island's training nears the end, the dragon palaces of the 4 seas will find an opportunity to put their gains together and then distribute them according to the ranking of the competition. So much so that in the future, when there is a need for a ranking in many places, it will also be decided according to this ranking. Therefore, the dragon palaces of the 4 seas attach great importance to every training competition. As long as there is a contribution in the competition, the dragon clan will be rewarded." Speaking to here, Xianxia paused for a moment and changed the topic. "Daoist Xiao, this old man previously heard of the grudge between Daoist and the Immortal Palace. Originally, I thought it was just the same name, but now that I have seen Daoist, this old man knows that Blackwind Ridge's Xiaohua is Daoist. If Daoist wants to safely escape from the Immortal Palace's suppression, it is best to form a good relationship with my West Sea Dragon Palace. With my West Sea Dragon Palace's support, the Immortal Palace will not dare to make a move against Daoist. Of course, this old man is saying this for the sake of Daoist and also for my third prince. If Daoist makes a contribution in the competition, not only will third prince benefit, but this old man will also benefit. This Xiao only has the strength of a little over 5th grade essence energy. How can I defeat the dragon generals of the dragon palaces? Xiao Hua repeatedly waved his hand. Xianxia smiled and said, Daoist's current strength may not be a match for the other dragon generals of the dragon palaces, but Daoist's potential is something this old man has never seen before. Back then, Daoist's strength. This old man knows. How many years has it been? Daoist is actually already at 5th grade essence energy. This old man does not ask for anything else. I only ask for a warrior for my West Sea Dragon Palace. How is the relationship between the West Sea Dragon Palace and the North Sea Dragon Palace? Xiao Hua frowned and asked in a low voice. Xianxia said without hesitation. My West Sea Dragon Palace is the West Sea Dragon Palace. Not to mention the North Sea Dragon Palace, even if it is the East Sea Dragon Palace, even if it is the Immortal Palace, my West Sea Dragon Palace will not be afraid. Chapter 4037. Really? Xiao Hua reminded with a faint smile. I just offended the 7th prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Zheng. He couldn't wait to eat me alive. Fellow Daoist Xian, you have to think carefully. Ao Zheng. Xianxia stared blankly and said with a bitter smile, How did you offend Ao Zheng again? The 7th prince of the North Sea is extremely narrow-minded and vengeful. Since you offended him, I'm afraid you won't have a peaceful day in the future. How about this? If you want to go to the Turning Dragon platform, you should first hide your appearance and wait for me to report to my third prince. If it doesn't work, don't blame me. If Xianxia agreed, Xiao Hua would naturally be suspicious. However, Xianxia declined, and Xiao Hua instead believed him. He might not go to the Turning Dragon platform to participate in the competition of the dragon palaces of the 4 seas, but he must go to the dragon cleansing pool. The competition Xianxia mentioned was very similar to the 3 dragons playing with a pearl. Xiao Hua had no choice but to go take a look. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, since that's the case, I'll go with fellow Daoist Xian. Xiao Hua agreed, but Xianxia hesitated and said somewhat awkwardly, I can bring you there, but I have to report to my third prince first. Deal. Xiao Hua replied straightforwardly, I'll do as fellow Daoist Xian said. Even if I can't participate in the competition of the dragon palaces of the 4 seas, it's enough for me to meet the third prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please. Demonic clouds appeared under Xianxia's feet. He raised his hand slightly and flew away first. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at Xianxia's back. He knew that Xianxia was rather unwilling, but he didn't care and urged his figure to follow. The two flew for a few hours. Xianxia, as he said, was not particularly familiar with the folded jadeite legacy realm. As they walked, they searched. Along the way, they did not see any dragon tribe. It seemed that the dragon tribe who were training in the folded jadeite legacy realm had gathered at the Turning Dragon platform to prepare for the competition in the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas. After flying for another hour, dragons gradually appeared in the same direction as Xianxia. Xianxia didn't greet these dragons and only flew forward with Xiao Hua. Seeing a screen-like mountain range appear in front of the two, Xianxia stopped and said carefully, Enlightened one, please wait here for a moment. This old man will go and report to the third crown prince first. All right. Xiao Hua nodded and stopped in midair, watching Xianxia fly away. Xiao Hua released his essence perception and looked around, trying to find clues about the dragon cleansing pool. Unfortunately, after looking around for a while, Xiao Hua frowned again. Although Xiao Hua had yet to see the Turning Dragon platform, there were already many dragons nearby. How could the dragon cleansing pool be in such a place? Perhaps, this Xiao should go to the left side of the Turning Dragon platform to take a look. Xiao Hua urged his figure and flew towards the Turning Dragon platform. Why did you barge into the forbidden area of the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas? Xiaohua had only flown a few thousand feet when two dragon generals appeared in midair and blocked Xiaohua's path. Forbidden area? Xiaohua looked into the distance and asked curiously, "The stacked Jade Legacy Realm is a place where we, the descendants of the Dragon Clan, train. When did this place become a forbidden area of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas? Does the Dragon Palace of the Dragon Island know?" The Dragon Island does not know. The Dragon Palace even more so does not know. The two dragon generals' eyes flashed with ominous glints as they surrounded Xiaohua from both sides. Cough cough. Not far away, Xianxia's coughs could be heard. He berated, "What are you two waiting for? This is a dragon general of my West Sea Dragon Palace." Oh, so it is the West Sea Patrol envoy. When the two dragon generals saw Xianxia, their expressions relaxed as they said with a smile, "This immortal friend did not mention his origin. How can we let him in? He even threatened us, saying that he will report this matter to the Dragon Palace." "Hee, Daoist Xiao is just joking with you, no need to take it seriously." Xianxia waved his hand and said, "You two go and patrol. This old man will bring him to see my third crown prince." Alright. The two dragon generals nodded and flew away. "Let's go." Xianxia brought Xiaohua to the vicinity of the turning dragon platform. He stopped and said with a smile, "I will not hide it from Daoist Xiao. My third crown prince heard about Daoist Xiao's matter and felt somewhat troubled. My West Sea Dragon Palace is definitely not afraid of the Immortal Palace alone. But Daoist Xiao offended Ao Zheng. It is very troublesome. Third Crown Prince is not willing to fall out with the North Sea Dragon Palace in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. So, no problem." Xiaohua said with a smile, "This Xiao will just walk around nearby. In a while, I will just watch the show from the side." "Daoist Xiao, don't be anxious." Xianxia immediately waved his hand and said, "Let this old man finish speaking." Although Third Crown Prince is not willing to offend Ao Zheng, he did not say that Daoist Xiao is not allowed to contribute to my West Sea Dragon Palace. Daoist Xiao only needs to wait by the side. If we need Daoist Xiao to take action, I believe that my Third Crown Prince will not have any more misgivings. All right. Xiaohua did not really want to rely on the West Sea Dragon Palace, so he casually nodded his head. "This Xiao will be nearby. If you need this Xiao to take action, feel free to speak." "Then, this old man will go over first." Xianxia finally relaxed. He raised his head to look at a place and said, "North Sea Dragon Palace is over there. It seems that Ao Zheng has not come over yet. Be careful by the side. Just don't let him see you." Xianxia exhorted a few more words before turning around and flying away. Xiaohua relaxed and looked towards the turning dragon platform. Indeed, it was as Xianxia said. This turning dragon platform was a spherical greenish-black round platform. It was several thousand zhang tall and towered on top of the mountain peak. It was very similar to a stone pearl. This round platform was perfectly round and flawless. It was truly a work of the gods. Damn it. There is a dragon pearl, but where are the three dragons of the three dragons playing with a pearl? Xiaohua's eyes looked all around, but he could not see anything strange. Xiaohua looked at the four groups of dragons gathered in the four directions of the turning dragon platform. There were also many dragons nearby who seemed to be watching the show. He prepared to leave. Right at this moment, the sound of wind whistling flew out from the direction of the East Sea Dragon Palace. A huge dragon rushed onto the turning dragon platform. He looked around and said loudly, "This king is the East Sea Dragon Palace's second crown prince, Ao Qiong. I believe that all the dragons already know what is going on here. The stacked Jade Legacy realm is about to close. Our training in the stacked Jade Legacy realm will also end soon. The training in the stacked Jade Legacy realm is an extremely rare opportunity for us. I believe that all of you have gained a lot in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Today, my Dragon Palace of the Four Seas will also hold a routine competition in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. We will once again distribute the treasures we obtained in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. This king also does not want to go into the details of the competition rules. This king only wants to say that the dragon who can stand on the turning dragon platform in the end will be the final winner. The group of dragons all roared, appearing very excited. Second prince. At this moment, a dragon general flew out from the North Sea Dragon Palace. He said somewhat timidly beside the turning dragon platform, "My seventh prince has not come yet. Can this competition be postponed? Dao Zheng is not here but you all are." Ao Qiong did not give this dragon general any face at all. His dragon eyes looked towards the sky and shouted coldly, "When Ao Zheng comes, it won't be too late to let him fight." But what if my seventh prince can't make it in time? That dragon general endured Ao Qiong's forceful dragon aura and said reluctantly, "Hee hee." Ao Qiong sneered and said disdainfully again, "The competition on the turning dragon platform is the joint decision of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. The dragon race of the Three Seas Dragon Palace has been waiting for more than 10 days. Ao Zheng has not come yet. Could it be that we have to wait until the stacked Jade Legacy realm closes? Moreover, who knows if Ao Zheng is afraid? Does he not dare to come? My East Sea Dragon Palace has plenty of dragons with intermediate 7th grade essence energy like him. It doesn't matter if he has one more or not." But that dragon general seemed to want to argue. Ao Qiong simply shouted, "Does your North Sea Dragon Palace still want to participate in the competition? If you don't, just go to the last place." Alright. The dragon general did not dare to say any more. He hurriedly returned to discuss with the other dragon generals on how to deal with it. Dragon warriors. Ao Qiong's dragon aura lingered around his body. His dragon aura soared into the sky as he said encouragingly, "The previous experience was nothing. The competition on the turning dragon platform is the real battle. Release your dragon aura, release your dragon aura. Let the heavens and earth tremble and let the seniors of the dragon region be excited. Roar." All the dragons roared, especially the dragon generals of the East Sea Dragon Palace, West Sea Dragon Palace, and South Sea Dragon Palace. They urged their dragon bodies to pounce on the turning dragon platform. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. They actually started to fight. As for the North Sea Dragon Palace, seeing that the Dragon Palace of the Three Seas had already made their move, they did not dare to hesitate. Under the lead of a 6th grade essence energy dragon, they also pounced over. In just a short moment, miserable screams and angry roars could be heard in the air above the turning dragon platform. Pieces of flesh mixed with dragon blood fell onto the turning dragon platform. Motherfucker, Xiao Hua saw the dragon aura surging over like a tidal wave. That dragon aura and the strength of the battle were similarly spreading out in all directions like raging waves. He hurriedly retreated and secretly cried out in his heart, "How is this 3 dragons playing with a pearl? It's more like 100 dragons playing with a pearl. Forget it, I believe that there's no dragon cleansing pool here. I'd better go somewhere else?" Daoist Xiao. Just as Xiao Hua was about to turn around, Xianxia flew over and said with a smile, "Now is a good opportunity. North Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Zheng is not here. Daoist should quickly take advantage of this opportunity to get on the turning dragon platform. If you can defeat a few dragons, my third prince will also gain face. Get on the platform now?" Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. He pointed at the huge dragons churning on the turning dragon platform and said, "How strong are these dragons? If I go over now, wouldn't I be killed for nothing? AI, Daoist, now is a good opportunity to win in the chaos." Xiancheng's expression slightly changed as he urged, "Moreover, Daoist's body is extremely small. There are also many opportunities for sneak attacks. If you don't go now, when will you? This old man has already reported this to the third prince. If you don't go, not only will this old man lose face, you'll also make the third prince unhappy. If the third prince gets angry..." Xiao Hua's heart jolted. He thoughtfully looked at Xiancheng and asked, "If the third prince gets angry, what will happen?" "What will happen?" Xiancheng sneered. "When humans get angry, blood will splatter 3 feet. When my dragon clan gets angry..." Chapter 4038. Roar. Just as Xianxia was about to threaten them, a shrill roar came from afar. Several giant dragons had already flown to the somersault dragon platform without waiting for the roar to land. The dragon at the front held a dragon shell in his claws. He arrived in front of the somersault dragon platform and shouted, "Stop, stop." However, the dragons were in the midst of fighting. Who would pay attention to him? None of the dragon clan members stopped. Second Prince. The dragon raised his claws and took out the dragon shell. He shouted, "Look, the seventh prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Jing, and his dragon generals Ao Yen, Ao Long, Ao Ding, and Ao Yu have all been killed." As he spoke, the dragon shell flipped. The purple dragon body of Ao Jing, the light gray dragon body of Ao Yen, the light blue dragon body of Ao Long, the light red dragon body of Ao Ding, and the yellow dragon body of Ao Yu immediately floated to the side of the somersault dragon platform. Seventh Prince. When the dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace saw this, they immediately broke away from the fight and landed beside the remains of the 5 dragons. They all looked at the corpses of the 5 dragons in disbelief. Their faces were filled with disbelief. It's a little strange. Xiaohua's gaze naturally landed on the corpses of Ao Zheng and the other giant dragons. Their chests and abdomens had been torn apart by sharp weapons. Their hearts and lungs were missing. It was exactly the same as the corpses he saw earlier. He could not help but feel puzzled. When the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace stopped fighting, the dragons of the other 3 Sea Dragon Palaces naturally stopped as well. All the dragons looked at Ao Qiong. Aoing Ao Qian. Ao Qiong flew out with a displeased expression. He looked at the dragon generals of the West Sea and South Sea Dragon Palaces and scolded, "Tell me, what's going on?" The 3rd prince of the West Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Ing, and the 4th prince of the South Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Qian, flew out with unfriendly expressions. The 2 dragons looked at each other and said in unison, "Ao Qiong, what do you mean by this? What does Ao Zheng's death have to do with us? If it's not you, could it be me?" Ao Qiong said angrily. There might be some casualties in the competition between the 4 Sea Dragon Palaces, but the 7th prince of the North Sea died in the competition. How are we going to explain this to the North Sea Dragon Palace? This has nothing to do with me or the West Sea Dragon Palace. Ao Ing waved his hand without hesitation. Ao Qian also denied it. Second Prince. The dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace couldn't take it anymore. They all roared, "You must seek justice for the North Sea Dragon Palace. You must find the murderer who killed our 7th Marquis. As long as the 2nd Prince can help the North Sea Dragon Palace, the North Sea Dragon Palace will compete with the East Sea Dragon Palace." Ao Bo. Ao Ing said coldly, "Are you representing the North Sea Dragon Palace?" No, the 3rd Prince misunderstood. He looked at Ao Ing, then at Ao Qiong and Ao Qian. "We, the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace, don't know what's going on, so we'd like to ask the 3 lords to help us. No matter which dragon palace can help us find the murderer, we will join forces with that dragon palace in this competition." This. Ao Ing, Ao Qiong and Ao Qian rolled their eyes. They naturally had to find out the truth about Ao Zheng's death. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to answer to the North Sea Dragon Palace and Dragon Island. What they cared about the most was the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace. This was a force that could compete with the other 3 dragon palaces. Whichever side they sided with would definitely win this competition. "I know." Suddenly, a slightly hoarse and excited voice came from below the turning dragon platform. The dragons could not help but be stunned, and their gazes looked in that direction. Wasn't the one who spoke Xianxia of the West Sea Dragon Palace? At this moment, Xiaohua was still standing beside Xianxia, thinking about what happened. He didn't expect Xianxia to suddenly speak. Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, Xianxia suddenly stepped back and distanced himself from Xiaohua. He raised his walking stick and pointed at Xiaohua. "It's him. It's him. It's him who killed Ao Jing, Ao Yu, and the other dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace." "Xianxia, are you crazy?" Facing Xiancheng's sudden betrayal, Xiaohua was extremely shocked and furious. He finally understood the purpose of Xiancheng inviting him here. As long as he was killed, the matter of Xiancheng barging into the West Sea would definitely not be known by others. Moreover, at this point, no matter what he explained, there probably wouldn't be any dragons who would believe him. Xiancheng's intentions were truly sinister. How is that possible? Ao Qiong's face was full of disbelief as he berated, Xiancheng, he's a human. How could he kill 5 dragons around the 6th level essence power? The West Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Ing rolled his eyes and said anxiously, Xiancheng, don't be afraid. Quickly tell us what you know. This king will uphold justice for you. When Ao Qiong heard this, how could he not know that Xiancheng didn't know anything at all? He just casually pulled a scapegoat and confirmed the merit first, pulling a group of dragon generals from the North Sea Dragon Palace to the West Sea Dragon Palace. However, Xiancheng's words shocked Ao Qiong again. Xiancheng pointed at Xiaohua and said, I'll let 3rd Crown Prince know. He's the human cultivator Xiaohua. He's the best at concealing his cultivation. Previously, I saw him fighting with the North Sea Dragon Palace's 7th Crown Prince Ao Zheng and Ao Yu. However, this subordinate's cultivation was shallow, so I didn't dare to look and hid far away. Later on, this subordinate met Xiaohua again, but I saw that he wasn't injured at all. If you say that he didn't kill 7th Crown Prince Ao Zheng, this subordinate definitely wouldn't believe it. Moreover, this subordinate also found out from his mouth that he has an old grudge with the North Sea Dragon Palace. Therefore, he must be the murderer who killed 7th Crown Prince Ao Zheng. That's right, Xiaohua, it's Xiaohua. A North Sea Dragon exclaimed, 7th King received 2nd King's message. This human Xiaohua spoiled our North Sea Dragon Palace's matter. 7th King brought Ao Yu and the others to find Xiaohua. This time, they didn't return. Indeed. Another unknown dragon below the turning dragon platform also came to a realization and said, this subordinate also met 7th King. He asked me if I've seen a human cultivator called Xiaohua. That's right, it's him. Alright. Without waiting for the other dragons to speak, Ao Ing waved his dragon claw and shouted, subordinates of the West Sea Dragon Palace, surround Xiaohua and kill him. There's no need to ask anymore. Let's take revenge for 7th Crown Prince Ao Zheng first. Yes. A group of dragon generals from the West Sea Dragon Palace flew out from the turning dragon platform and surrounded Xiaohua. Ao Qiong was somewhat puzzled and shouted, Ao Ing, even if Ao Zheng is looking for Xiaohua, it doesn't mean that Xiaohua is the murderer who killed Ao Zheng. Won't we know if we see Xiaohua's strength first? Ao Ing replied sinisterly. Alright. Ao Qiong was helpless. Ao Ing was right. If Xiaohua could fight with a group of dragons, he naturally had the ability to kill Ao Zheng. But if Xiaohua couldn't defeat a group of dragons as long as they captured him, wouldn't they know if it was him after a little investigation? However, Ao Qiong was very suspicious whether Ao Ing would spare Xiaohua's life and give him a chance to fight for the North Sea Dragon Palace. Seeing the West Sea Dragon Palace move, how could the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace hold back? All of them flew toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua glared fiercely at the complacent Xiancheng. He didn't know if Xiancheng really saw him fighting with Ao Zheng, but the dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace were right. Right now, he couldn't defend himself. Facing these dragon generals with ulterior motives, what other choice did he have other than to escape? However, if he escaped, wouldn't his crime be confirmed? Of course, this wasn't the time to hesitate. Seeing that dozens of dragons were already rushing over, Xiaohua made a prompt decision. His body flashed with brilliance. He couldn't care about anything else and was about to use his phoenix body to escape. Roar! Just when Xiaohua was about to expose the secret of the phoenix parasol, a dragon roar that Xiaohua was familiar with came from afar. Wasn't that the small clan elder of the Dragon Island, Ao Xing? Damn it. Xiaohua was overjoyed and immediately wanted to transmit his voice. However, after the dragon roar, Ao Xing's panicked voice had already resounded around the turning dragon platform. Run! Long Sea is here. What? Long Sea? As soon as they heard the two words Long Sea, all the dragons panicked. The dragons of the North Sea Dragon Palace and the West Sea Dragon Palace who were rushing towards Xiaohua no longer had the heart to avenge Ao Zheng. They swung their dragon tails and fled into the distance like stray dogs. Seeing that his crisis was mysteriously resolved, Xiaohua was really puzzled. Long Sea? What's that? The front of the turning dragon platform was in a mess. Xianxia had already escaped long ago. Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan appeared with dozens of dragons and humans in a similarly sorry state. Before Xiaohua could fly into the air, in the space where he was at the same level as Ao Sheng, a loud and clear sound rang out. This sound was extremely penetrating. When Xiaohua heard it, it directly pierced into his heart. Especially inside his body, his meridians were violently pulsating, as if they were dragon veins. Xiaohua was very afraid of this sound. Not only that, when the sound fell, dozens of dragons near Xiaohua who had just escaped immediately fell to the ground. Their dragon bodies twisted uncontrollably, their dragon claws powerlessly grabbing the ground. On the dragon heads that were struggling to raise their heads, a pair of previously incomparably arrogant eyes were now anxiously and fearfully looking at the sky. In the sky, the figure of a strange demon beast appeared. This demon beast was only dozens of feet tall, like a toad. Other than its abdomen, which was a little green and red, there were fist-sized bumps on its back. Between these bumps, there were many dragon carvings. These dragon carvings did not produce clouds. Instead, they seeped out an extremely stinky liquid. This liquid drifted with the wind, and when it entered the nostrils of the dragons, it caused their bones to go soft and their tendons to go numb. Once the demon beast, Long Sea, appeared, it immediately pounced on the giant dragon that was lying limp on the ground. Long Sea's body landed on the giant dragon's dragon shell. When it opened its mouth, a long and thin crimson tongue stuck out. This tongue was actually also in the shape of a dragon. The dragon-shaped tongue immediately pierced into the dragon's head. Roar! The giant dragon wailed, its body trembling. However, as if it was an innate fear, the giant dragon could not move at all. Just as the giant dragon wailed and trembled, the giant dragon's brain matter was swallowed by Long Sea. Without waiting for this giant dragon to die completely, Long Sea flew to another giant dragon and greedily sucked its brain matter again. Chapter 4039. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Xiaohua suppressed the fear in his heart and quietly flew into the sky. When Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan saw Long Sea flying out, they had already flown in another direction. Xiaohua finally managed to catch up with them. Ao Sheng didn't have time to ask Xiaohua how he came to the turning dragon platform. He only said with lingering fear, "This Long Sea is from the dragon realm. It was originally the food of the dragon race in the dragon realm. Who knows how it came to the stacked jade legacy realm? Damn it, how can the dragon race of the dragon island deal with something from the dragon realm? Run, hide, wait until the stacked jade legacy realm closes, then we will have a chance to survive." Gee! Just as Ao Sheng was reminding them, a sound that caused Ao Zhan and Ao Sheng's dragon chi to tremble came from the space above their heads. Long Sea, who had sucked the brains of dozens of giant dragons in an instant, chased after them again. Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan's bloodline was pure. They didn't go limp because of Long Sea's cry, but the other dozens of dragons and humans couldn't do the same. Their bodies trembled and fell from the sky. However, Long Sea seemed to be more interested in the pure-blooded Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan. It didn't care about the dragons at all. What was special was that Long Sea's gray eyes were also looking at Xiaohua. Not good. This guy seems to have found my dragon vein. What should I do? Xiaohua saw Long Sea looking at him. He couldn't help but be shocked. He then looked at Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan. They were all afraid. He knew that the two dragons couldn't win against Long Sea, this natural enemy, and he was afraid that only the great elder of the Dragon Hall could win. He quickly thought in his heart, I wonder if the great elder of the Dragon Hall can fight against Long Sea? Woo! At this critical moment, the sound of wind whistling came from the sky again. Along with the whistling of the wind, thousands of clouds rolled, and the scenery on the ground began to blur. Under the power of heaven and earth, even the powerful Long Sea couldn't help but be swept up by the hurricane. Oh my God! The changes in the scenery are just too awesome. Xiaohua hated the scenery of the stacked jade legacy realm, but now, he almost wanted to hug the crystal and kiss it a few times. The hurricane that changed the scenery was so big that it seemed to blow away everything in the world. Xiaohua, who had just survived a calamity, danced with the wind in midair. Woo! After a while, a huge wind whistled over Xiaohua's head, and the huge turning dragon platform floated away like a bullet in the hurricane. Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly raised his hand and hugged the tumbling dragon platform. His entire body followed along. The changes in the scenery of the entire stacked jade legacy realm continued for a few hours. Only when Xiaohua rolled along with the tumbling dragon platform did the entire process come to a complete stop. Phew! Xiaohua drilled out of the mountain rocks below the somersault dragon platform with great difficulty. He patted the dust off his body and let out a long sigh of relief. Just as he was about to look around, his forehead felt cold. When Xiaohua raised his head to look, he saw that the entire sky was covered in red clouds. Snowflakes that were like goose feathers floated out from these red clouds and began to cover the entire realm of stacking jade. The 4 seasons change. Xiaohua smiled. I thought that it would start from spring. I didn't expect it to start from winter. In any case, since the 4 seasons have started to change, it's not too late for the realm of stacking jade to close. I can finally escape from Long Sea's strangulation. This turning dragon platform. At this moment, how could Xiaohua still be thinking about the dragon cleansing pool? He was already lucky to be able to escape from Long Sea's hands. However, he inadvertently discovered that the huge turning dragon platform was strangely rolling towards the top of a mountain. 3 dragons playing with a pearl? Xiaohua looked at the place where the turning dragon platform was rolling up and hurriedly flew up. When he saw the 3 mountain ranges that were like 3 huge dragons crawling on the ground, Xiaohua's heart suddenly jumped. A kind of ecstasy surged in his heart. 3 dragons playing with a pearl, the 4 seasons change. What about the 2 mountains beside the stream? Xiaohua hurriedly looked around, but he didn't see any other mountain ranges nearby. Creak creak. The turning dragon platform that had absorbed the blood essence of the dragon clan slowly rolled up the mountain, emitting an ear-piercing noise. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment and thoughtfully waited in the air. Another hour passed. The turning dragon platform was like a dragon pearl that had stopped at the peak of the mountain, and the ground was covered with rare snowflakes. Roar! 3 faint dragon roars came from below the 3 mountain ranges. The ground shook slightly. The 3 mountain ranges trembled like huge dragons playing with a pearl. The turning dragon platform bounced up into the air, giving rise to waves of fluctuations. Dragon vein! Xiaohua's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something again. When the somersaulting dragon platform fell, a spatial crack appeared high up in the sky where the impact of the fluctuation was. 2 cracks in the shape of mountains appeared out of thin air. Walala! There was the sound of water, and a clear stream flowed out from the spatial crack. Beside the stream, outside the 2 mountains, 3 dragons playing with a pearl, the 4 seasons change. Xiaohua laughed heartily as he flew towards the turning dragon platform. At this moment, how could he not know that the dragon cleansing pool was not within the realm of stacking jade, but within the spatial interlayer of the realm of stacking jade? Moreover, every time the realm of stacking jade opened, the dragon cleansing pool might not necessarily appear. Only when the turning dragon platform fell here would the dragon cleansing pool appear. Therefore, Xiaohua finally understood that even the great elder of the dragon palace didn't know where the dragon cleansing pool was. However, the direction Xiaohua was flying towards was different from the dragon cleansing pool. His figure landed on the turning dragon platform. He looked at the turning dragon platform that was no longer fluctuating, then looked at the 3 dragon veins in the 3 mountain ranges. He hesitantly pinched his chin and pondered, "Motherfucker, isn't this Xiao being a little insincere?" What insincere? These dragon veins are ownerless items. Moreover, the realm of stacking jade is full of draconic energy. It won't take long for another dragon vein to appear. Moreover, the Dragon Island hasn't found the dragon cleansing pool for so many years. Isn't it not a big deal to them? Thinking about this, Xiaohua's figure fell into the mountain range and released the dragon vein Xiaohua. The dragon vein Xiaohua roared and pounced into the realm of stacking jade. It swallowed the dragon veins that had been growing for God knows how many years. Of course, Xiaohua didn't kill them all. Instead, he left a tail for each of the dragon veins. Presumably, it won't take long for another dragon vein to appear. Of course, when Xiaohua swallowed the dragon veins, he cautiously looked at the spatial crack and the gurgling stream. Only when he saw that there weren't any special changes did he relax. After swallowing the dragon veins, Xiaohua stored them away. Xiaohua flew towards the spatial crack that looked like two mountain peaks. Xiaohua's figure landed in the space crack. Before he could see the situation in the space clearly, the roars of 10,000 dragons surged over like surging waves. These dragon roars were different from what Xiaohua usually heard. Some were weeping, some were wailing, some were moaning, some were laughing, and some were whispering. When every sound fell into Xiaohua's ears, the dragon vein in Xiaohua's physical body would tremble. An incomparably solemn and dignified aura of heaven and earth, and a strict aura of order assaulted his senses. This aura was 100 times more intense than the black and white runes that Xiaohua faced earlier. This seems to be the myriad dragon country. It seems to contain the profound mysteries of the dragon race's initial establishment, reproduction, and extinction. Dragon vein Xiaohua whispered from the bottom of his heart, "There's no need for any dragon jade. As long as I can understand these sounds, I can step into the dragon domain." Not only that, the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua, whose freedom had been restricted and who hadn't said a single word, suddenly opened his mouth. This young one has already sensed the boundless vitality within, the power to regenerate all living things. This must be the dragon cleansing pool. See! Xiaohua suppressed the excitement in his heart and entered the spatial crack. At a glance, he saw the dragon cleansing pool that he had yearned for even in his dreams. Xiaohua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He saw that this was a space filled with lightning. Countless purple lightning bolts appeared out of thin air and fell into a pool of water that was 1,000 li in size. This pool wasn't an ordinary circular pool, nor was it on the ground. Instead, it stood in the spatial crack in the shape of a dragon. Inside the pool, a pool of light purple liquid was rippling like water. From a gap at the end of the pool, a small stream was gurgling out. This stream was originally as thin as a chopstick, but after leaving the pool, it immediately swelled up and became like an ordinary stream. Moreover, this stream grew larger and larger. After flowing for a few li, it completely disappeared and evaporated into the spatial crack. This is the dragon cleansing pool. Xiaohua looked inside the spatial crack. Apart from the lightning, there was nothing else. He was somewhat puzzled. After closing his eyes, he opened his delirium breaker Dharma eye. In the delirium breaker Dharma eye, an enormous dragon shape that was several times more dazzling than an ordinary sun coiled in the spatial crack. Xiaohua resisted the discomfort caused by the delirium breaker Dharma eye and carefully observed it. This dragon shape looked similar to an ordinary dragon, but on the surface of the dragon shape, every dragon scale had millions of mysterious dragon patterns. Moreover, every trace of the dragon pattern gave off a fine light. Within the fine light, there were even finer lightning bolts. Tens of thousands of dragon scales gathered together to form an unparalleled dragon might. This dragon might was like a mountain, like the sun and the moon, like the heavens and the earth. Xiaohua almost couldn't see the entire dragon shape clearly. That glaring purple flame had already forced him to close his delirium breaker Dharma eye. After closing his Dharma eye, he saw the dragon cleansing pool again. He couldn't see the profoundness inside. Xiaohua was enlightened once again. The dragon cleansing pool was not created by man but by nature. The delusion breaker Dharma eye was the key to the creation of the dragon cleansing pool. The dragon carvings on the dragon's shape were the work of the gods. The carvings on the dragon's body were probably the result of these millions of dragon carvings. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said in a low voice, "Fellow immortal, let me out first. Although I can't rely on this dragon cleansing pool to form my body, I can comprehend the essence of the dragon cleansing pool and see fellow Daoist Longmai's rebirth. This will be of great help to me in comprehending the vitality of Confucian cultivators. Fellow immortal, don't be impatient." Xiaohua said with a smile. The spatial laws in this folded jade legacy realm are incomplete. Confucian cultivators and clear eyes technique can't be used. This is the spatial crack of the folded jade legacy realm. Who knows if fellow immortal can come out? Chapter 40. Fortunately, Xiaohua only gave it a try before releasing the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua. Thus, Xiaohua simply let the green-robed Xiaohua send out his invisible nascent soul to experience the changes in the dragon cleansing pool together. Looking at the resplendent sword light and the rumbling thunder, Xiaohua turned his head to look outside the spatial crack, at the snowflakes floating down from the stacked jade legacy realm. He sighed in his heart, then his mind escaped into the mysterious dark clouds. How is it? Xiaobai had previously swallowed Ao Jiao's soul, so he naturally knew some secrets of the stacked jade legacy realm. Although he had never asked, he was inevitably nervous. After all, even a dragon like Ao Jiao couldn't form her body. Xiaobai was only a flood dragon, so how could he be blessed by heaven? Now that he saw Jade Archive Xiaohua appear, he couldn't help but speak with a trembling voice. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and said, "Everything is ready except for the east wind. How is your cultivation of the dragon transformation art?" Ha! Xiaobai's face was filled with ecstasy when he heard this, and he laughed loudly. The entire soul formation realm was filled with Xiaobai's joy, and the gloom and sorrow that seemed to have accumulated for hundreds of years disappeared in an instant. Xiaobai laughed for half a cup of tea's time before he opened his mouth and said, "I don't know how to describe the excitement in my heart, nor do I know how to express my gratitude to you, Xiaobai." Jade Archive Xiaohua couldn't help but be excited and said, "You and I met because of Yellow Flower Ridge, and you died because of Shanghuaming. Although you aren't a member of Shanghuaming in my eyes, you are the same as second senior brother and senior sister. You are my family in this life, and I am very happy to be able to do something for you. Furthermore, you and I are best friends. Your soul remains in my mysterious dark clouds, and my soul cultivation progresses along with you. How many people in this world are there who are worthy of such trust? How many people in this world are there who are worthy of such trust? How many people in this world are there who are worthy of such trust? How many people in this world are there who we can entrust everything to?" Sigh. Xiaobai's expression gradually calmed down, and he sighed slightly and said, "You are right. In the face of such feelings, any words are useless, and no matter what you say, it is useless. Have you cultivated your dragon transformation skill to perfection?" Jade Archive Xiaohua was still concerned about the dragon transformation skill and asked again. Xiaobai smiled and said, "Although there are 9 layers to the dragon transformation art, when the dragon jade was incomplete, I did not quite understand it. After all, the tempering techniques in it were too profound. Furthermore, back then with my python body, I had actually already mastered most of the dragonization art. Otherwise, how could I have transformed into a dragon? When the dragon jade was complete and I learned that the dragon transformation art was originally a cultivation method for the dragon race to remodel their bodies, I completely understood that during this period of time, there were no longer any obstacles for me to look back at the dragon transformation art in my soul state." At this point, Little White asked again, "By the way, Xiaohua, you didn't let fellow Daoist Longmai reconstruct his body first?" He, your matter is more important." Jade Archive Xiaohua said with a smile, "Leave the matter of Daoist Longmai for later." Little White was moved again. After thinking for a bit, it raised its dragon claw and a crystal light fell in front of Xiaohua's eyes. It said, "This is my recent understanding of the dragonization art. Perhaps it will be of some help to Daoist Longmai. Okay. Jade Archive Xiaohua stretched out his hand and the crystal light immediately entered Little White's body. He then urged, "Let's go, Little White. It's time for you to remodel your body." When Xiaohua's consciousness withdrew from the mysterious dark clouds, he used the soul strands to drag Little White's soul out. Immediately, the entire space was filled with crackling sounds. The dragon that was originally difficult to see with the naked eye actually revealed its outline. Moreover, the calm purple liquid in the dragon cleansing pool also began to show traces of ripples. "Xiaohua, I'm going." Little White was actually somewhat reserved as it looked at the dragon cleansing pool and said in a low voice. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Go. Don't worry about personal gains and losses. Just stay calm and clear, and activate the dragonization art." But Little White took a deep breath. With a long roar, its soul rushed into the dragon cleansing pool. Boom! Seeing Little White's soul fall into the dragon cleansing pool, the entire space shook with a loud boom. A huge fire dragon shape appeared above the dragon cleansing pool. Oh! Xiaohua somewhat understood. He knew that this was the reason why Little White swallowed the fire dragon's soul. Buzz! A series of strange sounds came from the dragon cleansing pool. The water in the dragon cleansing pool began to boil. At the crack in space, countless amounts of dragon spiritual energy rushed out from the stacked Jade Legacy realm and madly entered the dragon shape that was faintly visible to the naked eye. When the dragon's spiritual energy entered the dragon scale, it turned into fireflies that hovered in the dragon cleansing pool. Is this the power of rebirth? Xiaohua's voice came from the sword light. Xiaohua hastily looked over and saw a flickering black and white light appear at the end of the dragon cleansing pool. Then, even more black and white light appeared. In the blink of an eye, another dragon scale was formed. Then, the dragon scales began to flicker. Xiaohua. At this time, Little White's voice came, "Don't forget your promise. Quickly give me a drop of essence blood." Do. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What do you want my essence blood for? I have a lot of dragon corpses here. How about I give you their flesh?" We had an agreement back then." Little White didn't explain and only laughed from the dragon cleansing pool. "Alright." Xiaohua helplessly sent a drop of essence blood into the dragon scale. Whoosh! A blood-red light flashed within the dragon scale. Within the blood-red light, the chanting of gods and devils could be faintly heard. One by one, the figures of gods and devils that couldn't be determined inexplicably appeared. The black and white light from before immediately dimmed under the influence of the gods and devils. A bit of flesh appeared within the light, and at the same time, the liquid in the dragon cleansing pool began to rush into the flesh and turned into something else. In just a short moment, a butterfly-shaped dragon tail appeared. Thunderclaps sounded like raindrops, and the dragon's spiritual energy blew in from the spatial crack like a hurricane. Snowflakes also entered the spatial crack, and the originally solemn atmosphere in the spatial crack became even denser. Mysterious ripples were produced in the spatial crack one after another. Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua wasn't the only one who was immersed in comprehending the Tao of life. Green-robed Xiaohua wasn't the only one who was engrossed in comprehending the Tao of life and death. Even Xiaohua's eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. This was the power of heaven and earth that was rarely seen in the world. This was the mystery of heaven and earth that came out of nothing. It was more profound than any cultivation method, secret technique, divine ability, or secret technique in the world. This was the source of all magical techniques and divine abilities. After a full 2 hours, the reconstruction of Little White's dragon body finally came to an end. A dragon body that was close to 50 kilometers in size gradually emerged from the dragon cleansing pool. Its scales flashed with mysterious dragon patterns, and every inch of its flesh was engraved with indescribable runes. Its seemingly real dragon body was filled with vitality and vitality. In the end, the entire space began to rumble with lightning and thunder. Consciousnesses that could easily destroy the entire world appeared above the dragon cleansing pool. With the appearance of these consciousnesses, An obscure and incomprehensible draconic incantation appeared amidst the rumbling thunder. Following this draconic incantation, the lightning in the entire space began to gather, forming a huge character on the little white dragon's blurry head. This character was so strange that even Xiao Hua, who had cultivated green seal text, couldn't see it in his mind even though he could see it with his eyes. Chirp. The words that came out of the lightning made a sound that was similar to the green seal script. Then, they fell into the little white dragon's head. It was like the finishing touch. The little white dragon's head suddenly appeared. At the same time, all the waves converged on the little white dragon's head, and the blood-red dragon horn appeared on its head. The moment the dragon horn appeared, all the gods and devils chanted, and all the thunder and lightning disappeared. Ah! Little White laughed and flew out of the dragon cleansing pool. Its huge dragon body rapidly shrank. When it arrived in front of Xiao Hua, the flames around Little White's body flashed, and a human figure wearing a scarlet robe appeared in front of Xiao Hua. It cupped its hands and said, "Fellow Daoist, I greet you." Looking at the human figure that looked exactly like him and the mysterious dragon pattern on the robe, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He raised his hand and returned the gesture. "Little White, don't you have your original form?" "Ah." Little White laughed. "I only have my original form of a monster. I don't have a human face." Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, "I understand. Ordinary dragons can't transform into a real human like you because they don't have the bloodline of a human. And you can only transform into me because you have my blood essence?" Not only that. Little White's body swayed and transformed into an ordinary dragon. It danced in the air a few times and said with a smile, "I once cultivated in your soul, so I also have the power of your soul. When I transform into you, even Vairocana, revered one, wouldn't be able to tell the difference. You're my real incarnation." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "You're no longer a soul body, so you can't enter the soul to cultivate. What plans do you have?" "Plans?" Little White laughed. "I'll follow you. What other plans do I have? The world is vast. There are many places you can go." Xiao Hua nodded. "Even if you and I depend on each other for survival, you should go out and gain experience." "All right." Little White replied, "I'll listen to you. After all, I've just condensed my physical body. It's better for me to walk around first." Also, Xiao Hua thought of something and wanted to send a voice transmission, but he hesitated. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Your origin. Just don't reveal it. I don't have anything else to tell you." "All right." Little White replied without hesitation, "We naturally have to endure our blood feud. When the time is right, we'll talk about it. How much dragon cleansing liquid did you use in the dragon cleansing pool?" Xiao Hua looked at the dragon cleansing pool and asked, "Is there enough left for fellow Daoist dragon bloodline to condense his body?" Chapter 40-41. "Ha, don't worry." Little White Dragon laughed and replied proudly, "I only used 20% of the dragon cleansing pool's dragon cleansing liquid. The remaining is enough for Daoist Longmai to condense his body." "Good." Xiao Hua relaxed and asked, "I have a Kunlun mirror here with a Kunlun immortal realm for you to cultivate in. Do you want to go in now? Or do you want to stay here?" "Of course I want to stay here." The little white dragon replied without any hesitation, "Fellow Daoist Longmai is your clone, so I have to protect you no matter what." "Good." Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said, "Daoist Longmai, it's time for you to condense your body." With a dragon roar, Longmai Xiao Hua rushed out of Xiao Hua's body. Rumble! As Longmai Xiao Hua appeared, the previously extinguished lightning instantly enveloped the entire space. Even the dragon cleansing pool's dragon cleansing liquid began to boil. Hiss! Seeing such a phenomenon, not only was Xiao Hua shocked, even Little White Dragon was stunned. "Daoist friend," Xiao Hua hurriedly said, the dragon cleansing pool's life force suddenly flourished, 10 times stronger than before. The lightning energy has also strengthened 10 times. Green-robed Xiao Hua reminded at the same time. "There's more." Xiao Hua said, Once Daoist Longmai condenses his body, he might not be able to return to your body. How will you cultivate your Dao sex techniques? Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said, I have already thought about it for a long time. Now, Daoist Longmai is no longer just eyes meridians. He is also an independent, Daoist friend. Condensing his body is the first step of his cultivation. I cannot destroy his heavenly Dao for myself. Xiaohua. Longmai Xiaohua's entire body was incomparably bright in the space. His voice also seemed to come from the heavens. Thank you. Hehe, no need to be so polite. Xiaohua laughed. You are me and I am you. I'm thinking for you and also for myself. Little White, thank you for your understanding of the dragonization art. Longmai Xiaohua looked at the reborn little white dragon. Now, I have full confidence in condensing my body. Ha, no need to be so polite. Little white dragon's voice. You are me, I am you. For Longmai Xiaohua's dragon roar shook the space. Xiaohua. The dragon flew into the dragon cleansing pool. Don't worry, I'll give you some essence blood. Xiaohua thought of something and hurriedly forced a drop of essence blood into Xiaohua's mouth. Aren't you being too stingy? The green-robed Xiaohua laughed from the side. Now, the lightning in the dragon cleansing pool is more than 10 times stronger than the little white dragon's body. How can a drop of your essence blood succeed? You did it? Xiaohua almost stomped his feet. He fiercely glared at the green-robed Xiaohua. Daoist, teat, est, this. Daoist Lord Longmai's body is to condense, body to condense. Meet it. Xiaohua, of course, wouldn't let Longmai Xiaohua's body formation fail. Thinking for a moment, he gave another 8 drops of blood. Xiaohua's face turned pale. Boom. Longmai Xiaohua rushed into the dragon cleansing pool, causing the space to tremble. Inside the dragon cleansing pool, Longmai Xiaohua's body formation phenomenon was 10 times stronger than when little white dragon condensed his body. Looking at the dragon's spiritual qi gushing out from the folded jade legacy realm, it caused the space crack to shake. The 2 mountains seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Oh no! Although Xiaohua was prepared, he didn't expect Longmai Xiaohua's body formation to be so powerful. Before he could come up with a countermeasure, the dragon cleansing pool roared. Roar! The dragon above the dragon cleansing pool actually let out a roar. The dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pool was like a water dragon charging into the dragon. Even more concentrated lightning bolts struck the dragon's scales and patterns. After the dragon cleansing pool filled up the dragon, it continued to expand uncontrollably. At the end of the dragon cleansing pool, the black and white specks of light at the dragon's tail had yet to appear, let alone the condensation of blood and flesh. Little White, what's going on? Xiaohua panicked and turned to ask Little White Dragon. Little White Dragon was also dumbfounded. He didn't know what to say. After a while, he stuttered, I don't know, roar. Right at this moment, Xiaohua's dragon roar resounded once more from the dragon cleansing pool. An enormous dragon figure actually charged out from the pool, flashed over Xiaohua's head, and flew towards the stacked jade legacy realm. Around the dragon shape, there were billions of lightning and billions of dragon runes that looked like sparkling jade lights. It was a spectacular sight. Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly moved his body and followed Little White Dragon out of the space. Woo! A huge wind whistled. The dragon shape gradually expanded and rushed towards the folded jade legacy realm. It was probably already more than 10,000 miles away. At this time, the drifting snowflakes were sucked into the huge dragon shape along with the dragon spirit qi in the folded jade legacy realm. This hurricane was so big that it gradually affected the entire folded jade legacy realm. Along with the hurricane, the entire folded jade legacy realm fell into lightning and thunder. 10,000 layers of dragon clouds, 10,000 layers of dragon roars, the entire folded jade legacy realm seemed to be splitting the heavens and earth. This huge movement was not inferior to the changes in the scenery of the folded jade legacy realm. Especially, along with the appearance of the dragon cleansing pool's dragon shape and the condensation of Longmai Xiaohua's flesh, An earth-shattering dragon aura gradually condensed from an inexplicable space within Xiaohua's body. This dragon aura was so powerful that it caused all the dragons in the folded Jade Legacy realm to crawl on the ground. Dragon territory. Dragon territory. Ao Xing and Ao Zhan were naturally attracted by the phenomenon of Longmai Xiaohua's body condensation. Like all the other dragons, they flew towards the direction of the huge dragon shape. However, when the dragon aura was released, they couldn't help but tremble. Ao Xing resisted the trembling and actually revealed the tone of a great elder. Could it be that the passage between the folded Jade Legacy realm and dragon territory has been repaired? Did the dragon territory's holy dragon descend here? When did the dragon aura of the Four Seas Dragon Clan and Dragon Islands Dragon Clan become so powerful? Looking far into the distance, Long Si, who was sucking on a giant dragon, raised her head in surprise. She looked at the dragon pillar, and a rare look of fear and indescribable greed appeared in her withered and emotionless eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Long Si suddenly jumped into the air, and her figure disappeared in a flash. Long Si was not the only one who was attracted by this unusual phenomenon. Even further away, another black figure that was dozens of feet large flew up from the ground. Its body also swiftly descended into the empty space. Behind this black figure, there were also a couple of huge dragon corpses that had fallen on a huge rock. Quick, quick! Although the dragons were shocked by the dragon aura, they understood in their hearts and shouted, "Quickly rush to where the holy dragon is. Only by reaching there will we be safe. Only the holy dragon can resist Long Si. Damn it, fellow Daoist Longmai is too strong." Little White Dragon was also shocked by the dragon aura. However, he had just come out of the dragon cleansing pool and the dragon aura of the dragon cleansing liquid in his body hadn't faded yet. Therefore, he could still stand there steadily. He couldn't help but exclaim. However, Xiaohua, who was standing next to Little White Dragon, had a trace of worry on his face. Although he couldn't see what was wrong with this powerful dragon aura, he could feel the lack of strength in Xiaohua's body condensation. Xiaohua looked at the snowflakes dancing in the air, then the yellow leaves drifting in the air, and now it was drizzling. He understood that because of Xiaohua's body condensation, the 3 seasons of the stacked Jade Legacy realm had been completed within several hours. The dragon spiritual qi had condensed into Xiaohua's body, but the will of the body condensation and the dragon language that sealed the heavenly pattern land deed hadn't appeared. This could only mean that his 9 drops of essence blood weren't enough to condense Xiaohua's body. What else is missing? What else is missing? Xiaohua held his forehead with one hand and whispered in a somewhat anxious tone. Little White Dragon also frowned. He thought for a moment, then probed, "Xiaohua, fellow Daoist Longmai is formed by luck and borrowed your meridians. It's easier for him to fuse with the dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pool. This place is a fragment of the dragon domain. Does he lack dragon domain's essence blood? Damn it, how can I have dragon jade's essence blood?" Xiaohua replied somewhat anxiously. "Isn't there a dragon priest in the stacked Jade Legacy realm?" Confucian cultivator Xiaohua reminded. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. Although dragon priest is from the dragon domain, he isn't a dragon. His essence blood won't be useful. That's not right. Green-robed Xiaohua said, "Fellow Daoist Longmai hasn't condensed his body for a long time. It should be because he doesn't have enough life force. Or rather, he doesn't have enough dragon spiritual qi. Dragon jade. Crystal dragon. Dragon core." Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. These 3 things came from dragon field. There must be pure dragon spirit qi from dragon field inside. Put the dragon core at the back. Green-robed Xiaohua immediately shouted, "Let's give the useless crystal dragon and dragon jade to fellow Daoist Longmai first." With a wave of his hand, Xiaohua took out dragon jade and crystal dragon and sent them into the dragon cleansing pool together. Boom! The dragon cleansing pool once again surged with wild waves. An indescribable ripple spread from the dragon's tail to the dragon's head that Xiaohua still couldn't form. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire stacked Jade Legacy realm turned completely dark. Only a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. In the darkness, hundreds of powerful consciousnesses appeared in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Then, hundreds of cryptic dragon language appeared in the thunder like an incantation. It was like a blessing and also like a prayer. Following this dragon language, hundreds of huge characters directly emitted a dazzling light in the darkness. Dragon ancestors' blessing. Ao Xing crawled on the ground and couldn't help but cry out, "This isn't the dragon domain's holy dragon descends. It's a dragon's body condensed. Xiaohua. This is Xiaohua. But, dragon ancestors' blessing? How can there be so many? There's a total of 100. How is this possible?" Chapter 4042. Just as Dragon Hall's Great Elder was confused, hundreds of dragon runes landed on Dragon Vein Xiaohua's head. At the same time, a huge dragon head slowly grew out. 2 9-colored crystal dragon horns also grew out. Above the dragon horns, there was a faint dragon crown. The hundreds of dragon ancestors' blessings landed on the dragon horns. All the gods and demons chanted and all the thunder and lightning completely disappeared. Along with the disappearance of the lightning and thunder, there were also layers of dark clouds in the forgotten realm of stacked jade. The entire sky seemed to have brightened up as jade-like crystals were born in the sky. Like a spring breeze, tens of thousands of flower petals bloomed among the cloud trees. Stacked jade, stacked jade. Xiaohua was in a good mood. Looking at the layers of jade falling down, he smiled and said, "I'm afraid this is the origin of the realm of stacked jade?" Dragon Vein Xiaohua stretched his neck and let out a long cry. His huge dragon body rapidly shrank. The dragon might that pervaded the entire realm of stacked jade also faded like the tide. When Dragon Vein Xiaohua landed in the dragon cleansing pool, all the strange phenomena disappeared. "I greet you." Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew out from the dragon cleansing pool and transformed into a human figure that looked exactly like Xiaohua. He bowed and greeted. Little white dragon's figure flashed and landed beside Dragon Vein Xiaohua. His appearance was also no different from Xiaohua. Not to mention the naked eye, even if divine sense swept over, it was impossible to distinguish Little White from Dragon Vein Xiaohua. "Congratulations, fellow Daoist." Xiaohua ignored the little white dragon and cupped his hands in return. His gaze was rather satisfied as he looked up and down at Xiaohua of the dragon bloodline, who was dressed in a dragon-patterned Daoist robe. He said, "Fellow Daoist, you can use your original appearance. There's no need to transform into my appearance." But Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled. The dragon runes moved slightly and his human figure disappeared. A 5-clawed colored dragon with a dragon crown appeared in front of Xiaohua. You actually formed a 5-clawed dragon body?" Little White Dragon looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua's 5 claws and was shocked. He asked in disbelief. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled and said, "Indeed. Before I condensed my body, I didn't notice it. Now that I have condensed my body, I realized that I actually formed a 5-clawed dragon body." Sigh, a dragon among dragons. Fate is indeed different. Little White Dragon sighed. Comparing dragons to dragons really makes dragons angry. Ouch! Xiaohua smiled as he looked at the 2 dragons that had successfully condensed their bodies. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he had thought of something. He threw down the 2 dragons and hurriedly flew to the side of the dragon cleansing pool. At this time, the dragon cleansing pool was almost empty. Less than half of the dragon cleansing liquid was flowing in the pool. "Withdraw." Without hesitation, Xiaohua extended his consciousness into the dragon cleansing pool. Fortunately, the dragon cleansing pool had just been destroyed by the Dragon Vein Xiaohua's transformation, and all the innate restrictions had yet to recover. Xiaohua's consciousness swept up the dragon cleansing liquid and smoothly sent it into the space. "Ah!" Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. "This way, I won't have any regrets." Before he could finish laughing, the sound of a beast's roar that made Xiaohua's hair stand on end came from outside the dragon cleansing pond. "Long Si, why did this thing chase after us? Damn it." Xiaohua's face was pale. Long Si was the natural enemy of the dragon race. How could the two freshly emerged dragons outside the dragon cleansing pool be a match for Long Si? Roar, roar. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, two resounding dragon roars rang out at the same time as the sound of an explosion. Xiaohua was so frightened that he hurriedly flew out of the dragon cleansing pool. When he flew out, the little white dragon and Long Si had already transformed into a 1,000-zhang long dragon and were fighting with a similarly 1,000-zhang Long Si. Although the two dragons were at a disadvantage, they did not look like ordinary dragons that were being eaten. Xiaohua came to a realization. The dragon cleansing pool was an item of the dragon domain. The two dragons born from the dragon cleansing pool were naturally not something the Dragon Island's dragon race could compare to. They would not be particularly afraid of Long Si. Of course, the strength that Long Si Xiaohua was displaying now was extremely unmatched with the huge abnormality of Long Si Xiaohua's body condensation. This made Xiaohua a little confused. However, how could Xiaohua have the time to think? With a roar, his body flashed with brilliance as he displayed the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique and joined the battle with the wishful steel staff in his hand. Rumble. Just as Xiaohua's figure left the dragon cleansing pool, a loud thunder sounded again. The two mountain-like spatial cracks quickly healed, and the dragon platform between the three mountains also began to slowly roll down the mountain. Roar. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua roared angrily. He opened his dragon mouth and tore off a piece of flesh from dragon bloodline Xiaohua's body. Taking advantage of dragon bloodline Xiaohua's success, Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua opened his mouth and a several thousand-foot-long tongue came out of his dragon head and fiercely lunged at Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's forehead. Boom! Just as the tongue was about to pierce Long Si Xiaohua's forehead, a black wishful steel staff suddenly appeared from the void and smashed right in the middle of the tongue. The whole tongue bent like noodles. Long Si Xiaohua was ashamed and angry, and its huge claws slapped at Xiaohua. This slap of Long Si Xiaohua actually contained a restriction that shrouded the space of several hundred zhang around Xiaohua, imprisoning Xiaohua. Pa! Xiaohua's whole body shone with golden light, but he was unable to break free from this restriction. The beast claw slapped down and hit his arm. Xiaohua's several hundred zhang golden body fell from the sky like a stone and landed on the ground with a boom. However, it was only a moment before Xiaohua flew out from the ground again and rushed into the air, although there were some cracks on his arm. It was also at this moment that Long Si's other beast claw fell on Little White Dragon's tail. A large piece of flesh was torn, and Little White Dragon cried out in pain. Immediately, Long Si Xiaohua turned its head and its long tongue suddenly attacked Little White Dragon's forehead. Little White Dragon turned pale with fright, and a dark green halo flashed between its dragon horns. A halo rushed out and landed on Long Si Xiaohua's forehead without any obstruction. Long Si Xiaohua suddenly screamed and hastily retracted its tongue, as if it wanted to protect its forehead. Ka! At this moment, a shadow flashed by on Long Si Xiaohua's tail. Long Si Xiaohua's dragon tail suddenly fell, and Long Si Xiaohua's tail immediately bent. Long Si Xiaohua's figure rose up and loudly howled. Kill! Xiaohua coldly waved his hand. Following Xiaohua's command, Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiaohua once again pounced on Long Si Xiaohua from both sides. GGG! Long Si Xiaohua roared 3 times in a row, and its entire monster body was suffused with a striking scarlet color. The dragon patterns on its body seemed to be alive, and an indescribable dragon might was actually emitted from Long Si Xiaohua's body, forcing Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiaohua to retreat several thousand zhang. Xiaohua was even worse off, and was firmly pressed on the ground, unable to move at all. Moreover, as the dragon might grew stronger, the two dragons' movements were also restricted, and a vague feeling of bone softness and tendon numbness appeared again. Not good. Xiaohua looked at Long Si Xiaohua, who was ferociously closing in on Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiaohua, and was greatly alarmed. Little White Dragon and Long Si Xiaohua have after all just formed their bodies, and their strength is still shallow. How can they be this Long Si's opponent? At this crucial moment, A loud and clear dragon roar came from afar, and a mountain-like dragon might rushed over like a wave. Rumble. It violently collided with Long Xi's dragon might from all directions. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaohua struggled to fly up from the ground and rushed to Long Xi Xiaohua's side. Fellow. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and asked, the heaven and earth anomaly of your body forming is so big and has indeed disturbed the entire overlapping Jadeite legacy realm, but why is your strength still so weak? Long Xi Xiaohua indifferently replied, I's body forming movement is big, and it can only mean that I's dragon body foundation is good, and I have great potential in the future. It can't mean that I's strength can surpass you all of a sudden. That Ao Sheng is called Little Clan Elder, but isn't his current strength inferior to I? Xiaohua was only complaining, but he actually understood in his heart. Looking at Long Xi, whose dragon might was like a mountain, he asked, Now, what should we do? Fight to the death. Long Xi Xiaohua's dragon eyes were unyielding. I formed my body from the dragon's spiritual energy of the dragon domain, and this heaven and earth originally did not tolerate it. How can you not know? It is difficult for any almighty to descend into the world, and there is bound to be a heaven and earth calamity. This Long Xi is the heaven and earth's test for I, and I will definitely fight and win, and kill if I win. Good. Little White Dragon shouted from the side. I will also help. Rumble. While Xiaohua and the others were talking, Long Xi Xiaohua had already clashed with Long Xi. Dense draconic aura wreaked havoc in an area of nearly 1,000 miles. Specks of emerald green danced in the hurricane. Scales and drops of dragon blood also flashed with a bloody color in the emerald green. The entire space was cracking and collapsing amidst the roars. The great elder of the Dragon Hall once again used Ao Sheng's dragon body to reveal his true form. That 8th grade essence force was evenly matched with Long Xi. Even with the powerful combat ability of the dragon race, the great elder tore Long Xi's body into pieces. The pain made Long Xi's withered yellow eyes flash with green light. Xiaohua, Little White Dragon, and Long Xi Xiaohua were forced back step by the unstoppable force, and that knife-like wind blade even cut open the huge rocks of the realm of Jade. Luckily, Little White Dragon looked at Long Xi Xiaohua, who had the upper hand with lingering fear, and said, Long Xi Xiaohua was distracted during this training, otherwise we would have all died in Long Xi's mouth. Not necessarily. Long Xi Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed and said in a low voice, This Long Xi's dragon might is starting to change. Not only that. Xiaohua's face also turned pale. Long Xi Xiaohua has already appeared once with Ao Sheng's body. I'm afraid he won't be able to last long this time. His dragon might and aura are already starting to weaken. At this moment, Long Xi Xiaohua's sharp claws slashed through the air and instantly created a several hundred zhang long wound on Long Xi's abdomen, and that faint golden blood flowed out from the wound. However, Long Xi not only did not roar in pain, but instead let out a hiss, and this hiss actually had a hint of a dragon's roar. Looking at the wound, it expanded, and a golden light flashed out from the wound, and a monster that looked like a python dragon poked its head out from the wound. Chapter 40-43. Once this monster similar to Long Xi appeared, a huge dragon might and an aura that could cause 10,000 dragons to tremble was released. It spread towards the depths of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Even Dragon Hall's Great Elder couldn't help but tremble when facing this aura. It was hard for him to gather the dragon chi in his body. Not good. Dragon Hall's Great Elder shouted and transmitted his voice to Xiaohua. Quick! Daoist Master Xiao, ask these two immortal friends to come and help. This Long Xi is about to advance. As long as he succeeds, the stacked Jade Legacy realm, no, the entire Dragon Island will be destroyed. You can't even deal with it with your 8th grade essence energy strength? How can we deal with it? Xiaohua was a bit hesitant. Right now, the only person in the entire stacked Jade Legacy realm who wasn't afraid of Long Xi was probably him. Of course I can kill Long Xi with my strength. Dragon Hall's great elder said anxiously, I even have the heavenly dragon technique that I haven't used yet. But this Long Si is the natural enemy of my dragon race. Before Long Si advanced, I could still resist his killing aura. Now that Long Si has started to advance, I'm afraid I can't resist anymore. And Daoist Master's 2 immortal friends have just condensed their bodies and came out of the dragon cleansing pool. They aren't afraid of Long Si's killing aura. Xiaohua squinted his eyes as if he was bargaining, but their strength is only at 6th grade essence energy. Relying on the dragon chi of the stacked Jade Legacy realm, they might reach 7th grade essence energy. Adding on Daoist Master. Great Elder's voice became more and more hurried, as if he couldn't breathe due to Long Si's killing aura. I can also use the heavenly dragon technique again. We might have the strength to fight. Long Si only consumes dragons, right? Xiaohua asked in confusion. Of course, the entire stacked Jade Legacy realm's dragon race. Great Elder was caught off guard and said casually. But just as he said that, he immediately understood Xiaohua's meaning and said angrily, Daoist Master Xiao. Xiaohua's hand pinched his chin, looking at the new Long Si who was coming out of the bloodstains on Long Si's abdomen. He said calmly, Great Elder has already used this Xiao enough. Don't you feel that you are very unkind? But didn't you also find the dragon cleansing pool? Didn't he condense his body as well? The Grand Elder couldn't help but tremble. Even his voice was trembling. That new dragon priest's killing intent was too powerful. If there is no Long Si, Xiaohua said with a smile, of course, I will abide by the agreement in the Dragon Palace. Besides, even if there is no Long Si, the thing that Ao Sheng and Ao Zhan obtained in the Deep Ring, you don't think that it flew out of nowhere, do you? All right. The Great Elder of the Dragon Palace naturally knew what Xiaohua was talking about. He also understood Xiaohua's meaning. He resolutely and decisively said, Long you will be given to a real person to comprehend for 1,000 years. No. How could Xiaohua agree? He waves his hand and says, Long Yu belongs to your dragon island. Now that this Xiao has found him, he should already belong to this Xiao. However, this Xiao is willing to return it to its rightful owner. As for when it will be returned, that will depend on my mood. At this point, the Great Elder of the Dragon Hall no longer had any room to bargain. He said without hesitation, If you return it before you ascend, I will agree on behalf of the Dragon Hall. Otherwise, I will go all out. Deal? Xiaohua saw Long Si break out of the cocoon and did not dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly said, Let's go together. Kill this bastard. All right. The Great Elder of the Dragon Hall said again, Long Si has advanced. There is a fetal belt in his abdomen. It is the essence of Long Si and is also Long Si's only weakness. My dragon race does not dare to approach that place. Only that immortal friend Five Claws can. However, that place is especially tough. Only Five Claws' dragon claws can break it. Once this fetal belt is broken, Long Si's essence will leak out. You can also kill him. What about you? Xiaohua nodded and whispered to Little White Dragon and Dragon Vein Xiaohua. He then asked. The Great Elder of the Dragon Hall sneered, Do you think this old man is useless? Even if this old man has to give up this primordial spirit, I will still kill Long Si. That is, Xiaohua said with a smile, if Long Si does not die, I am afraid the entire Dragon Island will be in danger. Great Elder, if you have any trump cards, take them all out. Long Si cannot leave the stacked Jade Legacy realm. The Great Elder looked at Long Si and said with a decisive tone, Without the true Dragon Tablet, no one can return to the Dragon Island. At this time, Long Si had already raised his head from the blood stains. Although there were no dragon horns on the beast's head and it did not have the shape of a dragon, a kind of beast roar that was extremely similar to that of the dragon race came out from its bloody mouth. When this sound came out, the Great Elder's dragon body trembled and shouted, Daoist Master Xiao, we do not have time. Hurry up and do it. All right. Xiaohua waved his hand and ordered, We will attract Long Si's attention. Fellow Daoist Dragon Vein, you are responsible for killing Long Si. Little White and Dragon Vane Xiaohua roared at the same time, as if they were emboldening each other. The two huge dragons, one from the left and one from the back, pounced towards Long Si. Wu. Seeing the two dragons move, the Great Elder urged Ao Xing's dragon body and also rushed into the sky. However, before the Great Elder could get close to Long Si slightly moaned, and the Great Elder's body immediately trembled. He could not even fly and was about to fall. Wang. The Great Elder's dragon body suddenly flashed with brilliance, and streams of dragon aura surged from all directions. The dragon aura of the stacked Jade Legacy realm was first plundered by Dragon Vane Xiaohua's body, and now that Long Si had advanced, it was swept clean again, so the dragon aura that the Great Elder attracted this time was really insufficient. However, as the dragon aura poured in, the Great Elder opened his mouth, and obscure dragon language flew out from his mouth. Then, the Great Elder waved his dragon claws, and the space within hundreds of miles gradually condensed into a kind of crystal-like thing. At this time, Xiaohua did not care about hiding his strength anymore. He abandoned his transcendence golden body and gradually formed a demon body. The Phoenix Wu raised its head and screamed, flapping its wings and pouncing towards Long Si. Facing Long Si, the Phoenix Wu who had transformed into a phoenix did not have any natural fear. Even the sound that made the dragons go limp only made his heart tremble, and did not have any effect on his physical body. The Phoenix Wu waved its phoenix claws, and a mark that was hundreds of feet long flashed in midair, slashing towards Long Si like lightning. This sharp blade that could cut an ordinary cultivator in half did not seem to be in Long Si's eyes at all. Long Si sensed the abnormality and suddenly turned his head, spitting out dirty blood from his mouth. Swoosh! An extremely tough blood cloud blocked in front of the Phoenix Wu. Ka-ka! Under the Phoenix Wu's sharp claws, this blood cloud actually made a golden sound. When the blood cloud was torn apart, the Phoenix Wu's strength had already disappeared, and the Phoenix Wu did not hesitate to extend its beak and peck at Long Si's forehead from afar. Long Si's forehead was originally stained with blood, but at this time, it seemed to have been washed away by the rain. Swoosh swoosh! With a sound, a crack appeared between Long Si's brows. Long Si was shocked, and his figure flashed quickly. The hidden dragon patterns on his body flashed brilliantly, and he rushed out of the blood, wanting to block the Phoenix Wu's attack. At this time, Little White Dragon and Dragon Vane Xiaohua's attacks also arrived. The dragon claws landed on Long Si's skin, but with a ka-ka sound, the dragon patterns on Long Si's skin still flashed, and it actually blocked the attacks of the two dragons. Wang. At the same time, within a few miles of Long Si, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. Tens of thousands of huge scenery-like objects appeared out of thin air and stabbed into Long Si's skin from all directions. Although the skin flashed with dragon patterns and destroyed a portion of the scenery-like objects, there were still many of the scenery-like objects that stabbed into it. Boom boom. The scenery-like objects exploded, and the skin was also blasted into pieces. Large amounts of blood gushed out, and Long Si, who was not fully formed before, was exposed in midair. However, at the same time that the scenery-like objects exploded, Great Elder, who was using the heavenly dragon speech technique in midair, had traces of dragon blood seeping out of his dragon scales. His brilliance also dimmed a lot, and his entire body flew back several thousand feet. It was obvious that he was hit by Long Si's backlash. "This is all I can do." Great Elder's extremely weak voice sounded, "Quickly kill Long Si." "It can't be?" Feng Wu really didn't understand why Long Si was so powerful that even someone as strong as Great Elder was so powerless. However, he didn't dare to be careless. He flapped his wings, and the thin power of the stars and moon created a simple restriction. His entire body moved again, and he pounced towards Long Si. Little White Dragon also seemed to be going all out. Its entire body rapidly transformed, and it became extremely long as it desperately tried to entangle Long Si. Roar! Long Si sensed danger and roared loudly. His entire body expanded, and it was actually 10,000 feet long. However, the body that had just been pulled out of the scenery-like object looked abnormally slender. Moreover, although there was a large amount of dragon spiritual energy surging in from the stacked Jade Forgotten Realm, it was clearly not enough for Long Si to fully form. When Long Si roared, his body suddenly expanded. Little White Dragon's body made creaking sounds, as if it was about to be torn apart. On Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon head, the 7-colored dragon horn on his dragon head gave off an inexplicable fluctuation, firmly covering Long Si's forehead. The vague dragon crown also appeared, and a colorful light rushed towards Long Si. Swoosh! Feng Wu rushed over, and his sharp claws scratched Long Si's body. Several feet of flesh and blood were torn apart, and his other sharp claws pierced deeply into Long Si's body. Before Feng Wu's sharp claws could penetrate deeper, from the side of Long Si's body, a tentacle stretched out. Pa! It hit Feng Wu's phoenix body, and the huge force sent Feng Wu flying. Even his skin was torn apart by an extremely corrosive thing on the tentacle. See! Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. Even his powerful body wasn't Long Si's opponent. How could an ordinary dragon be Long Si's opponent? Boom! The moment Long Si attacked Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua pierced his dragon horn into Long Si's body. A huge explosion rang out, mixed with a bloody light that soared into the sky. Long Si's screams resounded through the air. All of the dragons were scared out of their wits when they heard the miserable screams. Chapter 40-44. Although Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon horn had already pierced into Long Si's body, Long Si's screams were still loud and clear. It was far from being killed. At this moment, Xiaohua suddenly saw something that looked like a human baby's umbilical cord within the bloodstains. It was several zhang in size and was slightly wriggling in the bloodstains. Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Little White Dragon heard it and swept its tail towards the umbilical cord. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The umbilical cord emitted a strange brilliance and cryptic fluctuations, not allowing the dragon tail to get close. Long Si sensed Little White Dragon's intention and turned around to bite Little White Dragon. Long Si was indeed the natural nemesis of the dragon race. Long Si had not completely transformed yet. With just a small bite, it immediately bit off a large part of Little White Dragon's neck. This pain was not only physical, but also spiritual and other mysterious parts. Little White Dragon was in so much pain that it raised its head and roared. Not only that, Long Si's dragon claw even reached into Little White Dragon's chest. With a pu sound, the dragon body formed by the dragon cleansing pool was like a piece of paper under Long Si's dragon claw. Roar! Little White Dragon threw caution to the wind. Ignoring the tearing pain all over its body, it once again urged its dragon chi and wrapped its body around Long Si. At this critical moment, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw quietly reached out from Little White Dragon's side and grabbed Long Si's umbilical cord. Just as Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw reached out, Long Si had already sensed it. He roared and turned around to escape. However, although Little White Dragon was covered in blood, it still risked its life to entangle Long Si. Above Long Si's head, Feng Wu once again pounced and blocked Long Si's escape with its huge wings. Suddenly, Long Si's immature tail pulled out from the blood and landed on Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's back. This Long Si's tail was even sharper than a sword. A deep wound appeared on Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua's back, revealing the bone. When had Dragon Vein Xiaohua ever suffered such great pain? Xiaohua's entire dragon body was trembling. However, it was also at this crucial moment that Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw suddenly reached into his fetal belt. The defense that Little White Dragon was unable to break through was even more like crumbs under Xiaohua's dragon claws. As the dragon claws penetrated, a burst of blood that emitted a fragrant smell spurted out like a fountain of blood. Looking at the unusually ferocious Long Si, she looked like a giant dragon whose tendons had been pulled out. She fell limp in the air and hung down on the Little White Dragon like a vine. At the same time, the dragon might that intimidated the dragons and the murderous aura that could kill dragons instantly disappeared. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dragon shape appeared. Without waiting for Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claw to pull out, it swallowed Long Si's womb and other parts. It even swallowed Long Si's abdomen, which was more than 100 feet away. Grand Elder the Feng Wu's body had yet to recover, and he flapped his wings and shouted in midair. Ao Sheng's dragon body appeared in midair. His dragon head was still stained with blood, but his dragon eyes were filled with ecstasy. He said, "Spiritual Master Xiao, you've only eaten meat. No matter what, you should let me drink some soup." That voice was Ao Sheng's. "Don't you think you're too shameless?" Xiaohua recovered his body, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it was Dragon Hall's Grand Elder, Xiaohua might have fought for something, but facing Ao Sheng, Xiaohua really didn't know what to say. It was probably because of this that Dragon Hall's Grand Elder let Ao Sheng out. Just as Xiaohua's voice fell, he suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly took out a yin-yang bracelet, and with his mind, he swept Long Si's body into the space. "What are you doing?" Ao Sheng was also shocked. He shouted, "Quickly kill Long Si. Don't raise a tiger and invite calamity. Long Si's womb was swallowed by you. Can he still do whatever he wants?" Xiaohua asked. Ao Sheng thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Long Si's womb has been lost. He can no longer cause harm to my dragon race. At best, he is now a strange beast of the dragon field. And an immature strange beast." Then it settled. Xiaohua looked at the little white dragon and the dragon vein. Xiaohua transformed into his human form, and his body was covered in blood. He said fiercely, "This Long Si is too despicable. I'm determined to make him regret it for the rest of his life." Alright. Ao Sheng knew that he couldn't get back what fell into Xiaohua's hands. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since you want to take Long Si, then you have to be responsible for my dragon race. Don't let this Long Si come out alive. If he eats my dragon race's brain, he might be able to recover." "Don't worry." Xiaohua patted his chest and said, "In this old man's hands, how can I let him escape?" At this point, Xiaohua changed the topic and said, "Oh, also, North Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Zheng and the others were not killed by me. Now that I have Long Si, I believe you can testify for me. Although I'm not afraid of North Sea Dragon Palace, I don't want to cause trouble." Ao Sheng looked Xiaohua up and down and said with a smile, "Didn't you offend North Sea Dragon Palace's Ao Zheng? Ao Zheng came to settle the score with you, so it's normal for you to kill him. Look, you killed Long Si. Doesn't that phoenix body, which is even more powerful than a dragon's body, prove that you're the one who killed Ao Zheng? Why would I kill Ao Zheng?" Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "At that time Little White and this Brother Long had yet to condense their bodies. How could I be a match for Ao Zheng and the other 5 dragons alone? Other than being killed by Long Si, what other possibility could there be?" "The problem is," Ao Sheng replied, "Ao Zheng and the other 5 dragons' brains weren't eaten by Long Si." Hiss! Ao Sheng's words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly waking Xiaohua up. He had a strange feeling in his heart. Then, he reached out his hand and took out the body of a dragon. He said anxiously, "Could it be that Ao Zheng is the same as this dragon? Hee, you actually killed one of my dragon race's descendants?" Ao Sheng chuckled, "Now I've caught you red-handed." "Not good." Xiaohua looked at the wound on his chest that was torn by a sharp weapon and exclaimed, "There are other dragon domain beasts in this stacked Jade Legacy realm. These beasts eat the heart and lungs of the dragon race." "Impossible, right? What other dragon domain beasts can there be?" Ao Sheng was stunned. Little White Dragon and Dragon Vein Xiaohua also quivered. After all, Long Si almost killed the dragon race that was training. If another one came, who would be able to escape? Quickly run. Why hasn't the stacked Jade Legacy realm closed? At this moment, there was a burst of chaos in the distance. Shocked voices and miserable cries could be heard. Daoist Xiao. Ao Zhan flew over from the distance. As he flew, he shouted loudly, "Quick, quickly run! There's a beast!" While he was speaking, a several zhang large black figure flew up from the ground. This black figure moved slightly and immediately disappeared in the air. When it reappeared, it had already landed on top of Ao Zhan's head. How could it be? When Xiaohua saw that black figure, he unconsciously looked like a mortal who had seen a ghost. His face was deathly pale, and an incredulous cry of surprise escaped his mouth. He was actually 10 times more surprised than when he saw Long Si. What blocked Ao Zhan's head was a several zhang large strange insect. Half of this strange insect's size was its head. There were 2 long feelers on its head. The feelers were serrated. They looked very sharp. Behind the feelers were 2 skull-sized pitch-black spots. This pitch-black spot seemed to be made up of thousands of even smaller pitch-black spots. Looking at the strange insect's body again, it was slightly protruding. Layers of gray spots stacked together. The gray spots converged at the strange insect's tail, condensing into a several-inch-long spike. The spike emitted a grayish-black color. On both sides of the strange insect's body, there was a pair of several zhang long wings. When they flapped, they emitted a black light. Under the wings, there were 2 even longer hind legs on its abdomen, like a pair of long halberds. Those hind legs streaked across the air, setting off strands of ripples. It actually tore the space apart. Wasn't this the strange insect that Xiaohua and Sun Jian joined hands to kill in the void that year? However, this strange insect was more than 10 times bigger than the one Xiaohua had seen before. That year, that 2 qi-long strange insect gave Xiaohua and Sun Jian, who were at the lower 5th grade of essence energy, a headache. If Xiaohua hadn't used his spiritual fire to launch a sneak attack, he probably wouldn't have been able to escape from the strange insect's attack. Moreover, the hind legs that Xiaohua obtained from the strange insect's body were refined into the soul execution vital light. The sharpness of those hind legs increased the might of the soul execution vital light by 30%. Now, although Xiaohua's strength had reached the upper 6th grade of essence energy and he had 2 huge dragons by his side, but how could he be a match for this strange insect? Thinking about those dragons that were easily killed by the strange insect and Ao Zhang and the others that died under the strange insect's sharp teeth, Xiaohua immediately made a decision. He then angrily roared, "Little White, don't move. I will take care of you first. Ao Sheng, if you want to live, quickly carry this old man and escape." While speaking, Xiaohua's arm shook and the universe bracelet that he didn't have time to put away shook, putting the little white dragon into the space. However, it was a bit troublesome to put Dragon Vein Xiaohua into the space. Dragon Vein Xiaohua couldn't enter Xiaohua's space. Xiaohua didn't have time to think at this time. His figure floated onto Ao Sheng's back. Ao Sheng roared and used the dragon race's secret technique to fly into the distance. Dragon Vein Xiaohua flew beside Ao Sheng. "Fellow Dragon Vein," Xiaohua transmitted, "can you still return to Ai's body?" Dragon Vein Xiaohua hurriedly replied, "Ai's dragon body hasn't completely solidified yet, it should still be possible." "Alright," Xiaohua urged, "don't resist, I will try to take you in first." Immediately, Xiaohua's mind covered Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon body quickly shrank and fell into Xiaohua's meridians. However, once Dragon Vein Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua immediately felt his body sink, as if there was something heavy entering his body. Of course, this heavy feeling only lasted for a moment. On the contrary, Ao Sheng's dragon body suddenly sank and he cried out in shock, "Xiaohua, why are you so heavy?" Before Xiaohua could speak, Ao Zhan's cry for help came from behind. "Spiritual Master Xiao, save me." Chapter 40-45. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart sank. It was even heavier than when Xiaohua entered the dragon vein just now. Ao Sheng was also somewhat hesitant. He slowed down and asked in a low voice, "Daoist Xiao, what should we do? Should we save him or not?" "Damn it, why are you asking me?" Xiaohua was going crazy. You should ask yourself. You have the Great Elder's soul in your body. The Great Elder can't appear again. Ao Xing smiled bitterly. That old man is only using my dragon body to survive, so he can't use too many divine abilities. He just used the heavenly dragon speech technique and used up too much of his yuan qi. If he uses it again, I'll really lose this primordial spirit. And if he loses this primordial spirit, the Great Elder's vitality will be greatly damaged and his position on the Dragon Island may not be stable. If the Great Elder's position is unstable, my Dragon Island may be in chaos. If the Dragon Island is in chaos. As he spoke, Ao Xing didn't dare to continue. If that's the case, why are you asking me? Xiaohua replied snappily, I don't have the Great Elder's divine ability, so it's impossible to save Ao Zhan from that strange insect. Ao Zhan has that crystal dragon. Ao Xing replied. Moreover, if Ao Zhan dies here, the Gue clan will have no leader, the 10 clans of the Dragon Island will not be able to gather, and even the 9 clans will be in chaos again. You're just a small clan elder, why are you worrying so much? Xiaohua ridiculed. Although I'm still young, I have a lot of responsibilities on my shoulders. Ao Xing's figure completely stopped. I can't let the Dragon Island fall apart. Sighs. Xiaohua looked at the struggling Ao Zhan and sighed. If you don't kill this strange insect, not only will your Dragon Island not be able to come to this folded jade legacy realm, even the Dragon Island may be in danger, even the 3 continents will be in danger. Daoist has seen this strange insect before? Ao Xing suddenly realized, Daoist must have a way to kill this strange insect. I did before, Xiaohua smiled bitterly, but this folded jade legacy realm spatial laws are changing, I can't use my divine ability, I'm afraid it won't work. Since you have it, we'll turn back now. Ao Xing said anxiously, I've already thought about it. Even if you and I manage to escape with our lives, if all the dragons in the 3 rivers and 4 seas are killed, we won't have the face to go out. Rather than that, we might as well fight to the death. All right. Xiaohua knew that what Ao Xing said was reasonable, and this strange insect was too powerful. If he couldn't escape before the stacking jade forgotten realm closed, after the strange insect killed all the dragons, it would definitely attack him. He might as well take this opportunity to join forces with the dragons to kill this strange insect. We will return. Xiaohua instructed, instruct the dragon race of the 3 rivers and 4 seas. Not only is this strange insect proficient in devouring, its skin is also tough and thick. Ordinary dragon artifacts cannot harm it in the slightest. It's best to let it devour some spiritual objects of heaven and earth when it's unprepared, so that the spiritual objects of heaven and earth's yuan qi of heaven and earth explode. All right. Ao Xing hurriedly moved his body, and Xiaohua followed Ao Xing to the strange insect. Woo! His whole body flashed with a bronze luster as he used the heavenly law's embodiment technique. Falling from the sky, he shouted, Ao Zhan, don't panic, this Xiao is coming. King. Without waiting for Xiaohua to land, a light that was close to nothingness flashed, and one of the strange insect's hind legs strangely swept across, slashing at Xiaohua's waist. Seeing the strange insect's almost perfect sneak attack, Xiaohua's heart turned cold. He somewhat understood why Ao Zhan was not killed by the strange insect. It was not because Ao Zhan's strength was superior, but because the strange insect used Ao Zhan to lure him and Ao Xing. This strange insect's hind legs had been lying in ambush in the void for a long time. This strange insect was much more cunning than the ones he encountered before. Xiaohua's courage to turn back disappeared by more than half. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he immediately took out the wishful staff. With a loud kung, the wishful staff was cut with a deep cut, and the strange insect's hind legs bent again, bypassing the wishful staff. With a zing sound, the sharp point just happened to cut across the surface of Xiaohua's body. A burning pain appeared on the surface of Xiaohua's body, and a wound several inches deep was revealed. Xiaohua's monster body that was tougher than a dragon's body, and his transcendence golden body that would not be damaged by ordinary magic weapons, was actually injured by the strange insect in this face-to-face encounter. That kind of indescribable horror immediately emerged from the bottom of Xiao Hua's heart. Even when facing Long Si just now, he did not feel a sense of crisis, and it suddenly shrouded Xiao Hua. I understand. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up. Could it be? The danger this Xiao has been worried about is this strange insect? However, at this time, Xiao Hua did not have time to think too much, because the strange insect's whip-like tentacles were about to hit him. These tentacles were now only a few dozen feet long, and compared to Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body, it was really insignificant, but Xiao Hua did not dare to be careless at all. Using the ethereal steps, he hurriedly dodged. This Xiao Hua will help you. When Ao Zhan saw Xiao Hua turn around to save him, he was extremely grateful. The long spear in his hand danced, stabbing at the strange insect from the side. Woo! The strange insect spread its wings, and a layer of gray fog rose up, blocking Ao Zhan's long spear. Facing this seemingly illusory fog, Ao Zhan's long spear actually could not pierce it. Ao Zhan hurriedly pulled back, and the end of his spear was about to swing out. Clang! A sound of metal rang out, and the strange insect's front leg swung, and Ao Zhan's long spear was easily cut into two. Quickly run! Xiao Hua saw that Ao Zhan was a little dazed, and hurriedly reminded him. At this time, Ao Zhan understood why he was not killed by the strange insect earlier. He shuddered, and his figure quickly retreated. It was also in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. Shwa! The strange insect's hind leg swayed again, and a few dozen feet long bloodline appeared from Ao Zhan's abdomen. Just a little bit more, and Ao Zhan's stomach would have been cut open by the strange insect. Ao Zhan was covered in cold sweat, and looking at this strange insect that was 100 times more terrifying than Long Si, he quickly flew away. Quickly call Ao Xing, he has a way. At this time, what else could Xiao Hua say? He hurriedly urged Ao Zhan to find Ao Xing. When the strange insect saw Ao Zhan escape, it did not chase after him. The eyes formed by thousands of small black pieces flashed, and its figure jumped toward Xiao Hua. The brilliance around Xiao Hua's body flashed again, and his body shrank, returning to its normal size. He waved the wishful staff and fought with the strange insect. Shwa! In just a few moves, the strange insect's front leg slashed, and its speed was comparable to lightning. Xiao Hua could not dodge at all, and a deep wound appeared on his back. However, this wound had just appeared, and the demonic qi in the blood surged, quickly repairing it. However, before this wound could be repaired, whoosh! Another hind leg stretched out from the void, adding another wound on Xiao Hua's back. Damn it, I don't have the strength to fight back at all. How can this be? Xiao Hua's heart was clenched together. He was originally good at physical strength, and almost invincible in close combat, but all of this was child's play in front of this strange insect. His Daoist, Confucian, Buddhist, and other supernatural powers were restricted, so how could he fight with this strange insect? Now that the spatial laws have changed, this Xiao's spiritual fire can't be activated. Either I use the demonic body, or that white bone. Xiao Hua used the ethereal steps to desperately resist as he thought in his heart. At this time, a strange hiss came from his ears. Xiao Hua was startled and hurriedly looked over. He saw a pitch-black dot of light falling in front of him like a meteor. It was the tail of the strange insect. Its sharp stinger tore through the void. Before Xiao Hua could react, it had already pierced his forehead. It was the location of the delusion breaker Dharma Eye. Damn it! Xiao Hua's forehead seemed to be split open by a sharp sword, and there was a sharp pain in the illusion breaker eye. This sudden attack of the strange insect was really powerful, and Xiao Hua was actually forced to the end, without any strength to dodge. Wang wang wang. At this critical moment, strange sounds came from all around, and dozens of strange things flew out from midair. These things were like a beehive, and the sound of wind blew out from hundreds of holes, and they also emitted the fragrance of people. The body of the strange insect suddenly stopped, and it gave up on Xiao Hua, suddenly turned around. With a wave of its antennae, the dozens of things were immediately split in half, and a golden liquid flowed out from these things. That strange insect opened its sawtooth mouth and sucked on the nearest thing, and the liquid dripped into the body of the strange insect. Woo-woo! The fog around the strange insect's body rose again, and its entire body swelled up by half, but in just a moment, the strange insect returned to its original state and pounced on another thing. Xiaohua escaped death by the skin of his teeth, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. That rock-hard arm of his couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't dare to make another sound, and urged his body to quietly fly away slowly. And far away, Ao Xing, Ao Zhan, and a few other dragons were standing in midair carefully, and each of them took out their dragon shell. Those dozens of things were the underwater spiritual objects that the dragons of the West Sea Dragon Palace took out. Ao Xing. Xiaohua didn't have time to say anything, and transmitted his voice. Ordinary spiritual objects are completely useless. We need to use foreign objects. I understand. Ao Xing smiled bitterly. My Three Rivers Four Seas dragon race has countless treasures, and this morning dregs is also one of them. There are also things that are richer in spiritual energy than this morning dregs, but the problem is, we came to the folded jadeite legacy realm to train, who would bring so many spiritual objects. Then, facing this extremely vicious strange insect, Xiaohua really didn't have many divine abilities that he could use, and he was somewhat helpless. Raising his head to look at the faintly discernible folded jadeite in midair, Xiaohua asked again, when will the folded jadeite legacy realm close? If we can't kill this strange insect, I'm afraid we can only lure it to the Dragon Island. No, definitely not. Ao Xing shook his head resolutely. Swoosh! Just as they were discussing, that strange insect suddenly abandoned the morning dregs, and with a flash, it suddenly appeared in front of a dragon. Without waiting for that dragon to react, the strange insect's hind legs slashed, and the dragon's chest and abdomen were instantly torn apart. The strange insect's entire body sank into the dragon's body, and in just a moment, its sharp teeth stretched out, and it was precisely the dragon's heart and lungs that were swallowed into its mouth. Looking at the bloody strange insect coming out of the dragon's chest and abdomen, the group of dragons suddenly dispersed. Facing this strange foreign object, the always valiant dragon race was like a helpless beggar. Chapter 4046. Damn it. This strange insect should have the strength of a 9th grade essence energy, right? Ao Zhan cursed as he fled. Thinking about how he escaped from the strange insect just now, it was a miracle. Don't run too far. Ao Xing suddenly shouted, let's take out the spiritual items in the dragon shell and try to attract this strange insect to eat the spiritual items. If we scatter, we can only let this strange insect kill us one by one. The time of the stacked jade forgotten realm is almost up. Let's hold on for a while more. Ao Zhan also stopped. The princes of the Three Seas Dragon Palace also seemed to have woken up and stopped running. They all hurriedly took out the dragon shell and nervously rummaged through it, trying to find a spiritual item that could save their lives. The stacked jade spring flower in the stacked jade forgotten realm had already gradually disappeared. The true dragon tablet in Xiaohua's hand also emitted a faint fluctuation, but this fluctuation was not enough to send them out of the stacked jade forgotten realm. Shua! After the strange insect finished eating the dragon's heart and lungs, it moved again and teleported to the side of the East Sea Dragon Palace. The dragons of the East Sea Dragon Palace trembled as they took out a few bright dragon pearls. After the strange insect swallowed them, its body grew a bit bigger and the mist around it surged, looking very carefree. After that, the strange insect teleported again and pounced on a dragon beside Ao Xing, obviously wanting to devour the dragon's flesh and blood again. Ao! Ao Xing roared again as a mountainous dragon's aura appeared. The Dragon Palace Great Elder could not tolerate the strange insect eating his people in front of him, so he revealed himself again. Woo! The Great Elder's dragon's aura appeared and immediately attracted the strange insect's attention. The strange insect left the dragon and pounced on the Great Elder. Xiaohua, help me block it for a moment. The great elder quickly retreated as dragon chi surged around him as he ordered loudly. Xiaohua was very helpless. He took out the wishful staff in one hand and some spiritual herbs and magic treasures in the other hand as he fought with the strange insect. Even with the spiritual herbs, in just a moment, Xiaohua's body had several more wounds. Roar roar. Several obscure dragon language came out from the great elder's mouth. Around the strange insect, a crystal shackled, and this crystal shackled the strange insect. Boom. With a loud sound, the strange insect was flattened by the crystal. But in the blink of an eye, the strange insect's flat body landed on the crystal and began to devour it. On the other hand, the first elder's body became weak again. Xiaohua! Suddenly, the first elder's voice came from Xiaohua's ears. This old man will entrust Ao Sheng to you. You have to bring him out of the stacked jade legacy realm. What are you doing? Xiaohua had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked at Ao Sheng's dragon armor and saw a ball of blood-red light. The ball of light let out a roar similar to the dragon language and turned into a crystal dragon that pounced on the strange insect. Woo! As soon as the strange insect saw the crystal dragon, it immediately abandoned the crystal and flapped its wings towards the crystal dragon. Whoosh! Facing the sharp teeth of the strange insect, the crystal dragon suddenly accelerated and rushed into it. Boom! With a loud bang, the left side of the strange insect's body was torn apart. Xiaohua understood that this was the great clan elder abandoning his primordial spirit and wanting to perish together with this strange insect. However, the first elder still underestimated this strange insect. After the small half of the strange insect's body was torn apart, the mist around its body was born again. Strands of mist shuttled between the strange insect's body and immediately repaired it. Looking at the eyes of the strange insect, it was staring at Ao Sheng, who had already lost his strength. It was ready to split his chest and abdomen open at any time and devour the delicious dragon's heart and lungs. Quick! Xiaohua reminded, and without hesitation he took out a lot of spiritual grass and threw it in the air, wanting to attract the strange insect's attention. Buzz buzz. At this moment, a faint buzzing sound came from the distance, and a few balls of light appeared. A dragon cried out with a sad and happy voice. My true dragon card has been activated. The stacked jade legacy realm is finally closing. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, the strange insect's figure flashed and appeared in front of him. There was no suspense at all. Wherever its tentacles passed, not only was the true dragon token annihilated, but even the dragon clan was split into two. Run, run! Ao Sheng shouted loudly. Those dragons who were like earthworms and didn't dare to use their divine abilities immediately scattered. As the true dragon cards flashed, they disappeared on the spot one by one. Woo woo! The strange insect chased after these lights. Although some of the dragons disappeared, they were still killed by the strange insect. Ao Sheng was anxious and pounced at the strange insect with a roar. Xiaohua was even more shocked and shouted, Damn it, Ao Sheng, do you want to die? With that said, Xiaohua also hurriedly rushed over, throwing out spirit grass and magic treasures one by one, wanting to attract the strange insect. Ao Sheng was not a fool. Seeing that the strange insect was attracted by him, he hurriedly flew towards Xiaohua, and in the dragon claw he threw out one item after another. Woo woo! The strange insect flew over and swallowed all the spiritual grass and other things. These spiritual grass and other things were not special. The mist around the strange insect's body did not have any special changes. Seeing that the strange insect was about to pounce, Ao Sheng screamed and threw out the long bay in his hand. The heroic spirit from before was completely gone. He shouted, Xiaohua, save me. Nonsense. Xiaohua used the wishful rod to tease the strange insect. What are you screaming for? Aren't you courting death? Wang Wang. At this moment, the true dragon card in Ao Sheng's hand flashed and covered Ao Sheng. After the strange insect swallowed Ao Sheng's long bay, its hind legs drew a line in the air and pierced into the brilliance of the true dragon card very easily. Be careful, Ao Sheng. Xiao Hua was shocked. Ao Xing was about to fall under the strange insect's hind legs. Woo! Suddenly, a scene that Xiao Hua was familiar with occurred. The strange insect's body emitted an intense rumbling sound, and the strange insect's body instantly expanded to a size of 300 meters. Then, the gray mist flourished, and the strange insect shrunk again to a size of 100 meters. This process repeated 3 times, and the strange insect's body could no longer be controlled. It expanded to a size of 300 meters, and with a loud bang, it completely exploded. How is this possible? Isn't this too strange? Xiao Hua was dumbstruck. His body was blown 100 feet away by this explosion. Wang. At this moment, Xiao Hua's True Dragon card also began to flash with brilliance. However, after a few breaths, all the other dragons disappeared along with the brilliance of the True Dragon card. However, the brilliance of Xiao Hua's True Dragon card flickered several times and his body still couldn't disappear. Damn it, what's going on? Xiao Hua was a little anxious. Looking at the nearby space that was beginning to distort in the Forgotten Realm, he knew that the time in the Forgotten Realm had begun to change. In a flash, Xiao Hua suddenly thought, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Damn it, it must be. He is now in this Xiao's body and his dragon body was condensed by the dragon cleansing pool. This True Dragon card probably can't bring the dragon spiritual energy of the dragon domain back to the Dragon Island. But the problem is, why can't Dragon Vein Xiao Hua enter the space? Could it be because of the dragon spiritual energy? But if Little White Dragon can, why can't he? If I want to return to the Dragon Island, this Xiao is afraid that this Xiao will have to conceal Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's dragon spiritual energy. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua tried to use the Devil Realm's Blood Drop Paradise to conceal Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Sure enough, as the devil blood surged, Xiao Hua's body slightly blurred and was about to disappear. Don't worry. The moment Xiao Hua's figure disappeared, the greedy Xiao Hua smiled again. His figure reappeared and he hurriedly flew in all directions. He released his divine sense and collected the corpse of the strange insect, as well as the dragon shell and dragon body scattered on the ground. He collected them all into the space. After a meal, seeing that the surrounding scenery was already blurred, Xiao Hua urged the devil blood to completely conceal Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Only then did his body completely disappear. Light and shadow fluctuated. An indescribable feeling emerged from Xiao Hua's Naiwen Palace. It was as if a huge hand was vigorously shaking him. This was something Xiao Hua had never encountered before. When the scenery in front of Xiao Hua's eyes stopped, an extremely disgusting feeling surged up. Xiao Hua's body couldn't help but curl up. He released his consciousness vigilantly. However, when he saw the surroundings clearly, he put it down again. Ao Sheng's slightly mocking voice rang in his ears. Spiritual Master Xiao, how is it? How does it feel to go back in time? Xiao Hua knew that Ao Sheng was somewhat dissatisfied with his coercion in the stacked jade ruins, so he simply ignored him. He closed his eyes and rested. The feeling of heaven and earth spinning slowly disappeared. Then he straightened his body and stretched his body. In front of him was still the Dragon Island. The serene blue sea water filled the surroundings. Although Xiao Hua couldn't take a long breath of fresh air like usual, this tranquil and safe atmosphere was enough to make him feel relaxed and happy. Xiao Hua turned around and looked behind him. The huge rock that was 10,000 zhang tall had now recovered. Other than a few deep cracks on the surface of the huge rock, it was no different from before. The dragon soldiers and dragon generals who were previously guarding this place with bright armor were already very few. Looking at the huge rock and thinking about the bloody storm that happened within the huge rock in just a moment, Xiao Hua felt as if a lifetime had passed. Spiritual Master, Ao Xing said with a smile behind him, you helped the Great Elder to kill Long Si and even helped me kill the Dragon Realm's strange insects. You saved thousands of my dragons who were training in the stacked Jade Legacy Realm. You have done a great service to my Dragon Island. My Dragon Palace's 9th Elder is already waiting in the Dragon Palace, ready to reward you. Spiritual Master, please? Oh! Xiao Hua was startled. He secretly pondered in his heart. That strange insect was obviously killed by Ao Shing. How did it fall on his head? However, when he saw Ao Shing winking at him, he seemed to have understood something. Xiao Hua's expression didn't change. He slightly nodded and replied, "Since I was blessed by the Dragon Island and entered the stacked jade ruins to train, I naturally had to consider the safety of the descendants of the Dragon Island. Killing Long Si and the strange insect was also considered for my own safety. There's no need to be too grand." Ao Shing laughed. "Spiritual master, leave these words for the Dragon Palace." "Don't worry." Xiao Hua raised his hand and asked, "Where's the dragon clan of the West Sea Dragon Palace?" "I want to find that old turtle Xianxia." "Oh? Why are you looking for Xianxia?" Ao Shing was slightly startled. However, he immediately came back to his senses and laughed. "Is it because Xianxia slandered you for killing Ao Zheng of the North Sea Dragon Palace?" "Of course." Xiao Hua clenched his teeth until they creaked. "This guy hit me when I'm down, how can I forgive him?" Chapter 40-47. Forget it. Ao Shing waved his hand and said, "He doesn't know you, what's there to add insult to injury? Besides, you should have fought with Ao Zheng, right? It's not wrong for him to speculate based on that." Xiao Hua and Xianxia were both well aware of the secret between the two of them, no one dared to say it. Of course, Xiao Hua couldn't say anything to Ao Shing at this time. He could only insist, "No, I can't be slandered for no reason. If you came out 3 days earlier, naturally you can." Ao Shing shrugged his shoulders, stretched out his dragon claw, and said helplessly, "Unfortunately, you came out now. The Dragon Palace of the Four Seas suffered a lot in the folded jade ruins. They had already left the Dragon Island in a hurry. Where are you going to find them?" 3 days? Xiao Hua was stunned. "I clearly only stayed in the folded jade ruins for the time of a meal." "The time of the folded jade ruins has begun to change," Ao Shing explained. "Your meal in there is naturally 3 days in the Dragon Island. It's like a day in the Immortal Palace is equivalent to a year in the hidden Immortal continent." Speaking of this, Ao Sheng's face showed that he was thinking, and said softly, "What was Daoist doing in there during the time of a meal?" "Oh, damn it, my poor dragon shell, that's a treasure that I've plundered for God knows how many years, all of a sudden, it's all gone." "You know what's inside, right?" Xiao Hua hurriedly asked. "What treasure is so useful? I presume you have a plan in these 3 days?" Ao Shing replied with a sad face, "Indeed. I thought for these 3 days, I also have a plan in my heart. It's probably a treasure called the Saint Dragon Seal. Alas, what a pity for my other treasures. Why did I—" Speaking of this, Ao Shing immediately came over, lowered his head and said, "Daoist, what were you doing in there during the time of a meal?" "What can I do?" Xiao Hua jumped and said, "You think I didn't want to come out? I was trapped inside and couldn't get out. Damn it, you scared me to death. If I can't get out now, the next time you see me, I'm afraid you'll be like Ao Jiao." "How can I not get out?" Ao Shing was a little puzzled. "Can't you use your true dragon plate?" "Of course I can. But that person can't." Xiao Hua replied somewhat resentfully. Ao Shing was shocked, but he still mumbled doubtfully, "Zhenren, if you have any ideas, you can say them now. Once we get to the Dragon Palace, you won't have the chance." Xiao Hua glared at him and said fiercely, "Nonsense, isn't it because of you? Why didn't you tell me earlier that Grand Elder's primordial spirit is in your body?" Ao Shing shrunk his neck and his voice became even softer. "I wouldn't dare. So, your long bay was thrown away for nothing. You won't be able to get your Saint Dragon insignia back. Serves you right." Xiao Hua said, then urged again, "Why aren't you bringing me to the Dragon Palace Hall?" "All right." Ao Shing looked around. He had been guarding this place for 3 days because he wanted to get some benefits from Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua was stingy. It seemed like his 3 days of waiting had been wasted. Above the Dragon Palace Hall, it was a little different from before. It really revealed the true appearance of the Dragon Palace Hall. The 10 dragon pillars seemed to be connected to the heavens and the earth as they stood above the huge dragon-shaped hall. The surroundings were filled with endless 10,000 dragon catalog. The 9 elders were coiled around the dragon pillars. They seemed to be very far away, but also seemed to be very close. The entire hall was filled with a solemn dragon's might. Xiaohua came to the Dragon Palace Hall, and Ao Sheng quietly retreated to the side. The great elder's voice sounded, "Jinren Xiao, we have already heard from Ao Sheng about this time's experience in the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. Jinren's contribution is great. If it wasn't for Jinren's strength, I'm afraid that my dragon clan would have been completely annihilated. This old man thanks Jinren." With that, the great elder raised his dragon claw and bowed solemnly. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed and said, "Just now, Junior has already told Ao Sheng about this matter. Junior used the Dragon Clan's legacy realm to train, so naturally, I have to contribute to the Dragon Clan. Great Elder is too polite. Jinren Xiao is righteous." The great elder sighed. Jinren entered the Stacking Jade Legacy realm to train. This old man also hurriedly looked up Jinren's actions in these years. Not only this old man, all the elders of my Dragon Palace Hall were moved by Jinren's compassion for the state of the universe. Our Dragon Palace Hall has never seen a Daoist cultivator like Jinren who cares about the common people of the world. Oh! Xiaohua's eyes turned and hurriedly took out a pile of universe bangles and dragon shell from his bosom, and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, I'll have to trouble Dragon Island with these grains. The 3 rivers and 4 seas, and the 3 continents are really big. This Xiao's strength is not enough, and there are many places that I can't go to. Please borrow the power of Dragon Island to spread these grains all over the world, so that there will no longer be hungry people in this world." Ah! The great elder was stunned, but he immediately nodded. "The merit of this matter is immeasurable. Although my dragon clan doesn't cultivate merit, how can my Dragon Island miss such a good thing in front of us? Fourth elder, this matter will be supervised by you." "Yes, great elder." On the distant stone pillar, the great elder scooped up the universe bangles and dragon shell from Xiaohua's hands with a huge dragon claw. "Junior thanks Dragon Island on behalf of the common people of the world." Xiaohua hurriedly bowed. "All right." The great elder nodded. "This matter has already passed. Daoist Master Xiao, can I trouble you to tell us a little bit about the experience in the Stacking Jade Legacy realm? Although Ao Sheng and the other Dragon Clan descendants have already verbally reported, there are still some secrets that we don't know." Xiaohua understood the great elders, a little bit of explanation. He nodded and said, "Even if great elder didn't mention this matter, Junior would still have to report it, so as to avoid any problems in the future when Dragon Island's descendants are training." Immediately after, Xiaohua told everything that he had experienced. Of course, he used the 9 false and 1 real technique to perfection, so he wasn't afraid of being seen through by the Dragon Clan's 9th elder. Sigh. After listening, the 2nd elder sighed and said, "This old man really didn't expect that this time's training in the Stacking Jade Legacy realm would actually have so many strange things appear. Not only did Dragon Domain's Long Sea appear, even the strange insects from the other domain came. In front of these strange insects, my valiant Dragon Clan simply couldn't withstand a single blow. If there are a few more of these strange insects, my Dragon Island will be in trouble. Daoist Master Xiao, that method of killing the strange insects is..." The 6th elder hesitated for a moment and asked. Xiaohua shrugged and said with a bitter smile, "At that time, Junior was panicking and took out a lot of spiritual items from the Qingkuan pouch. Junior is also not clear about the effect of those spiritual items. However, from Junior's experience of fighting with the strange insects twice, this strange insect can only be killed in this way." "Daoist Master, where did you encounter the strange insects last time?" the 4th elder asked probingly. Xiaohua said with a smile, "This is Junior's secret. Forgive me for not being able to report it. And let's not talk about this anymore." The great elder nodded. "If Daoist Master Xiao didn't have this kind of experience, my Dragon Clan would have suffered even more losses. However, Daoist Master Xiao, your human clan emphasizes on being buried in peace, My dragon clan also emphasizes on being still after being overturned. The dragon clan's corpses also have a special way to bury them, so that their corpses won't be disturbed by outsiders. Hearing the great elder's change of topic, Xiao Hua immediately understood. He took out another Qianquan bracelet and respectfully handed it over. Junior also has the same idea. Junior also felt grief in my heart when I saw the fall of the dragon clan members who were training together with me. Junior can't do anything for them. I can only bring them out of the folded jade ruins and let them return to the embrace of Dragon Island. Good. Seeing Xiao Hua take out the Qianquan bracelet, the great elder stretched out his dragon claw and took it. He looked at it with his origin sense and couldn't help but be moved. He looked left and right, then handed it over to the second elder and said, "Daoist Master Xiao is indeed a trustworthy person. This old man admires you." The second elder and the others looked at the Qianquan bracelet and their faces also revealed a sad expression. Elders. Seeing that the second elder and the others didn't speak, the great elder opened his mouth and said, "Daoist Master Xiao is extremely benevolent to my Dragon Island, then his request, do you think we can agree to it?" "Of course we can." The fourth elder was the first to express his opinion, that Long Yu was originally found by Xiao Hua, and he also promised to return it after comprehending it. I don't think there's anything wrong with letting him comprehend it. The eighth elder also opened his mouth. Moreover, Xiao Hua has a true dragon on him. Cough, cough. The great elder coughed softly and stopped the eighth elder from speaking. He turned his head and asked the second elder, "Second elder, what do you think? Let's ask that immortal friend to come out first." The second elder's expression didn't change as he replied. "Good." The great elder nodded his head solemnly and said to Xiao Hua, "Daoist Master Xiao, can you ask that true dragon to come out and meet us?" Xiao Hua knew that the ugly daughter-in-law would have to meet her parents-in-law in the end. If he only molded the body of little white dragon, the Dragon Palace's ninth elder might not care too much. However, he molded the body of Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, such a big scene, how could the Dragon Palace's ninth elder turn a blind eye to it? Thus, Xiao Hua agreed and slapped his forehead. For a loud and clear dragon's roar resounded throughout the Dragon Palace. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua flew out from Xiao Hua's body. Swish! The moment Dragon Vein Xiao Hua appeared, not only was the entire Dragon Palace filled with clouds and wind, even all of the desolate catalog swayed. Countless dragons' roars flew out from within, as if they were crawling to welcome him. Following the appearance of the Dragon Palace, the dragon's might around Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's body was also emitted. It rose little by little and rushed straight to the top of the Dragon Palace. Even Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's body was also suffused with 9 colors, reflecting the sparkling and translucent dragon's horn. The brilliance sprinkled all over the Dragon Palace. Buzz! A huge rumbling sound came from the center of the Dragon Palace. The 10 stone pillars began to tremble, emitting different brilliance and fluctuations. The fluctuations and brilliance were so intense that the 9 elders of the Dragon Palace no longer dared to circle around the stone pillars. They flew away from the stone pillars and stopped in midair. Great Elder's primordial spirit had seen Dragon Vein Xiao Hua in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Unfortunately, his primordial spirit had already been destroyed in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Now that he saw Dragon Vein Xiao Hua again, his face was similarly as shocked as the other 8 great elders. While second elder was surprised, his eyes flashed with other expressions. Ao Jia greets the Holy Dragon. Ao E greets the Holy Dragon. Ao Bing greets the Holy Dragon. Ao Ding greets the Holy Dragon. Ao Wu greets the Holy Dragon. Ao Ji greets the Holy Dragon. Ao Gung greets the Holy Dragon. Ao Xen greets the Holy Dragon. Ao Rin greets the Holy Dragon. The 9th elder of the Dragon Palace did not dare to be negligent and bowed. Chapter 40-48. Hearing this, Xiao Hua almost burst out laughing. He had been guessing the name of the Dragon Island's great elder, But he never thought that the name of the Dragon Palace's ninth elder was actually from the heavenly stems and earthly branches. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's body coiled in the air. Although he didn't pose, the dragon cleansing pool formed his body. His body was completely formed from the spiritual energy of the stacked Jade Legacy realm. The majesty didn't allow him to be careless. Dragon Vein Xiaohua opened his mouth and said, "Fellow immortals, I haven't completely condensed my body yet. I can't be considered a saint dragon. You don't have to be so polite. I's body condensation is now my top priority. I won't waste any more time here. If you have anything to say, you can tell Daoist Master Xiao." Yes. Although Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua said so, Ao Jia and the other elders did not dare to be negligent and agreed respectfully. However, before Ao Jia could finish speaking, second elder Ao E hurriedly said, "Shenlong, I don't know how many years it has been since a five-clawed true dragon appeared on Dragon Island. The position of Dragon Palace's 10th elder has always been empty. I implore Shenlong to stay on Dragon Island and inherit the name of Aoge and take charge of our Dragon Island's whole clan." No need. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's body swayed. As he landed on Xiaohua's body, he replied, "I haven't completely condensed my body yet. Let's not talk about this matter." As Dragon Vein Xiaohua entered Xiaohua's body, the phenomenon of the entire Dragon Palace slowly disappeared. The 9 elders could no longer sit on the stone pillars peacefully. They heard Ao Sheng talk about the stacked Jade Legacy realm's abnormality. They also heard Xiaohua say it again. It wasn't that there weren't any dragons who condensed their bodies in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. However, none of the dragons had ever seen Dragon Vein Xiaohua condensing his body, let alone the appearance of the legendary five-clawed Saint Dragon. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, it was completely the aura of the upper realm's dragon domain. That kind of incomparably holy dragon aura made them completely believe that Dragon Vein Xiaohua was a genuine five-clawed Saint Dragon. Ao Jia stood in the air with a complicated expression on his face. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "Daoist Master Xiao, can you explain the origin of the Saint Dragon to us? After all, Dragon Island has reconstructed their bodies in the dragon cleansing pool, but we've never reconstructed a holy dragon." Xiaohua smiled bitterly and replied very seriously, "First Elder, everything this Xiao said earlier is true. He didn't hide anything. Besides, do you think there's a need for me to hide it? Daoist Master Xiao, there's no need to say any more." Second Elder Aoe smiled and said, "All of this was arranged by the dragon ancestor. The appearance of the legendary Gue race on Dragon Island is a sign of the prosperity of the dragon race. The position of the 10th elder of the Dragon Palace belongs to Shenlong. Shenlong is a five-clawed true dragon. How can he be lower than the 10th elder?" The 4th elder hurriedly said, "Even we can't stand shoulder to shoulder with Shenlong, right?" When Xiaohua saw that the Dragon Palace was about to have an internal strife, he hastily waved his hand and said, "Junior is a Dao sect cultivator. That fellow Immortal also said clearly that he is also a Dao sect cultivator. He won't get involved in the internal affairs of the Dragon Island. I ask for the elders' understanding." First Elder Ao Jia heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "If Spiritual Master Xiao says so, then I won't force you. That won't do." Second Elder Aoe shook his head and said, "If Shenlong is not a member of the Dragon Island, how can Long Yu be given to him to comprehend?" But Long Yu was found by Spiritual Master Xiao. 4th Elder Ao Ding was unhappy. 9th Elder Ao Ren tried to smooth things over. "Why don't we let Spiritual Master Xiao have a name on the Dragon Island? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds?" Second Elder Aoe rolled his eyes and smiled. He said, "Although Shenlong has not completely condensed his body and can't live up to the name of Aoge, why don't Spiritual Master Xiao temporarily take over the position of the 10th elder?" When Xiaohua heard that, how could he not know that Aoe was using him to compete with Ao Zhan? He hastily waved his hand. "I'm just a human cultivator. How can I be an elder of the Dragon Palace?" Second Elder, "You're flattering me." First Elder Ao Jia's head turned quickly and he winked at the 4th Elder. 4th Elder Ao Ding's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "Spiritual Master Xiao, If you don't want to do anything practical, it's necessary to take on an empty position. Since Spiritual Master Xiao has given the five-clawed true dragon a new lease of life, then you're half a teacher to the Dragon Clan. Why don't we invite Spiritual Master Xiao to be the Dragon Master of the Dragon Clan? Dragon Master? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and didn't understand. However, he immediately declined and waved his hand. He said, "There's a saying in the human race. A teacher is a father, imparting knowledge and dispelling doubts. How can this junior be the Dragon Master? Fourth Elder, you must be joking." No way, absolutely not. First Elder Ao Jia nodded. Let's do it this way. Spiritual Master Xiao, don't decline. Dragon Master is just an empty title. Moreover, this title is for Shenglong. You're more than qualified to be the Dragon Master of Shenglong. Previously, I was still having a headache about how to thank Spiritual Master for taking care of the Dragon Clan. With the title of Dragon Master, firstly, it's to express the goodwill of the Dragon Clan. Secondly, it's to convey the respect of the Dragon Island to the three continents. Fourth Elder said with a smile at the side. With the title of Dragon Master, if the Immortal Palace wants to touch Spiritual Master, they must also be wary of the title of Dragon Master of the Dragon Island, right? Hearing this, Xiao Hua muttered to himself. Although he didn't come to the Dragon Island to seek protection from the Dragon Island, he couldn't refuse the kindness of the Dragon Island. With the title of Dragon Master, not only would the Immortal Palace be wary, even the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas wouldn't dare to touch him, right? If he wanted Xiancheng's body, wouldn't the Dragon Palace of the West Sea obediently deliver it to him? Alright. Xiao Hua nodded and bowed. Junior thanks all the seniors for taking care of me. Hi, you're welcome. The happiest one was naturally the second Elder Aoe. He said, since Spiritual Master Xiao has become the Dragon Master of the Dragon Clan, we'll be a clan in the future. There's no need to hide some of the secrets of the Dragon Clan from Spiritual Master Xiao. Hee, Junior's knowledge is limited. I don't dare to comment on the affairs of the Dragon Clan. Xiao Hua hurriedly declined. He looked at the silent Ao Sheng at the side and said, furthermore, Junior and Ao Sheng were training in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm this time. I saw that many of the elites of the Dragon Clan had died. I'm afraid it's somewhat unfavorable for the Dragon Clan. I just don't know if the things we found are useful to the Dragon Clan. We haven't found any useful clues yet. The Great Elder was afraid that the Second Elder would say something else. He hurriedly sighed and said, however, since it was left behind in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, there must be a reason. Let us slowly comprehend it. I hope that thing can help the Dragon Clan. Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He had a lot of questions to ask the Great Elder. For example, what was the golden core in the deep air abyss? And what was the crystal dragon? However, he didn't know what the Great Elder's arrangement was. He didn't want the Dragon Clan to know that he had obtained the golden core. He also didn't want to get involved in the internal affairs of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, he could only hide all his questions in his stomach. Oh, Great Elder, may I ask, other than the Dragon Clan members who came to the Dragon Island to gain experience in the Stacking Emerald Legacy realm, have the other human descendants who came to the Dragon Island to gain experience left the Dragon Island? Xiao Hua was thinking about how to bid farewell in his heart, so he changed the topic and asked. The Great Elder said with a smile, the training in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm is the longest. The training in the other forbidden areas has already ended. Those human descendants and demon descendants have already left the Dragon Island on the dragons. Very good. Xiao Hua said with a smile, then Junior will also prepare to leave. That's right, Dragon Master Xiao. The fourth elder suddenly spoke. The human cultivator who came to the Dragon Island with you, Ao Zhantian, didn't come out from the smoke tree training area. However, I did ask one of the descendants of the monster race who went in with him. According to him, he was searching for a Dao Gate spiritual treasure in one of the forbidden grounds of the smoke tree. When the descendant came out, he received a distress signal from Ao Zhantian. However, according to the message, that demon descendant didn't find any trace of Ao Zhantian. Ah! Xiao Hua was stunned and hurriedly asked, then, has the smoke tree been closed? The The fourth elder said with a smile. Our dragon island usually opens the clear snow, Baotu, autumn wave, evening glow, spring cuteness, smoke tree, and dawn moon. These 7 places are different from the stacked jade legacy realm. They are not closed. However, when the time is up, the descendants will be forced to leave. Xianxia hasn't left yet. He might have died or been trapped in the forbidden area. If you want to find him, you can go and take a look. Thank you, fourth elder. Xiaohua bowed and thanked. May I know if Xianxia left a message talisman? The message talisman has already been abandoned by that demon. The fourth elder replied. However, this old man did ask for the name of the forbidden area. If you want to go, you can ask Xianxia to bring you there. All right, then I'll have to trouble you. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, if it's possible, this junior wants to go now. Xianxia. Great Elder Jian nodded and ordered, follow this Xiaohua to the smoke tree. Yes, this boy obeys. Xianxia, who was in the Dragon Palace, was abnormally obedient. After Xiaohua left the Dragon Palace with Xianxia, the fourth elder pondered for a moment and said, Great Elder, Xiaohua's matter will be settled as such for now. His strength is still shallow and his 5-clawed true dragon body has yet to fully materialize. Our dragon island has already done what we should do. The only thing left is to wait for him to grow. At this time, I think we should discuss the Gui tribe's matter. Great Elder, the Gui tribe has been rebelling for a long time and has caused great harm to our dragon island. Our dragon palace has been more lenient in the past. During this time's training, the Gui tribe didn't forget to cause trouble. If we suddenly pardon their crimes now, I'm afraid it's not very appropriate. Second Elder Aoe had a different opinion. The Great Elder waved his hand and said, It's very difficult for our dragon island's descendants to reproduce. For so many years, it's abnormally withered. The human race is 100 or 1,000 times worse than the dragon island. But look at the 3 continents. The hidden immortal continent and the Elysium world are monopolized by the human race. They have almost become the masters of this world. Our 3 rivers and 4 seas are vaster than the 3 continents, but what about the descendants of the dragon island? Didn't Xiao Longshu say it earlier? Harmony is the most precious. He, a bystander, can understand it. Why can't we? In the past, because the dragon jade and the crystal dragon scripture were stolen and lost by the Gui tribe, our 8 races have a grudge against the Gui tribe. Now that the dragon jade and the crystal dragon scripture have returned, isn't it a good opportunity and a good start? Chapter 40-49. It's not that I don't think the Ji tribe can't return. Second Elder Aoe said with a smile. I just think that without an elder to lead the Ji tribe for so many years, every branch is in a mess. It's not easy to control them. The strength of the 9 elders of the Dragon Hall was rare in the world, but the rhythm of the Dragon Hall's discussion was the same as the rhythm of the mortal world. There was no lack of delay and struggle. Naturally, Xiaohua was not interested in this. He followed Xianxia out of the Dragon Hall and went straight to the smoke tree. Seeing that Xianxia was very familiar with bringing him to the depths of the Dragon Island, Xiaohua frowned and suddenly asked, Xianxia, is this smoke tree where you usually play? Of course not. Xianxia replied without turning his head. Who would play in this place? Then how do you know which forbidden area Xianxia is trapped in? Hey! Xianxia understood what Xiaohua meant. He turned his head and threw a, you know what I mean look. He smiled and said, You are now the Dragon Master. You have unlimited potential in the future. Shouldn't I be closer to you? That's not important, right? Xiaohua sneered. You dragons, TSK, you're even more cunning than a 1,000-year-old fox. What's a 1,000-year-old fox? Xianxia covered his mouth and laughed. The Great Elder and the others are all tens of thousands of years old. You can't beat them. Just don't ruin the Great Elder's plans. Of course I won't ruin anyone's plans. Xiaohua shrugged. In fact, I don't want to ruin anyone's plans. I just want to leave the Dragon Island peacefully. Xiaohua glanced at Ao Xing. Don't tell me Ao Zhantian's matter was arranged by the fourth elder? The fourth elder wouldn't do such a thing. There's no need for that. Ao Xing smiled. He's in charge of the training. Any changes in the training have to be reported to him. If it was in the past, he wouldn't care about Ao Zhantian's matter. But since it's related to you, he'll naturally pay more attention. AI, why is this Ao Zhantian so unlucky? Xiaohua sighed. He already caused so much trouble when he came to the Dragon Island, and now he's in trouble. If I didn't want to find an excuse to leave the Dragon Palace, I wouldn't have gone to look for him. Exactly. Ao Xing added, it's just a smoke tree, and he got trapped inside. What bad luck. Teacher Xiao, if you don't want to go, shall we turn back now? Xiaohua said confidently, how can that be? A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Since this Xiao has said so, then I will definitely go and find him. As you wish. Ao Xing shrugged. This smoke tree can't be compared to the stacked Jade Legacy realm. Since you're so powerful in the stacked Jade Legacy realm, this smoke tree is nothing. You'll definitely succeed. Then, Ao Xing shamelessly asked Xiaohua about the deep Yuan. Of course, Xiaohua would not hide from Ao Xing and told him everything he saw. Ao Xing's eyes lit up as he listened to Zhongyu's explanation, and he said, damn it, I didn't expect the deep Yuan to be the fault that leads to the dragon realm. If it's possible, then I can directly enter the dragon field from there. Why do you have to go through so much hardship to train on Dragon Island? Forget it. Xiaohua's face was full of disdain. If you don't train and enter the dragon field, you'll be eaten by the little dragon priest before you even show up. AI, that's true. Ao Xing hung his head dejectedly. Long Sea is just a low-level demon beast in the dragon field. It's already so powerful in the stacked Jade Legacy realm. How many demon beasts in the dragon field can eat me? But then Ao Xing rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, Daoist, that crystal dragon seems to have taken a lot of time. Did you find anything from it? Xiaohua shook his head decisively. I didn't plan to look at it at all. Actually, that crystal dragon was deliberately released from the deep Yuan by me. Ao Xing was disdainful. Daoist, you're just trying to trick me. In order to capture that crystal dragon, Ao Zhan and I racked our brains. In the end, Ao Zhan still used the secret technique of the Gui clan to get the crystal dragon. Daoist, I'm afraid it's not possible for you to get it right? Then what's inside the crystal dragon? Xiaohua took the opportunity to ask. How would I know? Ao Xing shrugged his shoulders. But according to Great Elder's deduction, it might be something left behind by the holy dragon of the dragon field or a message from the dragon field. Now that Daoist wants to know the specific situation of the deep Yuan, I'm afraid it's mostly from the dragon field. So the crystal dragon was taken away by Ao Zhan just like that? Xiaohua looked around and asked. Ao Xing nodded. Of course, the more bargaining chips Ao Zhan has, the more advantageous it is for Great Elder. All right, Daoist, the dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pool, did you get it? That thing is useful for Great Elder. This. Xiaohua hesitated. After all, as long as he takes out a drop, the Dragon Island will know that he has the dragon cleansing liquid. Who knows how much trouble there will be in the future? However, Xiaohua thought for a bit and nodded. I got 3 drops. That's great. Ao Xing's face showed extreme excitement. He shouted, Great Elder's injury can be cured. Xiaohua looked at Ao Xing strangely and asked, What are you so happy about? That thing belongs to me. What does it have to do with Great Elder? Doesn't your Dragon Island also have the dragon cleansing pool? Can't the dragon cleansing liquid inside be used? Ao Xing's figure stopped and looked at Xiaohua in a daze. After all, the years of experience in the stacked Jadeite legacy realm made him feel close to Xiaohua. He almost regarded Xiaohua as a member of the dragon race. And the most special thing was that Xiaohua even became a dragon master on the Dragon Island. The happiest person in the entire Dragon Palace was him. He was sincerely happy for Xiaohua. He had received many benefits from Xiaohua, but he never thought that Xiaohua would refuse to give the dragon cleansing liquid to Great Elder Aojia. Why can't I give it to Great Elder? He lost a part of his primordial spirit to save us. Ao Sheng asked pitifully. Primordial spirit might not be much to human cultivators like you, but to my dragon clan, it is very important. Ao Sheng. Xiaohua said seriously. In the stacked jade legacy realm, Great Elder sacrificed his primordial spirit, but if you think about it carefully, he did it for you. It wasn't for this Xiao can still escape without his help. You can't say that? Ao Sheng closed his mouth, like a pitiful child of the dragon clan. His eyes were filled with tears, but he still argued. Although you don't need it, you still received his favor. Moreover, he treated you so well, and even gave you the title of Dragon Master. This is unprecedented on my Dragon Island. Don't you think he was using me? Xiaohua sneered. Ao Sheng let out a long breath. He looked into the distance, then looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace. He said bitterly, "Of course I can see that. However, Great Elder also has his own difficulties. The unspeakable pain is still his, not mine." Xiaohua shook his head. You know how precious the dragon cleansing liquid is. Presumably, the dragon cleansing liquid in your Dragon Island's dragon cleansing pool has lost its effect after 1,000,000 years. I'm afraid these 3 drops of dragon cleansing liquid are the only ones left in this world, right? Ao Sheng suddenly wailed. His entire dragon body crawled in the air. His dragon claws were actually in a kneeling position. He said, Daoist Master Xiao, I beg you, you must save Great Elder. Second Elder has already seen some clues. If he suddenly makes trouble, my Dragon Island might fall into chaos. Looking at Ao Sheng's pitiful appearance, Xiaohua immediately felt the little bit of filial piety in his heart. Compared to the craftiness of the dragons in the stacked jade legacy realm, this filial piety made Xiaohua's heart soften. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and helped him up. Ao Sheng's huge dragon body couldn't help but stand up when Xiaohua flicked his sleeve. I just can't see this pitiful appearance of yours. Did Fourth Elder teach you this? Xiaohua snorted coldly. Ao Sheng lowered his head, shook his head and said, No, other than me, Great Elder doesn't dare to tell anyone. Master Xiao, I beg you, as long as you give me the dragon cleansing liquid, I'm willing to give you all the fun things in the palace. Why would I want so many of your toys? Xiaohua scolded, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Say it, I can give you whatever you want. Ao Sheng heard that there was hope, so he hastily asked. Swear a dragon oath, as my dragon servant, you will be at my disposal for the rest of your life. Xiaohua replied coldly. Who would have thought that Ao Sheng didn't hesitate at all and said, I, Ao Sheng, swear by my dragon god's life? Shut up. Seeing the layers of strange dragon patterns appearing, Xiaohua hastily scolded, This old man is just joking with you. Really? Ao Sheng shut up, that indescribable dragon pattern disappeared. Ao Sheng opened his seemingly pure and flawless eyes and looked at Xiaohua. How am I going to give it to you? Xiaohua said fiercely, This old man owes your Dragon Island, but I just got 3 drops, and now I have to give one away. Ao Sheng went blank for a moment, then immediately woke up. He hastily took out the purple dragon crown and said, Put it in here. Xiaohua snappily took out a drop of dragon cleansing liquid from the space that looked like a pool and threw it inside. Just you wait. Ao Sheng seemed to be in a hurry to present a treasure to the Great Elder. He turned around and was about to fly away. Xiaohua shouted, Why are you in such a hurry? It won't be too late to give it to the Great Elder after we come out from the smoke tree. Who knows when you will come out? Ao Sheng shouted, I will go to the Dragon Palace first before talking to you. Don't be in such a hurry. Xiaohua thought of something. He hastily transmitted his voice and told Ao Sheng about Jiang Hong's matter. You go and ask how to solve this matter. No problem. Ao Sheng heard about this matter from Lu Yi. He agreed without hesitation. What a pitiful and cute child. Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng's cheerful back. The corner of his mouth revealed a smile. This kind of dragon who loves his clansmen is the hope of the Dragon Island. If he takes over the Dragon Island in the future, he will surely coexist peacefully with Ao Zhan. Chapter 40-50. Xiaohua thought that Ao Xing would be delayed for a long time, but he didn't expect that Ao Xing would appear in his line of sight in just the time it took to eat a meal. At this time, Ao Xing's face was obviously more intimate. Oh, so fast? Xiaohua smiled. Could it be that the noise in the Dragon Palace Hall has ended? Ah? How do you know? Ao Xing was surprised. How can I not know? Xiaohua smiled and didn't explain. Ao Xing nodded. When I went, only the Great Elder and the Fourth Elder were there. The other elders had already left. Seeing that the Fourth Elder's expression was not good, I didn't dare to say anything, and only transmitted the 3 words Dragon Cleansing Liquid, and returned the purple dragon crown to the Great Elder. No way. What about the thing I asked you to ask? Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. I haven't finished yet. Ao Xing smiled. The Great Elder took the purple dragon crown and asked me inexplicably, what does Xiaohua want? So I told him about Jiang Hong, and the Great Elder gave me a dragon bone. Saying that, Ao Xing gave a dragon bone to Xiaohua. Xiaohua looked at it and knew that it was the heavenly dragon speech technique, so he handed it to the dragon vein Xiaohua without thinking. The Great Elder must be secretly proud of himself right now. Xiaohua smiled. How could he exchange something for the dragon cleansing liquid? This is a big bargain for him. It doesn't matter, Master Xiao. Ao Xing said seriously. If you want anything, just tell me, I will definitely help you. No need, no need. Xiaohua waved his hand. You better hurry up and take me to the smoke tree. Then, Ao Xing accompanied Xiaohua to talk while bringing Xiaohua to a dark place that stretched as far as the eye could see. This place was covered with ribbon-like seaweed. These seaweed were hundreds of feet tall, and each seaweed was like a big tree on land, divided into 2 branches in the middle. With so many seaweed gathered together, swaying with the seawater, it really looked like a lingering smoke wave. Xiaohua looked at these seaweed and smiled bitterly. This is the smoke tree, right? It really lives up to its name. These seaweeds are called smoke, like smoke from the mortal world. Ao Xing explained, this smoke looks soft, but it is actually very tough. Ordinary Dao's and Confucius's imperial artifacts Dao. Once one is caught by this smoke, it's hard to get away without special skills. Oh, there are even barbs on the smoke. Even the Dragon Clan doesn't dare to let the smoke stab us. If Ao Zanoff, of course, it's smokes of the smoke. Master Xiao, please follow me. Xiaohua's to Xiaohua's, of nature of hua of this flight of a fire of the Xiaohua was a little surprised. Just as he finished speaking, a whirlpool suddenly appeared 1,000 feet in front of him. The whirlpool shot straight down, bringing with it a few feet of seawater. Under the whirlpool, the seawater really looked like a sharp thorn. Woo! The sharp thorn whistled and fell into the smoke, splitting it apart. In just a few breaths' time, the smoke swirled and surrounded the split space. These are the thorns. Ao Xing laughed. If you're unlucky enough to be pierced by the thorns, you'll inevitably fall into the smoke tree. That'll be troublesome. Aren't you afraid? Xiaohua looked left and right, but he couldn't see any danger. I'm a dragon, so I'm naturally sensitive to changes in the sea. Ao Xing replied, I can sense the thorns as soon as they're born, so there's no need to worry. Of course, sometimes the thorns are formed too quickly so I can't sense them. As he spoke, Ao Xing's figure flashed, and sure enough, a bowl-sized thorn suddenly shot out from the top of his head. Master Xiao, be careful. Ao Xing calmly stopped and reminded, Old man, about 3 feet in front of you. Just as Ao Xing finished speaking, a whirlpool of several feet suddenly appeared and smashed toward Xiaohua's head. Ao Xing was a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything. After all, he knew how powerful Xiaohua was. Sure enough, Xiaohua looked up indifferently and rubbed his hands slightly. Several crystal lights fell into the sea, and a huge whirlpool appeared, rushing towards the newly born thorns. Boom! With a muffled sound, continuous waves rippled out in all directions. Oh, not good! Ao Sheng smiled bitterly. Master Xiao, you're a little reckless. Actually, Ao Sheng didn't need to say anything. Looking at the waves spreading into the distance, and the thorns of different sizes appearing one after another, Xiao Hua knew that he had caused a big trouble. Fortunately, the training has ended. If the dragon blood descendants were still here, I'm afraid many of them would have fallen. Ao Sheng said helplessly, now let's wait for a while. That's the only way. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. I didn't expect this smoke tree to be so strange. Master Xiao. Ao Sheng replied, no matter what, this smoke tree is still one of the 7 training grounds of my Dragon Island. If there isn't any danger, how can it serve as a training ground? If you have time, Master Xiao can go to Clear Snow, Baodu, Qiubo, Shizhao, Chunmeng, and Xiaoyu. The scenery there is much more beautiful than this smoke tree. Let's talk about it in the future. Xiao Hua waved his hand. After waiting for the thorns to settle down, he once again followed Ao Sheng into the depths. After flying for a few hours, seeing that they were gradually approaching the mountains, Ao Sheng stopped and released his Yuan will. Master Xiao, this is the place. This is called Cheng Qiu Feng. Ao Zhantian's message talisman was sent from here. Are you sure you didn't go the wrong way? Xiao Hua released his divine will and swept the surroundings like a gust of wind. Of course. Ao Sheng said proudly, I followed the 4th elder's instructions. Master Xiao, can your divine will not be so strong? Following Ao Sheng's exclamation, more thorns appeared around the smoke tree. These thorns were much bigger than before, and their range was also much wider. They were like thunderbolts that struck toward Xiao Hua and Ao Sheng. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rubbed his hands together, and several crystal lights flew into the air. A water shield that was 1,000 feet long appeared above his and Ao Sheng's heads. Rumble! The thorns landed on the water shield one after another, causing the water shield to shine brightly. Damn it, why can't I use my divine will in this smoke tree? Xiao Hua spat and cursed, and this seaweed can actually block my divine will. Ao Sheng shrugged, Master Xiao, it's not that I can't use it, but I can't use it so crudely like Master Xiao. Can't you be a little gentler and not let your divine will come into contact with the seaweed? Forget it. Xiao Hua waved his hand and pointed at a place. Let's go over there, there seems to be some energy fluctuations there. Xiao Hua activated his water escape technique and flew towards a distant mountain. Along the way, the smoke rushed toward Xiao Hua. On the other hand, although Ao Sheng's dragon body was huge, it merged with the seawater as it swam. The smoke swayed around the dragon body but didn't get close. Of course, Xiao Hua didn't care about this kind of smoke. As his body swayed, the true qi around him overflowed and blocked the seaweed to the side. However, the seaweed was really strange. Although the true qi could block the seaweed also swallowed a lot of true qi. Why is there a deep hole here? Even Ao Sheng was a little surprised to see a cave that was less than 3 feet deep in the depths of the seaweed when he arrived at a hidden place in the valley. After all, the seaweed known as chimney smoke was capable of blocking origin sense and divine sense. Furthermore, it was impossible for an ordinary dragon bloodline descendant to reach the depths of such dense seaweed. It was truly not easy to find such a hidden cave. Hee, how could a pampered little elder like you know the difficulties of our Daoism cultivators? Xiao Hua said proudly, not to mention this place, even if it's 100 times more difficult, we Daoism cultivators can still find it in order to find cultivation techniques and spiritual treasures. Ao Sheng curled his lips and didn't refute. Xiao Hua stood on the mountain peak above the deep hole and released a strand of divine will to slowly explore inside. After an entire meal, a strange expression appeared on his face and he said, Ao Zhantian is inside. He's really inside. Ao Sheng was really impressed. Master Xiao, hurry up and save him. I have to ask him how he found this cave. Aren't you going down? Xiao Hua asked with interest. Teacher Xiao, Take a look at this cave. Is it a place that I can enter? Ao Xing curled his lips. I'm curious, why did the dragon descendant dig a cave here? Could it be that there's something strange about this? I'll go take a look. Xiao Hua instructed. If you don't go down, then wait here. All right. Ao Xing swayed his dragon body and lay down lazily on the mountain peak. The murderous seaweed swayed around his dragon body, looking very warm and cozy. Xiao Hua activated his escape technique and landed among the seaweed. When his feet touched the bottom of the sea, he raised his head to take a look. The seaweed was lush and green, and it was no different from the forests seen on the continent. Moreover, there were no paths around the seaweed, and it grew irregularly. It was extremely easy for humans to get lost in it. It was indeed an excellent place to gain experience. Xiao Hua naturally didn't dare to go too far. He activated his body and flew toward the black hole in the depths of the seaweed. That black hole was among the seaweed, and there was no place to hide. Xiao Hua pondered for a moment and decided not to hide. He just wanted to go into the black hole. Just as Xiao Hua approached the seaweed, dozens of seaweed pounced on him like the tentacles of a sea beast, instantly binding him. Xiao Hua looked at the seaweed around him. As if it had a life of its own, it firmly wrapped around his arms, legs, and other parts of his body. Then, the corner of his mouth slightly smiled. He raised his arms upwards, and the seaweed immediately let out the G sound. Under Xiao Hua's enormous strength, it actually didn't break. Shua! Immediately after, a bunch of roots several times larger than the seaweed was pulled out from the ground by Xiao Hua, raising a cloud of mud and sand. The mud and sand dyed the surrounding seawater turbid. Chapter 4051. This seaweed is indeed powerful. Xiao Hua reached out and pulled the severed seaweed off his body. Then he looked at his skin, which was slightly scratched by the seaweed's barbs, and thought to himself, even I am in such a state. If ordinary demons and humans come here, it is inevitable that they will be injured. After witnessing the power of the seaweed, Xiao Hua simply pulled out all the seaweed around the hole and came to the entrance of the hole. There was no light in the hole, nor was there any seaweed. Xiao Hua jumped into the hole and dove down easily. This black hole was not straight. Instead, there were many twists and turns. There were even some forks that Xiao Hua was most afraid of. It seemed like this black hole was not used to search for treasures. As for the real reason, no one could say for sure. Xiao Hua continued to dive down. After diving for more than 10 miles, he finally reached the end of a tunnel. This tunnel was not big, only a few feet long. Looking at the freshness of the soil, it should be newly formed. At the end of this layer of soil, a cluster of brilliant spring flowers bloomed. Ao Xianxian's body had already disappeared into the spring flowers. Only his head with closed eyes could be seen. Xiao Hua had already seen it clearly with his divine sense. Although Ao Xianxian's head was also entering the spring flowers, it was moving very slowly. For the time being, he would not be in any danger. Thus, Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to use any methods to save him. Xiao Hua once again released a strand of divine sense onto the spring flowers. Just like before, the spring flowers immediately swallowed that strand of divine sense. Xiao Hua stretched out a finger and lightly touched the spring flowers. A powerful suction force was born from the spring flowers, forcefully pulling Xiao Hua's finger into it. Damn it! Xiao Hua used all his strength to pull out his finger. Looking at Ao Xianxian's tightly shut eyes, he said, Ao Xiantian, I really don't know what to say about you. This is clearly a Dao Sex forbidden array, and it is the kind of ancient forbidden array. How could you be so bold as to touch this forbidden array? Or rather, your luck is too bad. This black hole's tunnel should not lead to this forbidden array, but after you came in, you dug the tunnel to where the forbidden array is. You have to know that this forbidden array devours divine sense. It is not easy for others to discover it. Xiao Hua's complaints were one thing, but he still had to save him. He looked at the small patch of spring flowers that was revealed, but he couldn't see the whole picture of the formation. He simply patted his forehead and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. Hiss! When Xiaohua could clearly see the great array in front of him, he sucked in a deep breath. This was a great array with a radius of 100 miles. This great array was like a field of spring flowers connected together. Every spring flower bloomed with a pure blue brilliance, and the entire great array was like a beautiful flower garden located at the bottom of the pitch-black sea. What kind of forbidden array is this? Xiaohua closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, but he didn't find any clues. In his heart, he was even more certain of his previous guess. To be able to set up a Dao sect formation at the training grounds of the Dragon Island, I'm afraid it's a divine ability that only ancient Dao sect cultivators have, right? However, what is the purpose of setting up this formation? Who cares? Let's save Ao Xiantian first. Xiaohua pinched his chin with his hand and thought, this forbidden formation is set up on the Dragon Island. It borrows the water-type heaven and earth's origin energy. And the big formation is in the shape of a flower. It also condenses the wood-type heaven and earth's origin energy. If we want to break it, we must cut off the water-type heaven and earth's origin energy supply. Although this isn't too troublesome, it might damage the things inside the formation. Forget it, I'll just use the innate primordial water. Thinking about this, Xiaohua took out a water bottle and activated his mental force. A strand of innate primordial water fell into the forbidden formation. As expected, when the innate primordial water fell, it didn't cause any reaction from the forbidden formation. As the innate primordial water separated Ao Xiantian's body from the formation, Xiaohua released his mental force along the edge of the innate primordial water and easily rescued Ao Xiantian. Before Xiaohua could send Ao Xiantian into the void, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua suddenly shouted with ecstasy, "Fellow Immortal! There's Tian Xian's aura in this great array." What? Xiaohua was stunned. He cried out in shock, "How is that possible? How can there be Tian Xian on the Dragon Island? How come I didn't sense it?" However, after Xiaohua finished speaking, he laughed to himself first. Who said that the Confucian cultivator's Tian Xian couldn't appear on the Dragon Island? Looking at this Dao sect formation, how could Xiaohua not know that the ancient Dao sect cultivators had taken the Confucian cultivator's Tian Xian here to suppress him? Even the immortal emperor of the Immortal Palace wouldn't have thought that the Tian Xian he had been searching for who knows how many years would be in the Dragon Island, right? Of course, even if the immortal emperor knew, he wouldn't have come here to take it, right? The Tian Xian's aura is extremely weak. I only sensed a strand of it just now, but it's gone now. The Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said solemnly, however, I can be sure that heaven's heart is here. Of course the Tian Xian is here. Xiaohua nodded. Right now, we're just missing a piece of the Tian Xian. It's better to hide the Tian Xian on Dragon Island than anywhere else. The water here is abundant and can conceal the aura of the Tian Xian. Using water to subdue water. We just need to get the Tian Xian. We don't have to break this great array. Xiaohua said with a smile. This is a piece of cake for fellow Immortal. Xiaohua looked at the place where the innate primordial water was after Ao Xiantian came out and nodded. It should be easy to go in, but we don't know what's inside the great array. Let's go in first. Xiaohua smiled. Now that we're here, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, we have to go in and take a look. All right. Xiaohua withdrew Ao Xiantian and flew into the air. He landed in the middle of the Xiantian true water and used his psyche power to protect himself, just like how he dodged his enemies in the past. Then he slowly followed the flow of the Xiantian true water toward the depths of the forbidden formation. After a full hour, Xiaohua's feet sank and a strong corrosive force was produced, quickly invading his skin. Xiaohua frowned and a light flashed on the surface of his body as he tried his best to resist the corrosion. When Xiaohua pulled out his mental force to take a look, he was pleasantly surprised. Innate heavy water? Fuck, the seniors of the Daoist faction are really meticulous. Xiaohua prostrated himself in admiration. With the array outside and the innate heavy water inside, Not only could the Tionxion's aura not leak out, it would also be very difficult for someone to take the Tionxion away. However, this was extremely easy for Xiaohua. Xiaohua took out the clear water bottle and activated his mental force. The innate heavy water was immediately sucked into the clear water bottle. This great array was dozens of kilometers wide and was filled with innate heavy water. Xiaohua spent a lot of time just to collect it. When he finished collecting the innate heavy water, the turtle shell in the center of the great array flashed with a deep blue brilliance. Xiaohua's figure flashed and arrived in front of the turtle shell. He released his mental force and rolled up the turtle shell, preparing to put it into the space. However, just as Xiaohua's mental force touched the turtle shell, rumble! Within the space of dozens of kilometers, tens of thousands of thunderbolts were produced from the great array that was as bright as a spring flower. They tore through the void and pounced on Xiaohua. Come on! Xiaohua rubbed his hands and a green light appeared between his eyebrows. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua also helped. In an instant, tens of thousands of thunderbolts were produced from Xiaohua's body. 5 Qi righteous thunder, 3 corpses Yin thunder, and 9 heavens divine thunder met the great array's water-type heavenly thunder wave after wave. Rumble! The strong sound of thunder tribulation and the destructive aura of landslide filled the entire great array in the blink of an eye. After a full meal's time, the thunderbolts gradually stopped and Xiaohua's battered figure was revealed from the thunderbolts. Although he tried his best to defend himself and urged the thunderbolts to counterattack, the all-pervasive water-type lightning still poured down on his body. Although Xiaohua's body was incomparably tough, he still suffered heavy injuries under the thunderbolts. Fortunately, the injuries were within the range that Xiaohua could endure. Seeing that the thunderbolts had subsided, Xiaohua released his mental force again and easily sent the turtle shell into the space. Let's go! Xiaohua, who had obtained the will of the heavens, did not dare to delay. His figure flashed and flew towards the place where he came from. Above the forbidden array, the innate true water was still flowing slowly. The way out was very smooth and they did not encounter any more dangers. When Xiaohua arrived at the peak of the smoke tree, he actually heard Ao Xing snoring again. That sometimes big and sometimes small bubble floated next to his nose along with the snoring sound. Oh, why are you only back now? Ao Xing was awakened by Xiaohua's movements. He quickly got up and looked around him. Where's Ao Zhantian? Did you save him? And I've already saved him. Xiaohua took Ao Zhantian out of the space and raised his hand to touch Ao Zhantian's forehead. However, just as he was about to wake Ao Zhantian up, Xiaohua frowned and retracted his finger. He took out the Kunlun mirror and sucked Ao Zhantian into it. Ao Xing was a little confused and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Why didn't you wake him up?" "Let's talk about it after we leave the Dragon Island," Xiaohua replied with a smile. Ao Xing glanced at Xiaohua and knew what he was worried about. He did not ask and only reminded him, when entering the Dragon Island, regardless of whether it is the dragon shell or the universe bracelet, you cannot bring a living person. You have to be careful. I know. Xiaohua nodded. When we reach the Dragon Island, I will wake Ao Zhantian up. Master Xiao, are you leaving now? Hearing Xiaohua mention the Dragon Island, Ao Xing suddenly felt reluctant to part. He said with melancholy, "Are you not going to the Dragon Palace to say goodbye? Or are you going to stay in my palace for a few days?" I don't dare, Xiaohua said with a smile. "I'm not afraid of thieves stealing, but I'm afraid of thieves thinking about me. I think it's better for me to leave this place as soon as possible. Is there a need for that?" Ao Xing's parting mood was slightly alleviated by Xiaohua's words. The Dragon Island was naturally prepared long ago. It was similar to the Dragon Island when they arrived, but it was much smaller. Xiaohua woke Ao Zhantian up. Ao Zhantian looked at the familiar groove and the Dragon Island and immediately understood. He wanted to ask something, but was stopped by Xiaohua's gaze. When they got on the Dragon Island, Ao Xing was unwilling to let go. He pulled on Xiaohua's sleeve and was unwilling to let go. He had lived for so many years, but he had never met a human who was so considerate to tell him stories and accompany him through life and death. In the end, Xiaohua had no choice but to send Ao Sheng to the Dragon Palace. He promised that as long as the Dragon Palace agreed, he would bring Ao Sheng out of the Dragon Island to train. Chapter 4052. Not long after, Ao Sheng returned happily, much to Xiaohua's surprise. Although the Dragon Hall didn't want Ao Sheng to follow Xiaohua out for training, they still agreed to let Ao Sheng send Xiaohua back to the hidden Immortal continent. Xiaohua had no choice but to let Ao Sheng enter the travel dragon. Two people and a dragon were naturally a little bored. After Ao Sheng sent the few dragons who were riding the dragon to another place, Xiaohua released Lu Yi and the other disciples to play with Ao Sheng. Seeing how Xiaohua was able to bring disciples without telling the Dragon Island, Ao Zhantian naturally understood how Ao Moyun escaped death. However, he didn't ask too much and only briefly explained his experience in the smoke tree. Ao Zhantian's experience was naturally lackluster, far less exciting than Xiaohua's experience. Even finding the deep cave was a coincidence. Apart from some treasures that Ao Zhantian was unwilling to reveal, he basically didn't obtain anything. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and took out a magic treasure refined by the green-robed Xiaohua from his space and gave it to Ao Zhantian, using the excuse that he obtained it in the stacked jade legacy realm as a gift. Ao Zhantian was overjoyed and thought of Xiaohua's guidance in the travel dragon. After thanking Xiaohua for accepting the magic treasure, he asked Xiaohua to explain. Xiaohua didn't stand on ceremony and sat down cross-legged, imparting his cultivation experience bit by bit. Time passed quickly, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. Sensing that the travel dragon had stopped, Xiaohua opened his eyes and said with a smile, "That's all for today. Fellow Daoist AO, if there's a chance in the future, let's spar again." There was a look of gratitude on Ao Zhantian's face, and he hurriedly rose to his feet before extending a respectful salute. Previously, I thought that going to the Dragon Island was the greatest opportunity of my life, but now I know that meeting Master Xiao was my true opportunity. Master Xiao, please accept a bow from this junior. Hee, you're too polite. Xiaohua smiled as he accepted Ao Zhantian's bow. Although Xiaohua had spoken on behalf of Ao Zhantian in order to resolve the karma caused by the heavenly heart of water qi, these few months of teaching disciples were real. Even Xiaohua's own disciples had not received such treatment. Thus, although Xiaohua's words were polite, he did not stop Ao Zhantian. After paying his respects, Ao Zhantian said sincerely, "Master Xiao, now that the dragons have stopped, they must have reached the hidden Immortal continent. If you don't have anywhere else to go, why don't you stay in my cave abode for a while?" "No need." Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng bringing Lu Yi and the others over and said with a smile, "This Xiao is also going into seclusion. I've accumulated enough over the past few days. If I don't go into seclusion, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Junior will wait for the day teacher Xiao comes out of seclusion. That day will definitely be the day that the three continents will focus their attention on." Ao Zhantian replied respectfully. Although he didn't know that Xiaohua was already the dragon master of the dragon tribe, he knew that even the Immortal Palace wouldn't dare to touch Xiaohua when he saw that even the minor elders of the Dragon Island had come to send him off. Xiaohua's cultivation had already grown a pair of wings. Xiaohua kept Lu Yi and the others and followed Ao Sheng out of the dragon travel. They were now in a calm sea. Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw the land 1,000 miles away. Although this land looked unfamiliar, as long as it was the hidden Immortal continent, there would definitely be a path that led to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. Ao Sheng. Xiaohua turned his head and said with a smile, "Even if you send me off 1,000 miles, there will still be a farewell. This time, you've sent me off for more than 1,000,000 miles, right?" "Teacher Xiao." Ao Sheng's heart was filled with reluctance. He asked sadly, "When will you come to the Dragon Island again?" Xiaohua smiled and patted Ao Sheng's paw. He said, "This old man should be asking you this. When will you leave the Dragon Island and go to the 3 rivers and 4 seas and even the 3 continents to gain experience? Alright. Ao Xing nodded. His eyes were filled with determination as he replied, I know. After returning to the Dragon Island, I will definitely cultivate diligently with the Great Elder and strive to leave the Dragon Island as soon as possible. Xiaohua had the bearing of Teacher Xiao. He warned, your dragon tribe is the pride of the heavens and is naturally tyrannical. This is also why your dragon tribe is arrogant and lazy. Perhaps the lack of descendants is the reason why your dragon tribe is unable to dominate the 3 continents. However, your lack of ambition is the key to your dragon tribe's decline. Instead of searching for the illusory dragon realm secret technique, why don't the Dragon Island innovate and think of your own path from a realistic point of view? Yes, I understand. I will definitely tell the Great Elder. Ao Xing replied respectfully. There's no need to be too formal. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. The Great Elder might not have not thought of my words. The changes in the stacked Jade Legacy realm this time might be his doing. This? I don't know. Ao Xing replied with a puzzled expression. Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. He pulled Ao Xianxia with his left hand and said, Ao Xing, this old man will be leaving now. We will meet again if fate allows. After he finished speaking, lightning flashed around Xiaohua's body and he disappeared in an instant. Ao Xing looked at Xiaohua's mysterious lightning escape technique and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the stacked Jade Legacy realm, Xiaohua had always been carried by Ao Xing. He didn't expect that Xiaohua's escape technique had already exceeded his imagination. Ao Xing's eyes were filled with a sense of fanaticism. Roar! He roared towards the sky. The wind and rain within 100 miles started to blow. A voice rang out in the wind and rain, Master Xiao, I will catch up to you. Hee. Xiaohua, who had already flown far away, could faintly hear Ao Xing's fighting spirit being stimulated. He smiled in his heart. The dragon tribe had been peaceful for a long time. If there wasn't some stimulation, how could there be a new life? After flying to land, Xiaohua let go of Ao Xianxia and cupped his hands. Daoist Ao, you and I will also bid farewell here. Alright. Ao Xianxia had long regarded Xiaohua as his senior. He bowed and said, this junior will take his leave. After Ao Xianxia stepped onto the flying ship and flew far away, Xiaohua looked around and released Little White from the space. Huff huff. The little white dragon swam in the air for a while before transforming back into Xiaohua, who was wearing a crimson Daoist robe. He smiled and said, the feeling of reforming my body is indeed not bad. This taste of freedom, I haven't experienced it in a long time. And freedom is now in your hands. Go and travel by yourself. Xiaohua encouraged. You have cultivated for a longer time than I have, and you have experienced a lot. There are many things that I don't need to say. However, you have to be careful of the Dragon Island. That day in the Dragon Palace Grand Elder clearly knew that you and Daoist Longmai were reforming together. However, he only mentioned Daoist Longmai and didn't ask you to come out. I don't know what he is planning. Now that the enmity between the 10 tribes of the Dragon Island is showing signs of easing, we shouldn't get involved. I understand, Xiaohua. The little white dragon smiled and said, I am only going out to train for a few years to solidify my incomplete dragon body. I definitely won't provoke the Dragon Island. In fact, if there are any troublesome places, I will hide and immediately return after my body solidifies. It's good that you understand. Xiaohua smiled. You should go too. Let's see what these 3 continents are like. Perhaps there will be even better opportunities. All right. The little white dragon cupped his hands and roared before heading towards the sea. Hee, the little white dragon is also suffocating. Xiaohua watched the little white dragon fly away and secretly felt happy for him. Several hundred years ago, he should have succeeded in transforming into a dragon. However, his body was destroyed by the Xuanyan cult. Afterwards, he fled in panic and his soul was saved by me. During these several hundred years, he stayed in my mysterious dark clouds to cultivate. Now that he has completed his body solidification, how can he not go out and relax? Yes. Longmai Xiaohua's voice came from within his body. The dragon transformation art is not a simple technique. For Little White to be able to cultivate the dragon transformation art with his python body, who knows how many years he spent and who knows how many dangers he encountered. Without a heart as firm as a rock, it is extremely difficult to achieve. He should go out for a walk. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to his future cultivation. Then what about Daoist? Xiaohua patted his own forehead. Longmai Xiaohua also flew out and changed into Xiaohua's appearance and asked, I am naturally different from him. Longmai Xiaohua smiled and said, My main body is Longmai. I am used to being calm. Cultivating the dragon transformation art is even more natural. Moreover, do you think I can leave Daoist right now? Seems like Daoist also wants to go out for a walk. Xiaohua laughed loudly. Longmai Xiaohua did not hide his thoughts and replied, That is natural. Not just I, Daoist green robe, Daoist Confucian Daoist etc., which one of us does not want to go out and take a look? It is just that we are still unable to completely leave Daoist right now. Perhaps soon. Xiaohua solemnly promised, we have already begun to comprehend the Dragon Clan's fake body technique. When we have succeeded in cultivating the fake body technique, we will take a look at that 7-colored conch and my Shang Huaming's god statue. Perhaps we will discover something. At that time, I will send everyone out for training. Many thanks. Longmai Xiaohua cupped his hands and bowed, while Confucian Xiaohua and the others also thanked him. However, Longmai Xiaohua reminded again, Fellow Daoist, if other fellow Daoists leave, it won't affect your cultivation in any way. However, if this Daoist leaves, it will be detrimental to your cultivation of the Dao sect's cultivation method. You have to be prepared. I have already thought about this. Xiaohua nodded. I's nascent soul is not like ordinary Daoist cultivators. All the meridians in it are opened, the same as the meridians in the physical body. I only need to cultivate to the body fusion stage, and the physical body and nascent soul will become one. Then, the physical body will not need its own meridians and can cultivate with the nascent soul's meridians alone. But the problem is, can Daoist persist until then? And can I's physical body fuse with the nascent soul? Looks like we can only take one step at a time. Longmai Xiaohua naturally knew Xiaohua's difficulties. Xiaohua replied, Actually, in the worst case, I can only give up my physical body and cultivate the Crimson Soul technique according to Do Shanjun's cultivation technique. It is still early, Daoist doesn't have to make a decision so early. Longmai Xiaohua said with a smile, Daoist, go into seclusion first. Indeed. Xiaohua nodded. Looking at Longmai, Xiaohua said, but before returning to the soaring Dragon Mountain range, shouldn't Daoist wake up Jiang Hong first? You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.